Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a busy agenda today, and so I'm going to try and hold tight to the schedules and appreciate you cooperating with me on that. The first thing we have on the agenda is oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. I have a card from Jolynn Miller and Melanie Curtis. Welcome.
Good morning to the board. Good morning to the audience. My name is Jolynn Miller. I'm the 4-H Youth Development Advisor for University of California Cooperative Extension. I work in the multi-county partnership. I'm here for a couple of reasons today. One is to let you know of a really cool new 4-H project that's going on right now. It's the GPS GIS project and Google Maps. We have 9 kids enrolled, and currently each of these kids are going to take on 2 blocks of Tuolumne County and update the Google Map. If you ever have looked on Google Maps, sometimes business phone numbers, information is incorrect. For the University of California Cooperative Extension Office, the picture is on the wrong side of the street. So if you were to look up our office, you wouldn't know what our office looked like based on that picture. So these kids are going through their 2-block radius that they've chosen. They're going to update information, and then on May 23rd from 5 to 7:30 p.m. at our office, they're going to be updating all that information in the computers. And I'd love for you guys to come out if you'd like, check out what these kids are doing helping Tuolumne County. It's called the Google Map Up event through 4-H. Secondly, we've spent a few months trying to hire an amazing program representative dedicated to Tuolumne County. It took us a while, but we found the perfect candidate. I'd like to introduce Melanie Curtis. She is our Tuolumne County 4-H program representative. She's got a ton of experience in 4-H, and I'll let her talk about that.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Curtis, and I joined 4-H when I was 9 years old and went through the program in Kings County. I was an All-Star and then a California 4-H Diamond Star. And after college, I spent a few months out at the National 4-H Center as an intern out there. And for the last 14 and a half years, I was the 4-H program rep in Fresno County, and loved the job, but the area was not really where I wanted to raise my family. So now I'm here in Tuolumne County, and we're just so excited as a family to be here. And I'm very excited to bring my experience and passion to 4-H to serve the youth and families of Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And welcome to Tuolumne County. Mr. Max Kernigan, did you want to speak at public comment? It appears that's when you'd like to speak.
Let me clarify. Am I on?
Yes.
You're on.
My legal name is Wilbur M. Kernigan. They call me Max. And I just wanted to commend the board for having this public meeting. I think everyone here is interested in cost cutting. And most people have noticed that at a national level, the cost cutting process has involved the maximum amount of pain to the public. And I want to commend the board for taking what steps they are taking to avoid that trap. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kernigan. Anybody else want to speak a public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff, and the public. My name is Stan Craig. I'm the Assistant Region Chief for the Southern Region of CAL FIRE, and it's my privilege this morning to introduce to you the new Unit Chief selected for the Tuolumne Calaveras Unit of CAL FIRE. His appointment date was effective last Wednesday on the 1st of May, Chief Josh White.
Good morning to the board, Mr. Pedro, and the public. My name is Joshua White. I'm the new unit chief starting effective Wednesday, and I'm very proud and honored to be representing CAL FIRE and the people of the Tuolumne Calaveras unit, and also to be working with Tuolumne County with our long history of the Schedule A program and the firefighting. There's a long history and heritage of firefighting throughout Tuolumne County, And one of the things that I'd like to do is be working on the recruitment and retention of our volunteer program. Our volunteer program has been so productive in the past, and I'm looking forward to a very productive volunteer program in the future. They're the backbone of the fire service, and I just have a long history of working with volunteers throughout California. I started in 1988 as a firefighter in Butte County, transferred over to Mendocino County, promoted up through the ranks in Mendocino County, went over to Tehama-Glenn counties. From there, I promoted up to the Lassen-Modoc unit. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and in Lassen-Modoc, I was the fire prevention bureau chief. From there, I went to the northern region and then down to Sacramento. So I've been in different programs throughout Sacramento headquarters, and I bring with me a strong background in program management and leadership. Just wonder if anybody has any questions for me.
Just welcome.
Yeah, amen. Welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Glad to have you on board.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Public comment?
Good morning. I'm Marcia Watts, and I'm the current president of the National Alliance for Mental Illness, which is the largest grassroots organization on mental health. And because this is Mental Health Month, May is Mental Health Month, I took this opportunity to speak with you. I also want you to know about our organization.
Ms. Watts, that is item 11 on our agenda. You want to speak now?
Rita Austin is speaking because she is part of the advisory board, right? No, I'm just here as a private citizen.
Well, normally that item is on the agenda, and normally we have people speak at that time.
Would you rather I wait until then?
Yes, please.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Public comment. Items not on the agenda.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Garcia. I'm the activity coordinator for the Recreation Department, and I'm here to let you know of a couple events that we have coming up and invite you to come and participate. Our first event that we're holding is on Saturday, May 11th. It's a fundraiser for our youth center programs. It's open for 7th through 10th graders, and it's at the Tuolumne Memorial Hall, so this coming Saturday. And it is a fundraiser. The admission is $5 at the door, and it's open to students in any school in Tuolumne County, all 7th through 10th graders. And I have a little information here for you.
What time is it?
It's from 7 to 10 p.m.
Oh, okay. I thought you said so.
What's that?
Okay, keep going.
Okay. And also, on May 18th, we're holding a pancake breakfast fundraiser also for our youth centers. It's from 8 to 10 a.m. at the Sonora Applebee's restaurant. And tickets are available at the door for $6, and they're also available at the Recreation Department at 43 North Green Street. So if you get done here and you're hungry and think about a pancake breakfast, you can stop by our office, and we have tickets for sale there, or you can show up the morning of, which is, again, May 18th, and we hope to see you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Public comment.
Mr. Chair, I just want to take a moment. Daniel, Christina, Ann, can I impress you in the service? I see we got help here. Sorry, you're off the hook. I want you guys to fan out. About a year ago, your board, after doing a retreat and then deliberations in these chambers, approved vision, mission, code of conduct, and code of ethics statements for the county of Tuolumne. And we want to remind the public of our commitment to those codes and that vision, that mission for the county, and also as a constant reminder to the employees of what we're committed to doing on behalf of the public. And we were privileged to have one of our own staff, Peggy Sells, who works as a courier for the county. He's also a very skilled photographer and layout artist, and she had donated all of her time, and I think she chickened out on us here. Do you see her? She is a very shy, unassuming person, but what a tremendous contribution she's made in laying this out. You'll recognize some of these scenes from around Tuolumne County. But the plan is we're going to put these in all of the departments, of the county. Again, just for that, as a constant reminder to the public of our commitment to serve them and how we serve them, and as a reminder to your employees. So this is just a little coming out of what's the public and you will start seeing in your departments. And again, even though she's not here, we will make sure to embarrass her and thank her in other ways, but Peggy Sells for her absolute wonderful contribution to this effort. So that's it.
Thank you, Peggy. That's very nice.
Beautiful.
Very nice. They'll be in all our buildings, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Okay, last call, public comment. Seeing none. Would the clerk read the consent calendar, please?
Minutes of the meeting held April 2nd, 2013. Finding that a summary of summaries of ordinance numbers 3219, 3220, and 3221 were published. Approving a 2-year extension for contract number 1589 with the Traffic Limited for striping on various roads and streets in Tuolumne County. Order special assessment in the amount of $4,725 against property located at 8937 Highway 49 in Sonora. And this is to be collected in the same manner as the ordinary real property tax for the penalties related to a co-compliance case for zoning violations. And a special assessment in the amount of $3,476 against property located at 89377 Highway 49 in Sonora to be collected in the same manner as ordinary real property taxes for administrative penalties related to co-compliance cases for compliance case for construction without a building permit. Approving the elimination of a vacant detective position and replacing it with a sheriff deputy position. Approving the resignation of George Van Buskirk from the Columbia Cemetery District and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. And consideration of approving the appointment of Deborah Bryant to the First 5 Tuolumne County Commission.
Okay, any member of the board want to pull any item? Seeing none. Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second? Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Brennan. Any comment from the board? Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Hearing none. The question, all those in favor of the consent calendar signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Clerk, would you read item 9, please?
Presentation of county service awards to employees from the Public Defender and Auditor Controller's Office.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I'm looking in the audience for Mr. Bob Price. He would be our first recipient, and I am not seeing him.
So delay that item? Is he coming?
That's my understanding. And then is Ms. Russell here? And Diane, is she here? Yeah, I think we should postpone those items.
Okay, we'll continue item 9 to a later time in the agenda. Would you read item 10, please?
Just a moment. Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming May 2013 as Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County.
Is there a staff presentation on this? I know, Ms. Marovich, you'd like to speak, so why don't you just come forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sharon Marovich. I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee, which is an independent grassroots historic preservation organization. I'm here to invite you to adopt a resolution that is in your packet that would proclaim May of 2013 National Historic Preservation Month. I won't take your time to read the resolution that's there, but I really think there's some good reasons why Tuolumne County is absolutely perfect to be having this month declared here. We're in the gold country. We're surrounded by cultural resources, historic buildings, and we're also have so many of those ourselves. And over the years, the Board of Supervisors, different boards, have recognized the importance of these by having a cultural resources element in our general plan, and that's been in there since 1996. The supervisors' stewardship of our resources has been recognized with 3 Governor's Awards in Historic Preservation and the prestigious Preserve America Award that comes directly from the White House. One of the Governor's Awards is for our continuing education program in historic preservation, which is called Keeping Time. And we will have our next Keeping Time, which is Keeping Time 6, on June 21st in Sonora. It's open to the public. Supervisor Hanvelt will be there to welcome people on behalf of the county. Some people wonder, well, what is all the fuss about historic preservation? Well, why do we do it? Well, in Tuolumne County, it's especially important because of heritage tourism and the money that brings into the local economy. It's a major part of our local economic engine. Also, it's a wonderful tool to revitalize neighborhoods, re-energize downtown, and, of course, fostering pride of place. People really identify with some of the things that are left here by the pioneers. And of course, there are incentives for this that the boards of supervisors have done over the years, including the Mills Act, which is a property tax reduction program for people with properties over 50 years old that qualify, certain county ordinances, and the housing rehabilitation programs that you administer through the Community Development Block Grant Program. The National Trust for Historic Preservation initiated Preservation Week in 1971, but it was so successful that it morphed into Preservation Month. And this year, the theme is See, Save, and Celebrate. So what we would ask is that you proclaim the month of May Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County and join with communities throughout the United States that are doing this. Before I leave the podium, I'd like to give each one of you a copy of the Preservation Magazine. It's a bi-monthly that's put out by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and it's full of success stories and beautiful pictures, and it's just really inspiring. What I included, put a little supplement in here, is I just came back from a historic preservation conference in of all places, Anaheim. So I'm more full of it than I normally am. But anyway, I thought it was an excellent analysis of cultural and heritage tourism, what it means, what it does, and also I was pleased to see that the definition of cultural heritage tourism includes natural resources. And with the lovely pictures here that have your code of ethics and so on, it was obvious that the natural environment was emphasized there. So I will pass these out. There's one for each of you, including Mr. Pedro. And then this one is the magazine of a preservation group in San Diego. And one of the featured articles is on the Marsden House, which is passed from private ownership into a nonprofit, and it's open to the public. Mrs. Marsden, and this is one of the fabulous craftsman homes of San Diego. Mrs. Marsden was the former Anna Lee Gunn. She was born in Sonora after Mrs. Gunn came to California and Sonora to join her husband Lewis at their home, which we know is the Gunn House. So there's a kind of a local connection here. I'd like to leave that at one of the tables there in your lobby. So I think with that, if you would be so kind as to adopt the resolution, and I'll just pass these magazines out and let you get on to more important things.
I don't know, I think this is pretty important. Okay. Any further comment? Chair would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I would very happily move that we adopt the resolution declaring May Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Royce. Is there any comment from the board? How about public comment? Not all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you for the work of the Historic Preservation Group, Ms. Maravich. Okay, would you read item 11, please?
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming May 2013 as Mental Health Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning. My name is Rita Austin. I'm the Director of the Behavioral Health Department. Good morning to Board of Supervisors and members of the public. Well, it's Awareness Month for an awful lot of things this month, so I did bring a little something for the board that I will hand out at the end so that it stays on your mind and on your shoulders. Mental Health Awareness Month is dedicated to increasing awareness of mental health issues. There's a lot of myths and unfounded ideas that are regarding mental health and persons with those disorders. It's a treatable set of conditions that, if treated, people can lead relatively normal lives, and unfortunately, less than 1/3 of adults and 1/2 of children with a diagnosable disorder receive those services. It is important that community education on mental health issues remains a large part of Tuolumne County behavioral health, and we endeavor to raise awareness and reduce the stigma. It's everyone's responsibility to help reduce the stigma and encourage people to seek help and assistance when needed to avoid the tragedies and complications that are associated with such conditions. Therefore, I'm before you this morning to recommend that the board adopt the accompanying resolution proclaiming the month of May as 2013. And for each of the board members, and Craig, I do have a brain for each of you with a little green ribbon, which is representative of that. So you will have, if you don't wear it on your shoulder, it will be on your mind. So I have this for each of the board members.
There's some people who think we need transplants.
Well, they're available and keep you aware. So I'm going to hand these out.
Okay, I know we have at least one member of the public, Ms. Watts, would like to speak to this, so I'll invite you back. No excuse anymore.
Excuse
we
not
all
to
have brains.
Good morning again. And again, I'm Marcia Watts, and I'm a very proud member of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And again, it's because of this resolution of May that I come to you today. I am so proud to be the president of this organization, and our organization is better known here as NAMI TC, NAMI and TC for Tuolumne County. I'm also proud to be the parent of a mentally ill person. She's 54, and she was diagnosed bipolar at 19, and after many, many swings, hospitalizations and such, she graduated from the University of California at Santa Barbara, and then later put time in at the Peace Corps in Costa Rica, and later received her master's and then her PhD. And I tell you this not only just to brag, but to let you know that the mentally ill are very well able to be a very good part, a very productive part of our community. Now, it happens to be my daughter doesn't live here, but I grew up here in Sonora, and I came back to find this wonderful group of NAMI right here in Tuolumne County. Now, I joined the group in Virginia, but here to come back and find this very vital group of people who are interested in the welfare and the encouragement of the mentally ill was just a very good thing for me personally. So I've been with the group since I came back 15 years ago, and am now the standing current president. I want to tell you about the meetings and how we help and how we encourage the people who are mentally ill. We meet monthly at the Red Church, very convenient. We meet the first Thursday of the month. We start with the potluck because everybody likes to eat. We have a speaker, and then we split up into two groups. The mentally ill in one group that we call our Sierra Stars, and the other group are the families and the caregivers, and we have support for both of these groups. We have people coming to our meetings who are so distressed, crying, so distraught, from what they're dealing with. And we are able to give them support and advice of long standing. Again, I've been through this since for many years, and many of us have. And so we find that NAMI is such a wonderful part of this community to give that special group of people support. I encourage anyone to come to our meetings. I would say that our next meeting coming up is a once a year different kind of a meeting, in that we have a one fundraiser of the year, and we'll be discussing that at this meeting. But any other meeting, you'll find help, you'll find encouragement, you'll find people who are filled with hope and working on their futures. I had passed out our brochure another time to you all when I came in to sign up, because I am on the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board. But I'm going to give you another one, because I want you to keep it in mind, so that you will come and visit our meeting and see what we do and see how important this is for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, other comment?
I just have a question. Do you want to take the opportunity to tell the public what the date and time of your fundraiser is?
Yeah, of the fundraiser. Oh, the fundraiser is, let's see, I think it's the third Saturday in September, if I'm not mistaken, and it's called the Apple Festival, and it's a family affair. We have lots of, it's a free event. We have lots of things for children to do. We have booths. We have a lot of fun, and we have food. It's a very good family event. So many people come back year after year and bring their children to have this fun event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The chair would entertain a motion to adopt this resolution.
Supervisor Hempfeld. And I do want to add that being on the Behavioral Health Committee, I am very aware of what, as we all are, of what the Tuolumne County NAMI group does for support of both the families and folks that need help and assistance in the county. So it is with honor that I would like to make a motion proclaiming May as Mental Health Month.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. Any more comment from the board? Any more public comment? Oh. That was just a stretch. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 12.
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming May 2013 as Foster Care Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Chairman Hanville, members of the board, Michelle Clark, Foster Care Licensing Supervisor. The month of May is National Foster Care Month, and each year the Tuolumne County Human Services Agency and Probation Department come together to recognize the compassionate people who make a difference by serving foster youth as caregivers, social workers, probation officers, and foster parents. Thanks to these unsung heroes, many abused and neglected children and teens will either safely reunite with their parents, be cared for by relatives, or be adopted by loving families. We especially wish to recognize our foster parents as the most critical element of success for the children and foster care system, and offer them our sincerest thanks for their willingness to open their homes. To appreciate the foster parents of Tuolumne County, the Human Services Agency and Probation Department will be hosting a foster parent appreciation luncheon on May 31st, and will be extending an invitation to the members of the board to attend this event. If anyone is interested in joining our team by becoming a Tuolumne County foster parent, please contact 533-5773. Today, by proclaiming May as Foster Care Month, you will be honoring phenomenal foster parents and the exceptional parenting they provide to this vulnerable population, our foster youth. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Any public comment? Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to proclaim May 2013 as Foster Care Month and approve the resolution.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Rotifer. Any further comments? Public? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Item 13, please.
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming May 2013 as Motorcycle Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Niebla, and I'm the president of the Sonora Chapter AMA 2466. We're a nonprofit organization. AMA stands for American Motorcycle Association, and our goals are to keep the rights and the privileges of motorcycle riding, motorcycle safety, and just for the fun of riding on motorcycles. We organize the annual Sonora Toy Run. The toys are collected and given out at the annual Christmas Eve dinner at the fairgrounds put on by Interfaith. The canned goods are also given to Interfaith, and as well as that, we usually donate between $1,000 and $2,000 to local nonprofit organizations around the county. We appreciate the support of your board and letting us recognize May as Motorcycle Awareness Month. Thank you.
Any questions? Any public comment? Chair would entertain a motion, please.
Mr. Supervisor, I move that the board approve the resolution proclaiming May 2013 as Motorcycle Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Rutherford, second by Supervisor Gray. Any further comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. May is a busy month. Mr. Peter, are you ready for item 9 yet?
Item 9, it's recommendation to put that off to the next meeting.
Okay. We'll continue item 9 to the next Board of Supervisors meeting. And would you read item 14, please?
Consideration of approving the appointment of the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Shelley Peach as the Treasurer Tax Collector for a term to expire January 5th, 2015 at noon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it was at February 5th, Treasurer Tax Collector Frank Del Hodges announced his retirement effective at the end of, as now turns out, last month. And then at your March 5th meeting, your board considered various options of how to fill this position, and it was your determination at that meeting to agendize today the appointment of Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector Shelley Peach to become the new Treasurer Tax Collector for Tuolumne County. Included in your meeting packet, there's information on her education, which includes an AS in accounting and a BA in business administration. It covers the 14 years of her time here with the County of Tuolumne, 3 years of which as Revenue Recovery Manager, 4 years as Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. So in accordance with the direction your board gave on March 5th, this is agendized for a motion to appoint Shelley Peach as Treasurer Tax Collector for a term to expire January 5th, 2015 at noon.
Okay, just so everybody knows, that's when the new tax collector by election would take.
That's correct.
Take office. Okay. Okay. Any comment from the board? Public comment? Entertain a motion.
Del.
Oops, I've got one. I'm sorry. Oh, hold it. Do we allow you in the building still?
He's now the public.
Good morning, board members. Some of you may remember me. I'm Del Hodges, retired Treasurer Tax Collector.
Vaguely.
I'm just here this morning to support Shelley Peach and recommend that you appoint her as Treasurer Tax Collector. Thank you.
By the way, thank you, and thank you for many years of continued, dedicated service to the county.
You're welcome.
We do appreciate you. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we appoint Shelley Peach as Treasurer Tax Collector for a term to expire on January 5, 2015 at noon.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Brennan to do this. Is there any final comment from the board? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. I assume we will swear in Ms. Peach at some point today, and she will take over.
Yeah, that'll be handled in a separate affair. I don't know if Shelley wanted to say anything. Probably not. No.
Okay. A lady of few words? Okay. Well, welcome aboard, Ms. Peach.
Congratulations, Shelley.
Okay, item 15, please.
consideration of approving an amendment to the contract for sale of real property between the County of Tuolumne and Yosemite Gardens Park for property commonly known as the Jamestown Mine.
Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it was April 19, 2011, that the board did approve a contract for sale to sell its portion of the property commonly known as the Jamestown Mine. And in your meeting packet, I've included all that, the agenda materials from when your board took that action. But the buyer is Yosemite Gardens Park Incorporated. Its president is Vincent Estelle, who I don't believe is here today. His vision and his partners is to develop not only the property that we're selling, but those surrounding it. If it developed to current plans, it will draw an estimated half a million additional tourists to the county, along with positive economic impacts for regional businesses. In addition, the development should generate significant revenue, which will benefit schools and other local government agencies in the form of property tax, sales tax, and transient occupancy tax. Starting on page 2 and continuing, starting at the bottom of page 1, continuing on to page 2, there's an outline of what the original major components of the contract were, including a sales price. And the sales price, to be really clear, it depended upon when the property transacted. If it transacted right away, there was a base payment to be made of $169,000, but for each year that followed, the price increased by $105,000. Why did it increase? Because each year we were having to pay about $105,000 per year in water monitoring costs, so that affected the value. On the top of page 2, there's a number of special conditions. Those conditions were primarily related to the request of the partners. It was their hope that they could get all of the entitlements for the property ahead of time that basically paved the way for to go ahead and develop what they had envisioned. So there's a number of things there on page 2 that outline that. Very importantly, there's a release from liability for the county as well, that in addition to the purchase price, there's provisions within the agreement that allow the county to avoid paying future water monitoring costs. And this is very significant. That's almost $1.7 million in costs that the county would not pay over a 15-year period. So if you take the total amount of dollars that we would have been paid initially and the amount of costs that we would avoid, this is about a $1.8 million value in total, for this property. And that sometimes gets kind of garbled, out in the community. So it's about a $1.8 million deal. And very importantly, also from the county, from a liability standpoint, we would no longer have any liability responsibilities, for that property. The proposed amendment before you, the reason it's there is that the term of the original contract it's June of this year. And while the partners have made progress in advancing the project and meeting some of these special conditions, there's no way that they will complete all that by June 30th of this year. So at their request, they're looking at removing the project-specific entitlement type conditions from this project. So this would become basically a cash for buying this property, cash deal, buying the property, as is. So we'd be removing those project-specific conditions. So attachment B to your packet is the amendment to the agreement, essentially deleting those entitlement conditions. So what happens on or before July 31st, 2013, if this amendment is approved? The county will receive $379,000 in cash from the buyer, which can only be used for other land-related costs. That's not something that we could put into the general fund for operations or anything like that. And the county, under this new version of the agreement, we would also continue to avoid paying the future water monitoring costs 2 years later. Those would total over $1.4 million in total savings. Overall, it's still a $1.8 million and change value to the county. The county is absolved of any future liability. The property will transact to Yosemite Gardens Park Incorporated and Yosemite Gardens Park Incorporated will be free to pursue the development of the property under whatever schedule they so choose, while still being required to do so through the normal oversight agency review processes, as well as public engagement through the CEQA process whenever it is initiated. I just thought about this, and some folks may say, well, you take those provisions out, is the public still going to be able to speak into the development? Absolutely. They're still going to have to go through, all those various processes. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, staff would recommend that your board approve the attached amendment to the contract for sale of real property between the County of Tuolumne and Yosemite Gardens Park, Inc. For property commonly known as the Jamestown Mine.
Any questions, Mr. Pedro?
I've got one. What happens if something precludes the buyer from closing escrow by July 31st?
There is a provision that by mutual agreement we can extend that if there's something reasonable that this board is would find reasonable and be willing to extend that date, we could do that. If it's not something that's reasonable in your judgment, then the contract would expire, and we'd be talking about how to dispose of the property through other means.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments? Supervisor Royce?
Legal question. In the event that Yosemite Gardens Park, Inc. defaulted in some way in the future and was dissolved, what happens to the responsibility of the water monitoring?
Well, my understanding is that this would be a cash sale and that they would be responsible for it. And so through that process, there would need to be, they would still be responsible for it. That's my understanding of how this transaction would work.
Okay. I'm just concerned with the state and the oversight that these things happened.
And you're concerned with the liability remaining on the county?
Yeah, in the event that they defaulted and it came back on the county.
And they defaulted in what? My understanding was this was going to be a pure cash transaction. The county would be, and maybe Mr. Pedro can speak to this better than I can, but once the county sells the property, all of the liability then goes to the new owner, which is this Yosemite Gardens Park.
Okay.
So as long as
I'm just
no
concerned
loan,
it's not a typical type of land transaction. You're dealing with a local government, and you're dealing with a court decision from the past, and I just wasn't sure how much investigating has been done into that subject.
Well, I'll just comment. I know this came up when we first did the agreement back in 2011, and nothing's changed in that provision. The existing agreement, it's the same. We haven't changed that piece of it. And at the time, the determination was, and just like we said, that responsibility, it moves over. I mean, it's a good question.
I'm sure it moves over, but in the event that something changed, do we know, have we thought about that at all?
Yeah, and I cannot restate. At that time, it was County Counsel Gregory Oliver that responded to that question. I cannot respond, but it would. I know his feeling was we would not be responsible. It would probably be resolved in court.
I just want to be sure of that.
That's the best I can do, Supervisor.
well, and I agree.
Supervisor Brennan, did you have some?
Yeah, I just was hoping that Mr. Pedro could briefly explain why the $379,000 can't go into the general fund, doesn't go into the general fund.
It's just a provision when you do land sales. That's true of any land sales. It's right in the government code. And so any of the properties that we've sold recently, for example, across from the Peppery, behind the library, the former Motherlode Medical Center, that's right out of the government code, and we don't have any choice. It has to go towards land-related costs.
That's state government code.
State government code, not county.
Thank you.
However, correct me if I'm wrong, the future water mitigation avoidance is a general fund? The fact that we're not going to continue to pay some odd $1,000 a year for water mitigation, that basically relieves the general fund.
Absolutely. The way this is structured, the $379 cash deposit, that would have to be used towards land-related costs. But then what happens, the general fund is relieved each year by $105,000. That's savings each year for the next 13 years.
Does that clarify the point?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the sale of the property to Yosemite Gardens Park, Inc.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further comment from the board? How about public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 16.
Consideration of recognizing $8,000 in unanticipated concession revenue and increase appropriation for professional services in the same amount to fund the tower operations for the 2013 Father's Day fly-in.
Good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. I also have with me Jim Thomas, your airport's manager. We have the annual Father's Day flyer, the 47th annual, coming upon us soon. And with the recent sequestration at the federal level, the Federal Aviation Administration has been hit with some cuts. And this, typically the FAA provides temporary tower services at Columbia Airport during the fly-in. This is essential for the safety of both the pilots as well as those who come to see the fly-in. So we found out that the FAA is no longer funding these temporary towers and the personnel and all the apparatus that goes with that operation. And so we've been trying to locate other options so we can have a safe fly-in. Initially, we located a company called Tower Tech. They provide temporary towers for wildland fires. However, due to the recent flare-up of fires, particularly in Southern California, they are no longer available. They're not an option. And so what are our options at this point so that we can have a fly-in of some sort? Let me give you three here, then we have a recommendation for you.
Daniel, let me just jump in. That's a change from when this memo was written. When this was written, we had Tower Tech was online, and then we just received notice yesterday that they could not provide that assurance because of the fire. So this is a change.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. So we're punting, but we do have three options. None of them are as good as having the FAA or Tower Tech. But number one is we could obtain our own radio equipment and find FAA certified tower controllers that we would then pay to take care of the fly-in. The downside is, of course, the costs associated with this. We would have to obtain our own insurance. We looked into this. It's $5,000 a day to cover insurance, and that doesn't include the cost of paying for the controllers. The second option is to scale back the fly-in to an airport appreciation day. This is similar to what neighboring counties and their airports do, that they do not have a temporary tower. In essence, one person would staff the existing dedicated radio frequency, and this does open up the county to additional liability, and it would prevent some of the flight demonstrations from taking place. We wouldn't be able to actually close the runway to have those demonstrations. Another concern is, of course, the visitor safety, not having a tower. Visitors primarily park on, both sides of the airport, and so you have patron traffic that it just makes it more dangerous without a tower. The tradition of the event could continue with this option, although at a scaled down level. The third is, of course, we've been working with our congressman, McClintock's office, and they've been helping us to contact the FAA to see if we can get any relief or change in their funding arrangements so we can get FAA participation. However, we should note that other fly-ins are having the same problem that we are right now, dealing with staffing from the FAA side. So we're not hopeful that we'll be successful with the FAA. A tower decision does need to be made by this Friday. There is a Father's Day Flying Committee meeting on that day, and so we want to finalize plans. Our recommendation today would be that to go ahead and recognize $8,000 if we're able to get FAA staffing. We do have some additional concessions at the airport that could pay for this $8,000. We've been fortunate to have additional tie-downs and hangar rentals that gives us some additional funding. It gives us flexibility. It doesn't mean that we'll have FAA staffing available, but it does give us the ability to at least have some sort of a appreciation day at least. for our 47th annual Father's Day fly-in event. So if you have any questions, Jim Thomas is here. He's been heavily involved with making the contacts. This has been a daily change, should we say. So we come to you with the latest information.
Can you be clear again, exactly what are you asking the board to do right now?
We are requesting you to, first of all, give us additional funding in case we can get the FAA to loosen up additional staffing so we can get radio apparatus and potentially hire FAA controllers to come staff a temporary tower. That's the ideal situation. The other one is to say it's okay to have an airport appreciation day if we are unable to get FAA certified controllers.
How much additional funding are you asking for?
$8,000 is
Okay,
what's
but I think the way I read this, you were asking us to recognize that you're going to generate that from other concessions.
The concessions have already been coming in during the fiscal year. Okay. We already have the revenue in the...
Okay, so you're asking us to recognize $8,000 which already exists and give it to you?
Yes.
Okay, just trying to make that clear for the record.
Correct.
Not additional funding.
No, this is revenue the airport has raised over the fiscal year.
Okay, Supervisor Rutherford.
So how much actual unanticipated revenue is there?
Good morning, Board. Jim Thomas, Airports Director. We really won't know that until, obviously, June 30th, but right now it's projected out to be about $10,000, maybe $15,000.
Thank you.
The difficulty, if I might add, is a lot of tenants pay in advance, so they'll pay a whole year in advance, or they'll pay 6 months or 3 months in advance. And so it's a little difficult to project it out because we don't keep track of how far in advance people have paid their rent. We just track it from a month-to-month basis.
Okay, any further questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move on staff recommendations.
Second.
Supervisor Gray made the motion, and Supervisor Rutherford to approve a staff recommendation this event. Any further comment, question?
I just have one comment, and this is, I guess, directed at Mr. Pedro. If people are going to come forward with a recommendation on unanticipated revenue, it'd be nice to know what the total is that we're taking that unanticipated revenue out. Back to my question, okay? Just for future reference.
Okay. Any final public comment? The question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. The FAA and the federal government under sequestration cut us off, and we couldn't. Can we hire them? I assume you will report back to us at the next meeting where we stand on this, whether we have a Father's Day fly-in or whether we have a airport appreciation day or whatever we have.
This will be highly advertised. Posters are already printed, and we will get out any changes to the program to the public.
Okay, thank you. Clerk, read item 17, please.
Consideration of approving amendments to the Kennedy Meadows transactional documents.
Good morning. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Also Carlin Drivdahl, Deputy County Counsel. Before you, we have the Kennedy Meadows transaction documents. We call it a reapproval because back in July 2012, your board approved the initial transaction documents to the Stewardship Council for the 240-acre Kennedy Meadows property. At the time of adoption, we did say that if there were substantive language changes that the Stewardship Council recommended, that we would come back to you for a readoption of these transaction documents. There were a number of language changes that continue to be negotiated, and so we felt it was good to come back to you to reapprove these documents, and so you are fully made aware of what the Stewardship Council is proposing. Tomorrow is the Stewardship Council meeting where they are recommending approval of these documents, and so they are interested, the Stewardship Council is interested to know if our board concurs with these changes as well. So just to go through what has changed, let me just go through these briefly. If you have any questions on them, we can go over them in more detail. The conservation easement is the document that has the majority of the language changes. They address everything from public access to funding of the various studies. We did add a study, a grazing management study. Also on the studies, the funding, there is a public outreach portion they wanted us to add to each of the studies to make sure that everybody is aware of the studies and their outcomes. Another point that we went back and forth on was if the county or the Mother Land Trust were to go away, who would be the deciding agency on who would be the next in line to receive the property. And so we settled on the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, but the county does have some say in how that would occur. That was well negotiated by Ms. Drivdahl. And also, we changed in the property tax neutrality agreement just some language that specifies how the county will use its money that it receives from the concessionaire. Those were the largest changes to the agreements. With that, any questions? We would, of course, recommend that you approve the changes to the documents as presented.
Questions?
Just a quick one. It looks to me like we pretty much negotiated to where we wanted to be on all of those matters.
Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl, yes, we did.
Right, thank you.
Questions?
Comment.
Comment?
Yeah, I want to thank the County Counsel's office. I know they have spent a tremendous amount of time. And in looking through this, boy, some of the language got fairly what I'm going to call, let's say nitpicky for nice terminology. But they really went the extra mile to make sure that all of the beneficial public values are protected. And I know it's been difficult, but that does include, I think this county has tremendous, everyone in this county loves Kennedy Meadows. And all of the different users want to be able to go up there and still enjoy that area. And again, I think you did a tremendous job in protecting both the public and private businesses that exist up there. And so thank you for those efforts. And let's hope that this document moves forward.
Okay. Any further comments, questions? How about public comment? Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion.
I'd move on county recommendation.
Second. Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comments or questions? Public, last chance. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Let me add a comment just now so that everybody knows this. This is the first of all of the Stewardship Council actions to transfer land to another entity. Is that not correct? And that means that we're groundbreaking in this, Tuolumne County is, and so that's why it took as long as it did, but thank you for your efforts. Okay, clerk read item 18.
Consideration of approving a resolution to require the formation of a California County Service Area, a zone of benefit within the countywide permanent road division or homeowners association to maintain all roads that are not accepted into the county maintained road system prior to approval of the final subdivision map. Establish regulations for using the CSA, PRD, or HOA for maintaining roads and rescinding some resolutions.
Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In 1987, the Board of Supervisors recognized that the county could no longer afford to maintain its county road system. At that time, the Board of Supervisors adopted Resolution 28287, which limited new roads to be accepted into the county maintained road system to those that were a collector road or higher volume roads to provide an overriding public benefit. All other other roads were required to be maintained through the formation of a county service area. County service areas provide a funding mechanism for road maintenance as well as other potential services. On October 31st of 1989, the Board of Supervisors adopted Resolution 28789 to exempt certain roads from the requirement to be funded for road maintenance by a county service area. And then on July 3rd of 2007, the Board adopted Resolution 8607 to allow funding for road maintenance to be provided by a permanent road division rather than a county service area. This is another provision of the California Streets and Highways Code that allows a permanent road division to be formed for the purposes of funding road maintenance. That particular resolution also required that all newly formed county service areas or permanent road divisions, referred to as PRDs, would be approved subject to a perpetual special tax or assessment. And this was a big change because prior to that time, under Proposition 218, there was a requirement for an annual vote as to whether or not property owners affected by a county service area or PRD would continue to fund those. And as you know, we have many of our CSAs are no longer funded because the property owners voted to not fund them under that requirement for the annual vote. But all the new ones that have been formed since that time must have a perpetual funding mechanism. On June 10th of 2008, your board adopted Resolution 8108 that created a countywide PRD. And on October 13th of 2009, your board adopted Resolution 10709 to allow private roads to be funded for road maintenance by a homeowners association. So this was a big change. Prior to that, every road had to be funded through a CSA or PRD. Since that time, however, our local development community has asked for more flexibility in being able to utilize homeowners associations. As such, we undertook a review of all those resolutions that I've cited and drafted the resolution before you today. Under the proposed resolution, which would supersede all the other old ones and actually repeal them, new roads created through a subdivision would still have to be funded by a CSA or PRD if they are publicly dedicated, or through a homeowners association if they are private roads. Our current requirement is that there be a 20-year maintenance plan that is submitted with the formation of those funding mechanisms. Under this resolution, the maintenance plan can be for 30 years. This is a significant change, and we are supporting it because of new technology and the materials that are now used for road surfacing. This would reduce the cost significantly of maintaining the road over a 30-year period versus a 20-year period. And what we look at typically after 20 years is when a major improvement needs to be done, such as an overlay. So by extending that additional 10 years, then again it would reduce the cost to the property owners. Another major change on the proposed resolution is that currently, once you have created those funding mechanisms, the special tax or assessment begins the following fiscal year from recordation of the subdivision map. What we are proposing is that a developer has the option to ask your board to defer the collection of those special assessments or the taxes for up to 10 years or until 20% of the parcels have been sold. The biggest concern that we have been hearing is that a developer who has just invested in constructing these roads, brand new roads, the parcels haven't sold, but the subdivider then has the burden to pay all of these assessments on all the parcels from basically day one. And so what this would allow is, subject to your approval, deferring payment as long as 10 years. And again, or if 20% of the parcels sold, then the tax would kick in. However, as you know, there may be circumstances in which there's a need to do some road maintenance. Maybe there's been storm damage. Maybe a culvert has washed out. For whatever reason, there may be need to do some road maintenance before that 10-year period or until 20% of the parcels have sold. So this resolution would require that there be an estimate prepared by an engineer to to provide a lump sum payment by the subdivider at the time of the subdivision map approval, the final map approval, so that funds would be available in case we need to do some road maintenance. This proposal was reviewed by the Development Process Review Team at its meeting on March 22nd and received support by our local development community. This proposal was reviewed by the Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee at its meeting on April 15th, and the board members on your committee did support this proposal. And so today, Deputy CRE Director Duke York and I are here to answer your questions, but we ask your board to adopt this new resolution, which would establish more flexibility and the funding mechanisms for maintaining new subdivision roads, and also repeal the existing resolutions regarding this issue.
Any questions, Ms. Shane? Supervisor Gray.
Question on the lump sum payment. That lump sum payment, could that be used for snow plowing?
Yes.
For things like that, just general maintenance type things? Okay,
That's
so
correct.
That's a smart thing to do. Mr. Chairman, I think this is a vast improvement over the one that we have, more flexibility, and when you look at roads being constructed, you don't have heavy maintenance until you're 10 or 15 years out there. So it makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm prepared to make a motion whenever you're ready.
Okay. Any other further comments, questions? Oh. Any public comment or question at this point? Okay, Mr. Gray.
I'm not sure if I don't think I'll read the whole thing, but I want to move on staff recommendations and include findings A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any final comment or question? Any final public comment or question? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Can we read item 19, please?
Consideration of adopting a resolution for County Service Area Number 47 West Side Cherry Valley to establish a special tax equalizing parcel payments.
Hello, I'm Duke York, Deputy Director for the Roads Division, and before you today is the resolution for County Service Area 47, better known as the West Side Cherry Valley Subdivision. Attached to your packet in the back is Exhibit A showing where that's located, which is basically on the west side of the town of Tuolumne. County service areas provide a mechanism for funding, road maintenance, and associated services. You just approved a resolution regarding that. Neighborhood roads that are dedicated to the public but are not part of the county-maintained system. The original County Service Area 47 adopted special assessments back in May of 2009. And then earlier this year, the majority property owner contacted the county and requested an election to establish a special tax to be instituted in lieu of the special assessments to equalize the payments for the parcels of County Service Area 47. Your board approved the special election on March 5th of 2013, and ballots were due by April 25th. The ballots were sent to the property owner because there are no registered voters residing in County Service Area 47. On April 25th at 1:46 p.m., the ballots were counted in the public in the third floor of the conference room of the San Francisco building. The ballot tabulation for the 62 lots can be found in the back of your document. It's a unanimous vote, 100%. To support the special tax. And the service areas to be provided within CSA, the services to be provided within CSA 47 include but are not limited to maintenance of signs, street lights, striping, marking shoulders, drainage facilities, vegetation control, snow removal, de-icing, pavement management, so on and so forth. A special tax is a preferable funding mechanism because all parcels within the CSA may be charged the same amount. And that's the key. That's what the property owners preferred. The maximum amount of the proposed special tax shall be $638 per parcel for a total of $39,586 for the first year. There is an adjustment that can be made for annually based on the cost of construction index. It is recommended that your board adopt the resolution to establish a special tax for County Service Area 47.
Okay, any questions? Any public comment? Mr. Royce, I think this is your district.
Yeah, I'll move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Rotifer. Any final question or comment? How about from the public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Item 20, please.
Consideration of terminating an existing 2006 standard agreement and entering into a new standard agreement for professional services with Quincy Engineering, Inc. for the Rawhide Road Crossing Wood Creeks Bridge project.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the Community Resources Agency. In 2002, Supervisor Dick Plan presented with a petition that the intersection of Rawhide and Highway 108 to be made safer. Following the receipt of that petition, Supervisor Plan and staff made an appointment with District 10 of Caltrans to discuss how to proceed with funding for the desired improvements. Mr. Leha was very supportive, who is the director at the time, of replacing the bridge and improving the traffic safety at the intersection, but informed the county that there were very limited funds that Caltrans could use, and he instructed his staff to work on the installation of a new traffic signal at the intersection of Hubbard and Highway 108. In 2004, Tuolumne County applied to Caltrans office, local assistance, for funding under the Federal Highway Bridge Program to pay for the design and environmental documents which would ultimately allow replacement of Rawhide Bridge over Woods Creek. In 2005, Caltrans installed a traffic signal at the intersection of Rawhide and Highway 108 in Humbug, as directed by the director of Caltrans. This traffic signal improved the safety of the intersection and has reduced the number of serious injury accidents at this intersection. However, the installation of the signal did nothing to resolve the traffic backups on Rawhide caused by the one-lane bridge. In 2005, following the request for qualifications process, the Board of Supervisors awarded a $442,000 contract to Quincy Engineering to complete the environmental document and the design for the replacement of the Rawhide Bridge over Woods Creek. In 2007, the Board of Supervisors approved a contract amendment for $149,000 to pay for additional studies for the project as required by Caltrans Local Assistance Environmental Coordinator. In 2008, the Board of Supervisors approved contract amendment number 2 for $39,000 to pay for the additional environmental studies for the project as required by Caltrans Local Assistance Environmental Coordinator and the Traffic Division within Caltrans. The transportation engineer with Caltrans with the Traffic Division advised that the data in the 2003 PSR was not adequate for the current year's analysis and therefore required us to update that traffic study. Following the completion of the updated traffic study, Caltrans mandated that in order for the county to proceed with the bridge project, to proceed with the bridge replacement project, the county must also mitigate several traffic impacts to Highway 108. The mandated traffic mitigation varies in the areas through the highway corridor based on the year being analyzed in the traffic study, and those are improvements required in the year 2012, which we have called Staged 1 in previous presentations to you, was the replacement of Rawhide Road Bridge over Woods Creek, relocation of the existing traffic signal to the new intersection of Rawhide and Rawhide Road, Main Street, and Highway 108. Construction of the new traffic signal and left turn lanes to the intersection of 5th Avenue and Highway 108. And widening 5th Avenue on the north side of the highway from its intersection within Highway 108 and the intersection of Jamestown Road. Improvements required in the year 2032, which we referred to as Stage 2, is widening Highway 108 to 5 lanes through the commercial core of the Jamestown from approximately the location of the Barbie Y Traders gun shop on the east to the approximate location of the Harley-Davidson shop on the west. In order to proceed with the staged project for mitigation in the year 2012 and future years, a discussion with the Deputy District Director of Caltrans and staff and the Director of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council and the former Public Works Director and his staff addressed the best alternatives to achieve the ultimate goal of the corridor. It was agreed by all parties to clear the whole project environmentally so that in the event funding was available, such as the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, also known as ARRA, the project would be shelf-ready. Staff was informed by Caltrans that a cooperative agreement was required for this expanded project. The objective of a cooperative agreement is to provide the basis of how the two agencies will work together to complete the project as identified above. At the conclusion of the negotiation process, staff brought the cooperative agreement to the Board of Supervisors. The cooperative agreement was approved by the board by unanimous vote. Following the board approval of the cooperative agreement, the goal of the project development team is to collectively strategize the best way to coordinate completing environmental clearance and the project design for the bridge replacement, the immediate traffic mitigations required by the updated traffic study, and the future traffic improvements that will be built on Highway 108. Options that were presented to your board. In March of 2011, Quincy Engineering submitted a proposal for a revised scope of work for the expanded Rawhide Bridge project, including the widening of Highway 108, which would be required in the year of 2032. The estimated cost for that work was over $2.8 million. The Board of Supervisors Transportation Committee reviews the proposed scope of work, requested staff to prepare options for proceeding with the project for consideration by the Board of Supervisors. Options that were presented. Option number 1, decide to continue with the project. The effect of the option carries with it the risk of all federal funds expended to date would need to be repaid to the Federal Highway Administration. Option number 2, direct staff to pursue a different project, such as rerouting Jamestown Road to connect Rawhide Road, which would avoid having to prepare the environmental document for the Highway 108 widening. The effect of this option could result in limited funding for this alternate alignment. Option number 3, continue with the environmental document for a combined project, including the replacement of the bridge project and the widening of Highway 108, including the signalization at 5th Avenue, and dividing the construction into 2 separate stages. Amend the current contract with Quincy Engineering for clearing environmental document for both Stage 1 and Stage 2. And lastly, option number 4, work with Caltrans to reduce the scope of the project to complete the required environmental documents, design the bridge, and prepare the final plans, specification, and engineer's estimate to replace the one-lane bridge and mitigation for the replacement of the bridge for year 2012, and including the widening of 5th Avenue and the signalization of 5th Avenue intersection and Highway 108. Your board selected option number 4 and directed staff to work with Caltrans to reduce the scope of the project. After closely working with the county's consultant, Quincy Engineering, it was identified that existing traffic conditions at 5th Avenue and State Route 108 or Highway 108 warrants a traffic signal. Caltrans staff needed to verify this warrant using their own staff, and in October of 2012 agreed that 5th Avenue project could stand alone. Thus, the county could proceed with 2 separate projects, the Fifth Avenue Signalization Project, and the Rawhide Bridge Project. The Fifth Avenue Signalization Project has reduced the cost because it will be funded with the county's traffic mitigation impact fees and not federal or state funds, therefore reducing the level of environmental review. The county is required to clear the project environmentally under the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, and does not need to prepare a review under the National Environmental Policy Act, known as NEPA. Additional cost savings will be realized because both of these projects will be processed under the Caltrans encroachment process procedures rather than the Caltrans capital project process. The Caltrans capital project process is costly due to the extensive public outreach and the environmental protocol. In accordance to your board's direction to rescope Rawhide Road Crossing Woods Creek Bridge Project, Quincy Engineering submitted a proposal to provide all engineering environmental service for the project in the amount not to exceed $1.38 million. The engineering division reviewed this proposal and negotiated the costs down to $1.328 million. The scope of the work presented in the proposed new agreement is for Quincy Engineering and its subcontractors to perform the additional topography and boundary surveying, preliminary right-of-way engineering, geotechnical engineering, hydraulic analysis, bridge type selection, completion of the right-of-way, completion of the plans and specifications for the project, preliminary construction support for the bridge. Under the scope of work, Quincy Engineering and its subcontractors will also prepare the environmental evaluations under NEPA and CEQA with a document level of an environmental assessment with the findings of no significance, which is also known as a FONSI, and an initial study with a mitigated negative declaration, also known as an MND. Staff is asking to terminate the existing 2006 agreement with Quincy Engineering in which $393,000 of the $631,000 has been spent. A separate agreement with Quincy Engineering is proposed for the signalization at the Fifth Avenue project and will be scheduled as the next board item. So the proposed contract for professional services with Quincy Engineering for the Rawhide Bridge project is under consideration today and presented to you.
Questions of Ms. Allen?
Long time coming, isn't it?
Yes. That's as long as board memo I've ever written.
Just to clarify a couple things here, looking at page 5 of 6, the federal cost, $5,479,087.84. That we know that comes from the federal government. The local match, where are those funds coming from?
I believe the road fund.
Yes, as Ms. Allen said, it comes from the road fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not robbing the general fund to build Rawhide Bridge.
That's right.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I have a question. So if I understand this, some of the initial CEQA work was done in 2002. Is that right?
Around 2004 and 5, yes.
Okay. Is there a time frame where that is considered no longer valid and has to be redone?
Yes, it's become stale.
And that time frame is?
Basically, we're starting over with this new contract.
Okay. Any further comments, questions? Any public comment? Supervisor Rotifer, I think this is your district.
Verily, verily, I move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Gray. Last chance for comment. Ms. Allen, when do you expect project completion on this? Is the glacier coming?
It is, I think, and we have our consultants here today, but the last projection we had was 2018.
2018.
But we are on a year delay based on these contracts because we started back in 2012 with Caltrans in that negotiation process.
So it's best we move forth with haste, yes? Okay. Any public comment? Last chance.
Okay, the question. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Have we got time for item 21?
Yes.
Okay, because we're going to break at 10:30.
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
Sure. Consideration of approving an amendment to the fiscal year 2012-13 budget for Public Works, recognizing $100,073 traffic mitigation, impact mitigation fee revenue and appropriations in the same amount to the signalization at 5th Avenue and State Route 10849, and approving a standard agreement for professional services with Quincy Engineering, Inc.
Good morning. Tanya Allen with Community Resources Agency. What we just presented to you, based on the fact that we've separated these two projects, this is the second contract in which we would come with Quincy Engineering for the work performed for the signalization project at 5th Avenue and Highway 108. This contract is not federally funded, and it is proposed that this funding would come from the traffic impact mitigation fees. We have worked with the consultant and have negotiated from their original proposal of $619,000 down to $559,000. And attached in your board memo, you can see that the preliminary engineering costs as well as the construction costs ends up being a total of $2.2 million for the project. So we are coming forward today requesting you to consider this contract so we can proceed in order to have the 5th Avenue signal in place in order to construct the Rawhide project.
Any questions?
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that we have to do the 5th Avenue before we do the Rawhide Bridge.
Yes.
As part of separation of those projects.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any further comments, questions? Supervisor Rutherford, this is your district.
Again, yes, it is, and I move on staff recommendation.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second, and I want to note how much money we're spending in the 5th District.
I was noticing that we just spent $6.3 million, a lot of federal funds, but this is...
And I want to tell you that the people that reside in the 5th District really appreciate it greatly.
Yeah. Okay, any further questions from the board? How about public comment on this? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried. And when does this one get done?
Our goal is 2018, but I will have to come back to you with that date. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, for the 5th Avenue?
Yes.
I believe.
15, I believe.
15?
2015.
2015, okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
Let's see here.
We could, these next two items can be very short.
You sure? You promise
Yes.
me?
Yes, Ms. Connolly is bobbing up and
Read
down.
item 22, please.
Consideration of approving the amended mental health plan agreement between Department of Health Care Services and Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department for the provision of specialty mental health services.
Ms. Austin.
Good morning, Rita Austin, Director of Behavioral Health Department. The contract before you has been in place since the early or the mid-1990s. It is for our ongoing provision of mental health services. The contract has an extraordinary amount on there of $8,113,337,000. That is the full state portion of which we will, the full state match, and we will receive a portion of that in the amount of about $1.2 million annually. But they do the contract throughout all
$8 billion and we get $1 million?
Yeah, I know, it's, but we're little. LA County is really big.
I noticed.
So this is the ongoing contract so that we can participate in the plan to provide Medicaid specialty mental health services for the residents of the county who receive Medi-Cal.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Austin? Any public comment? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
I'd move on the recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. Any final comment? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Carried unanimously. Item 23.
Consideration of approving a memorandum of understanding between Tuolumne County Department of Social Services, Tuolumne County Probation Department, and the California Department of Social Services to administer adoption services.
Good morning, Chairman Hanvelt, members of the board. I'm Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director, and I'm here today to ask you to approve an adoption services memorandum of understanding between Tuolumne County Child Welfare, Probation, and the California Department of Social Services. This is one of the programs that's been realigned to local counties, but in order to maintain continuity, we have had the California Department of Social Services providing adoption services for our child welfare dependents. And in order to continue those services, we have to have an agreement in place with state adoptions, and it will be paid for out of the sales tax realignment that we are receiving. Right now, it's estimated at $281,000 for the fiscal year. However, California Department of Social Services will have to bill us, so we're uncertain if it would, what the exact amount will be. We've been working with them over the past several months to get this agreement finalized. With your board's approval, it will be submitted to the state for their final sign-off. This is a service that is required. We have to do it because our goal is to provide permanency for those children who cannot reunify with their families. And right now, we have an ongoing caseload of about 188 children who receive adoption assistant payments. We do between 16 and 20 adoptive home studies each year. The state adoptions does that for us. So I am asking your board to approve this agreement. The realignment revenue is sufficient at this time to cover this agreement that you have before you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Conley? Seeing any public comment? Looking for a motion.
I'd move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Rotifer. Any final comment? Public? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried unanimously. My clock says it's 10:30. We will take a 10-minute break. Well, less than 10 minutes. We had 10:40. We will return for our 10:40 appointment. And so we're in break right now. Thank you.
Study session and maybe answer some of those questions, but also in the meantime that we can come with somebody from your board, myself and my undersheriff, and possibly somebody from the association, so that we can look at some of the alternative things that may be talked about today. So I do want to say that we know that time is of the essence. So we'll jump right into it.
Thank you, but this is a very important topic, so I'm glad you're here.
Thank you. So I do want to thank the Undersheriff Lunny, Undersheriff Pooley, and Amber Macias, who helped it on this presentation. As we all know, Sheriff Nutting was someone who we all looked at as someone who was progressive, forward-looking. And Sheriff Nutting said at best in 1998, in his long-range plan. He said Band-Aid budgeting has had a significant effect on the Sheriff's Office. Unfortunately, the county has continued to do the Band-Aid budget over the years, and the Sheriff's Office can no longer patch these holes. We do understand and are sensitive to the fact that we are in hard economic times. As other places may be moving forward, obviously it's very difficult for Tuolumne County to catch up. Let me give you a brief history. When I started in 1988, there was 24 deputies, 6 sergeants, 6 detectives. We had approximately 10,000 calls for service. As you move down to today, 2013, we have 22 deputies. We have 1 that is in training, 6 sergeants, 6 detectives. But what we have is this here, where we have over 24,000 events, or 24,000 incidents. I'm going to move and transition over here. I got a microphone. We still have 7 vacant deputy positions, and at some point this becomes a public safety issue. As you can see, because of some of the staff cuts, I've changed our captains and lieutenants, but that work still needed to get done. So what we have done is we've created 2 new sergeant's positions. This is your operations allocated positions. This does not include the sheriff and the undersheriff position. This does not include the dual fill that Undersheriff Pooley has at this point. But this is where our positions are allocated. With the lieutenants, we have 37 in patrol. That includes our corporals and sergeants. Our boat patrol, investigations, narcotics, civil, and in our courts. These are our current staffing issues. At this point in time, we have 7 vacant positions. We currently have 3 in backgrounds. It appears that 1 of those in our backgrounds will not make it. At this point, we have 6 that are actively testing for other agencies. Now, if I may preface this is 6 people that have come to me and told me that they are leaving. The thing that bothers me the most is this right here. When we start to lose our supervisors, we're in trouble, because our supervisors are our shining stars. They are the ones that are the future of the department. And when we start to lose those individuals to other agencies for a variety of reasons, we do have a problem. Within the next 18 to 24 months, we will be losing 5 to retirements, and it appears that we're going to lose 2 more to medical retirements. If all things are the perfect storm, that's 32% of our operational staff that I will have lost. So this means that we will be down another 14 positions within the next 18 to 24 months. Well, what causes these vacancies? Obviously, the time it takes and the energy it takes to just go through the recruiting process. It takes about 6 to 8 months to go on to do a background testing process from start to beginning, and then it takes another 6 months to go through a training program. That's about a year that these individuals, before they become a solo deputy. We've conducted 3 recruitments in a 10-month period. 47 applicants have come through. So obviously they're not busting down the doors to come work for Tuolumne County. 47 where other states, or excuse me, other cities and counties are having a larger pool. So this is a problem that we need to identify. If the current trend continues, we know that we can't fill these anticipated vacancies that I just talked about previously. The Sonora Police Department, they just had 6 applicants. So it's just not the Sheriff's Office. It's the Police Department also. But we want to talk about some of the positive things that we've done. With the help of the CAO's office, we've gone out and have done some things along partnering with you, the Board of Supervisors, because some of these things couldn't have been done without your help and your input, as I said, with Mr. Pedro and his office and HR. We've created a recruitment team. We've given permission to have an open recruitment. This has the ability to test applicants at any time. We streamline our recruitment process. We pre-screen prior to testing. New rating process so that when they walk out, they could end up walking out with a background packet. The board went ahead and came back and is now going forward and allowing us with hiring incentives and referral bonuses. These are positive things that we are doing, and positive things and an active role. And we could not have done this without your support and, as I said, the CAO support. So we appreciate that, trying to move in a positive direction. What can we do in the future? Obviously, there are some grants, the Warriors to Work program, pay local recruits to go to the academy, recruiting patrol deputies from within the ranks of the jail, establishing a cadet explorer program, and law enforcement ROP program. We have in the ROP at Somerville right now. However, with the Explorer program, that does take people. It takes people to run an Explorer program, and we just don't have the individuals or the time to run an Explorer program. But we are going to try to move in that direction. Obviously, it's retention, yes.
Could you use retired law enforcement to do those Explorer programs?
I have two individuals that are retired, one from Antigua, one from San Jose. One is doing the vehicle abatement program, and the other is going to be taken over from our ag person. So we have, and we do use those. We call them special deputies or reserves. So we are using them. But again, you know, they have to have a desire to come and be a part of it.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. So why are they leaving? Well, working conditions, the facilities, the equipment, salary, perception of the employees that the county doesn't care or that law enforcement's not a priority. And there's other uncontrollable issues such as retirements, medical disabilities, those types of things. When we talk about working conditions, the disparaging difference between the sheriff's office working conditions compared to other departments in the county. When we come to this office, there's no doubt that this office, this building is a professional-looking building. When we go over to the planning department, it is a professional-looking building. We go to the district attorney's office, it is a professional-looking building. CPS, the library, archives, those are professional-looking buildings. When you walk in, you know that you are in a professional building. When you come to the sheriff's office, this is a building that is dilapidated, that is falling apart, and frankly, it's embarrassing for people to come and to say this is where we live. You know, well, I'll come back to a story. That we are also fragmented. It's very hard, it's very difficult to communicate when we are all over the county. Our patrol is down the street, our investigations doesn't know what patrol is doing, patrol doesn't know what investigations or boat patrol is doing. When you have and fragmented these types of services or these individuals, you are looking for problems. And as history shows us, if you look at LAPD, the Rampart, that is one of the reasons administration wasn't there. We don't want to have that type of problem in Tuolumne County. And when you look and read those reports, it's because the department or that office was fragmented, meaning that they would come and go, and supervisors or managers had no idea when they were coming and when they were going. Obviously, the other one thing that I wanted to bring up was that we don't even have a basic secured parking area for individuals. We all know that 2 years ago during the Christmas time, three of our patrol cars were vandalized by fire. We had two individual personal cars that were also damaged. You go to the district attorney's office, you go to CPS, they have secured parking. I can't even offer a secured parking lot for my deputies, my dispatchers, the people that work for us. Lack of technology. When we talk about lack of technology, when the bullet that talks about patrol has computers that are hand-me-downs, what we had to do last year was we wanted to get some computers for our patrol section, but money was not there. What we did was we took money from a trust fund from the civil coroner section, bought the civil coroner deputies new computers, and gave those computers to our patrol staff. So the problem with the office phones, that's a county-wide problem. But when you have a problem when your phone goes completely dead, like my undersheriff on Friday, he had no dial tone, no service at all. It's very difficult to work in that type of environment. Some of the temporary fixes that we've done, we've moved patrol into the portable, and we've been there for 14 years. This was a fix that was supposed to be a 3-year fix, but we are still there. Because we've been there and it is just falling apart, the only thing that is keeping you from not falling through the floor is the carpet in one of the areas. There is a huge hole, and yes, facilities is coming and trying to fix it, but we have a hole in our floor that we can't walk through because the floor has rotten away. We've moved our investigators 2 times, and each time that we've moved them, it was a downgrade to a facility that was not as nice, but it was done for the purpose of saving money. Again, though, we've tried to remodel. We've put cameras in. We've put access in. We've put a new roof on. But again, our new roof, I think we've done this roof 7 times. And my understanding is that they need to come back and continue to try to fix it. When I have an employee that wants to bring his kids and see Dad in his uniform and show the office, and then when his wife calls and says, "I can't believe that you work in such a environment of why do you stay there?" And when you have your wife telling you why are you staying there, it's kind of hard to not just pack up and move on. Well, what can we do? We need to build an environment where our employees are safe. They can provide as professionals, know that they're appreciative. We need to find a new facility, a facility that brings all of us under one roof. We need to continue with the CAO's help and continue to fight and try to get SB 1022 money so that we can build a new custody facility. Number 2 and number 3, number 2 will greatly enhance our effectiveness. Bullet number 3 will keep the criminals off the street. It's interesting when I talk to my neighbors that live in my community, that is one of the number 1 topics where before, when you talk about crime or the burglaries, those are things that weren't talked about. When we talk about salary, the 13 comparable agencies authorized by the county, we ranked 10th. We are 15% below the average of the 13 agencies. When I called Calaveras, we ranked on their list, we ranked 5th. I get the fact that we cannot compete with the Bay Area. We can't compete with the Bay Area. But we need to be able to compete with the agency that is within our own county, and that's the police department. And we can't, because they're about 14% more than us. We need to be competitive with our own that is surrounding us, and especially the county that is within our county. Some of the retention, some of the things that we can look at. Do we expand our take-home car policy for the safety employees? Do we look at shifting our shift rotations and shift bid? Do we look at the uniforms? These are some of the things that we can do and that we need to talk about. When we talk about public safety, if action is not immediately taken, the safety of residents, tourists, businesses will be in jeopardy. The services we provide to the community will have to be cut. And we've already cut some of those services. Thank you. We no longer do vacation checks, civil standbys, loud parties. The thing that bothered me the most when I was a supervisor is when a deputy got on the phone to call and to make a report. I hate that. I hate the fact that a deputy gets on the phone and calls somebody to take a report. It's showing lack of professionalism, it's showing lack of care, and lack of service. But the reality is that I can't prevent it because we just don't have the deputies to go out there and do the face-to-face contact. Our community is not getting the best service. I've shared this slide before, and this is just a reminder. We have to stop this exodus. We have to be able to do that. If we do not stop this exodus, this is what some of the things that what you will see. You will see our response time from 44 minutes to 2 to 3 hours. We will stop responding to calls without suspect information. So if you are a victim of a burglary, if you don't know who that individual is, name, we're not going to come out and visit you. We'll send you a report. You can ship it back to us. One of my volunteers will then put it in, and you'll be able to get a case number for insurance purposes. Detectives, boat patrol. Boat patrol is a revenue. We don't want to lose revenue, but that's something that we're going to have to look at. So, in closing, some of you, we have talked, we have a plan A. We need a plan B. And that is some of the things that I've heard from you, is that we need to get a plan B. So, my plan B, we need to invest into our deputies. We need to invest into our sheriff's office. Right now, as I said before, I have these vacant positions. Let's take some of those vacant positions. We could take those salary savings, and as we move from this point of 13-14 through 2018, if we are able to take those savings, continue to let me to wean down from the 5 to 4 to 3 in fiscal years 15, 16 through 18, we'll be able to save approximately $1.6 million. Those are the savings that the county will receive. And my numbers are not going to be completely hard. These are today's numbers that I pulled out of my budget. I know that it needs to be looked at more, but we need to be able to reinvest back into our employees. If we invest that $1.6 million, we will be able to retain our deputies. We will be more competitive in the job market. We will provide more stability for the county. And as the economy grows and improves, we will be able to demonstrate to the community that public safety is in fact a priority. Now, I've only given you a snapshot of patrol. This is the same problem that I have in dispatch. This is the same problem that I have in records. This is the same problem that I have in the jail. It's not just patrol. I just picked patrol because that's what everybody sees is the black car or the black and white car coming. But this is a problem that goes across my agency. I do want to thank you, and I did go a minute over, and I know that you probably do have some questions. But I am going to ask this, that I know that the public may have questions, but I do think that to be fair to the other individuals that have an appointment at 11 o'clock, we need to be courteous and to them, because they do have an appointment, and that we can come back, or I can come back with a study session with the board. And that I appreciate, once again, you allowing me to talk a little bit today about some of the things that we're seeing in the sheriff's office.
The study session, can you define that a little more so we can?
The study session would be obviously answer some of the questions that the board may have. Study session of answering some of the questions that the public may have. Come up with some ideas. I've given a view of 30,000 feet. We need to bring it down. What can we really do? What are some of the things that we can do? I'm not here trying to negotiate or do anything like that. I'm just here to tell you this is our problem. This is what I am seeing. This is what is happening. I need your help to stop it. You give your staff direction. They follow it. But I am telling you, as an elected official, peer to peer, that if we don't do something, these are the things that are going to happen.
Okay, and you suggested that we appoint somebody from the board to work with you on that?
I did, and what I was saying on that is that if you can, you are the chair, Mr. Chairman, and if there's somebody on your board that has an interest, one or two, we need to come back and we need to communicate how, because some of these things are out of my control. some of these things, people need to understand that the Board of Supervisors gives me the budget. And once that budget is, you tell me what my personnel is, I can tell you what I can and can't do.
Okay, and this in no way impacts the labor negotiations that are going on. It's just a study and
Correct.
Working on a plan to go forward.
I understand that you're in labor negotiations and you have given staff direction. I'm not trying to undermine your negotiations. I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm just here to tell you this is what I am seeing. This is what is happening. I'm coming to you for help.
Okay.
Only one request. Could you forward the
I have copies for you today.
Just email it.
Okay, I will give you all copies today. Under Sheriff Bill Pulley has those copies. I will give it to Madam Clerk, and I will also email it to you.
Okay, good, thank you. Board, any comment on his request?
I think we need to do some serious looking at the broad range of issues in the sheriff's department that he's raised today. I don't know, given the breadth and depth of these issues, that I don't know how we can seriously say that public safety is job one, given what I've seen today.
Okay. Any further comment? You want to? Any further comment from the dais?
Mr. Chair, I would appreciate the opportunity to talk with, perhaps before setting this up, is having a time with the chairman, the sheriff, and myself to figure this out, because there are a blending of issues here.
Okay. Can we meet tomorrow on this subject?
Certainly.
Okay. 0800?
Certainly.
Okay.
Pretty early for the sheriff.
I'll meet earlier.
I love Mr. Pedro because he works for you, and it's yes, sir. However, let me check.
You could practice that term.
I just say yes, lover to my wife. Okay. I have a meeting, but this is more important. But
That's exactly what I think. I've got one too, but we want to get with it. Okay, Mr. Shirley, I'm going to put you off if that, with your permission. You had requested to speak at this time. We're going to come back with this at a future date, and we'll set that up.
Putting me off to when, sir?
When we come back to the result of this meeting and go on, if that's okay with you. Otherwise, I'm eating into the Forest Service time.
My only comment was I'm very much in support of what the sheriff said, but I had more to reiterate basically what he said. But I understand the amount of money it costs to train individuals for them to laterally transfer.
You come up there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, my supervisors, Sherry, Brennan, Craig Pedro. I'm William Shirley, reside in Apple Valley Drive, Sonora. I'm very much in support of what Sheriff Mealy said today. I'm very honored to call him my sheriff. I believe that he's a very honest and God-fearing man that, like I say, I'm proud to call sheriff. He has a fine organization. 30 years in the fire service, retiring as a battalion chief. I understand budgets, I understand austere budgets, I understand what happens. I can remember the sheriff during budget negotiations trying to tell you that he needed more money and he was being cut to the bone. A lot of what he said is coming true. You're seeing your fine officers transfer. You know, we train them, they get their post certifications, they laterally transfer somewhere else. We can't continue that. We have to increase their pay, we have to increase their benefits and their working conditions. If you don't, we're going to continue losing them with fighting a battle. And I'm glad to see that you're going to be looking at this problem. We've got very good personnel that I think we ought to keep in our county. We've trained them. I know the sheriff doesn't want to lose his personnel, and neither do I. Let's face it. Protection of life and property is an essential service that all the citizens want. We have to make cuts. The fine sheriff has shown you how to cut it from his department. Well, I'm not as nice as he is. I say, let's look around and start cutting non-essential services within our county. Let's find some money for him to keep personnel here. I don't care. My street's got potholes. I understand that. But I can put up with my building department taking a little longer to get. I can take my services being delayed. I don't care if my library has to close for a day or two. I don't care that I lose non-essential services, and I don't think our citizens do either. But I do care about life safety and the protection of life and property. We've got to have it.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll see you and Mr. Pedro at 0800, and we'll work on a path from there, and we'll declare this item closed. Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate your comments. This is an item of utmost importance, and I know that. Okay, would you read our 11 o'clock appointment? We'll declare it 11 o'clock now.
The first item is presentation by the Stanislaus National Forest on healthy forest practices and fire preparedness.
8 minutes late. Are you ready? Okay, you want to, did you read the 11 o'clock first one? Okay. Welcome.
Thanks. I'm delighted to be here. I'm not sure exactly how this protocol works, but my name is Christina Welch. I'm the acting forest supervisor on the beautiful Stanislaus National Forest, which is primarily here in Tuolumne County. So I am delighted to be here to give you an update on where we are with the Stanislaus National Forest. The regular forest supervisor, Susan Skalski, is on a long-term detail to our regional office. She's been there since January and plans to come return to the forest after Memorial Day. So I've had the honor to be acting as the forest supervisor in the interim. It's been quite a ride. I want to start off by saying, again, I really appreciate having this opportunity to come and talk to you. I've worked with county courts in 2 different states for a number of years, and I'm always impressed and amazed at the breadth of things that y'all deal with and their varying importance. The one that was just populating this entire room to standing room only was very impressive, and so we were fine going as long as you needed to discuss that. That sounded like a very weighty matter. So I'm hoping that what we have to talk about may be informative, maybe even enjoyable, but also has its issues. So with that, I'd like to introduce Shelley Crook, who's our fuels planner, and she's got a great presentation on the upcoming season, both for weather and potential fire danger. Shelley?
Good morning, folks. Yeah, Shelley Crook. Wow, it's quiet in here now. All right, so I've got about 20 slides here. I'm going to kind of turn a little bit so I can point, and I know you want me to on the microphone so you can hear me. They can hear me. Okay, so what I've got here is a little bit of an overview of our conditions leading into our fire season. All right, holler at me. Actually, I think I will move so you guys can see.
I think there's a microphone at the table, if that helps.
Okay. All right, it's on. Gotcha. All right, so this is the precip that we had between October and December 31st. This is the water year, starting water year October 1st. So you can see that the blue, the blue there shows that we were very moist in the first 3 months of our water year. However, in January, February, March, and April, the red there does not look is not a good sign. That indicates that we didn't get nearly as much rain as we should have for those months. And then if you look at October through May 2nd, we've got a 50 to 90% of normal for our precip for our area here. But if you take out the first 3 months, which were the wet months, and you look at the January through current, we are between 25 and 50% of normal for this area for Tuolumne and Calaveras County. Here shows the water for Sonora, what we would normally get as precip over the course of an entire year. The brown represents the average for the 100-year period, 1910 to 2010. I picked this Sonora versus areas out on the forest because it did have good history. If you look at what we've got over the past 7 months, you see that December was a really good month, but then in January we dropped down and has stayed that way. The precip we got in the last 24 hours is anywhere between 1/3 to 3/4 of an inch, depending upon the 4 weather stations we have out on the forest. So we did have a slight reprieve. So May, we might be lucky and get some moisture in May. Okay, this gives you a little history of how we sit compared to previous years, and you can see that 2012 was just about the same as what we've got going right now in 2013, so we're back-to-back 2 drought years. 2011, of course, was a good year, and prior to that, we were a little bit below average. The snowpack, right now we're at 23% of what we should be for this time of year, so you guys already know this. I think it's affecting our potential for water shortage in the reservoirs. And then looking at our temperature, we've been above average for the past month. We're looking at 4 to 6 degrees above average for the 30-day period, previous 30-day period. Okay, this is something that we use for one of our primary indices for firefighters. It's called the energy release component, and it represents the amount of heat generated from the flaming front of a fire. And you can see that the gray area here, the margin of the gray area, represents what we, over the 15-year period prior to this year, represents average. So through a normal fire season, this is what our average energy release component would be. The red line represents the worst case that we have had, and this right here is the winter before last, where you guys had a really dry winter. But it represents the most extreme we've had in energy release component. The dark black line here, and it jumps up and down, that's this year. And each time it goes down is a rain event, and then it comes right back up the next week. And so you can see all the rain events. But what is important to notice is this is what's average for this time of year. This is the wettest. The last 4 months have supposed to be the wettest time of the year, and we are jumping above our maximum line. We've done it 3 times, and then this past week, when we were hitting 90 degrees here in town, we were above that red line for a significant period. We dropped down, and I suspect we'll probably be down here as of today. But point out, look at how quick it rebounds, and without significant moisture over a longer period of time, I expect that we'll be rebounding up close to the red line here within a week. This is 1,000-hour fuel moisture, and it represents how much moisture is in the heavier dead fuels, the 3 to 8 inch diameter fuels out on the forest floor. And it works in the opposite, so less is bad, and as you go down it gets worse. This red line represents the same situation over the 15-year period. It's the minimum amount of water moisture in those fuels, and we have exceeded that a couple of times in this past week. We also exceeded it again. I expect it'll come up close to the average, but probably won't get close to the average. And I wanted to point out, when you say 1,000-hour fuel moisture, it means it takes about 40 days for that fuel to absorb or lose moisture, so it doesn't respond real fast to changes in the atmosphere. So a 1-day or 2-day event does not significantly affect the overall moisture of those. This is outlook for our precip. So we're seeing that what this EC means is equal chance of either high or low. It basically means there's no anomalies expected for the month of May, and then again in June through August we don't expect any anomalies for precip. What I want to point out, though, is down here on the chart, as we saw earlier, May, June, July, August, we don't get much rain in Sonora. So it's saying that we have an equal chance of getting what we normally get, so therefore that's 2.3 inches out of the 34 inches normal. So we don't see much rain in the summers to begin with, so that's what we are in store for. The temperature outlook is different. We're expecting to see a little bit above average, more so in May, and then in June and August just on the edge of being slightly above average, so a little bit warmer. Drought outlook, you can see that where we're sitting, we are right on the edge of this, what's considered a persistent drought, this dark brown. It's pretty much all west, the whole southwest area. And the North California area, just north of us, is starting to develop into drought. So the drought situation that we have been experiencing is expanding to the north and west. And significant fire potential for May, and we are right here at the upper end of this piece. Then we've got June, which expands to the north, and July. So conditions, not only for us, but all of California and Oregon and moving into Idaho are not looking so good. And then the southwest also in Arizona, New Mexico. So the whole west wide, we're expecting a pretty high potential for fire, large fire development. And closer up here, this gives you where we are specifically in California, that we have above normal large fire potential, significant potential for significant fires in May, which is a month earlier than would normal be happening. We have above normal temperatures and the potential for the monsoons to be delayed this year. Summary, you already know this, our precip is down for this year, second year in a row. Precipitation came early, so we've been dry for the last 4 to 5 months. We don't expect significant precip through the remainder of the year. The snowpack is well below normal. Fuels right now are greening up early, and in the low elevation, they're seeing it 30 to 40 days early, and what happens is once that grass greens up, shortly thereafter it starts curing, so we can expect them to become available for burning earlier this year. Temperatures are above normal, and our fire activity potential, we're above normal fire activity potential for large fires and starting early this year. So, questions?
How does the fire potential compare to last year?
Let me go back to the chart, because one thing I had on this chart and I didn't point out was this little dashed line, that's last year. So you can see over the past 2 months, we've been above what we had. You had a pretty wet period here in March and April last year. We had a little bit of moisture in early April, but we are above what we experienced last year. And based upon the projections we're getting from the meteorologist, we can expect to be above that in general for the remainder of the season.
With the increased fire potential, has your organization brought on more, anticipate bringing on more equipment, crews, or anything like that?
I'll speak to it, but right now we're bringing on the usual resources at the usual times, and there's a couple of reasons. As you know, that there's a lot of budget issues a little bit higher than us that are affecting us. We also have some hiring procedures that have changed that have kind of complicated things, but the resources that we traditionally staff will be staffed, and we did bring in all of our temporary employees started as of Sunday this week, and will be fully trained up by the end of this week and ready to roll. We did actually send resources to Southern California last week for their incidents down there.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Am I permitted to ask a question that is not germane to the presentation?
Ask your question, then we'll overrule it or whatever.
Tina, can you give me an update on the Dardanelles that we talked about the other day?
I'm delighted to tell you that we're working closely with the prospective permittees on their applications, and we expect them to be running that resort through this operating season and hope that they get the remaining paperwork in.
And starting by Memorial Day
I believe
weekend.
Memorial Day weekend.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a comment. This is where we come together as cooperating agencies in these types of issues. I can't remember if we had time under reports last month, but we have had our pre-fire season preparedness meeting of all the safety services and whatnot up at Stryker Court. That's our Emergency Operations Center, where we went through similar reports as to the conditions that are coming up and talk about general preparedness of all the different agencies, be they federal, state, or local. And then we followed that up with a tabletop training exercise. I think I distributed this to the board members, but for the public's benefit, we ended up doing a tabletop exercise of actually burning some ground up along Dragoon Gulch. So it's right on the border with the city, and how would we respond to that as cooperating agencies? And that's just part of what we do as a normal course of business, trying to work together as safety agencies. So that's part of the ongoing thing. What you'll probably also see, not probably, what you will start to see is more communications with the public, from all those different levels of government, talking about, general preparedness of their properties themselves, for the upcoming fire season.
One quick question relative to the presentation we saw. As you continue to monitor this, and I appreciate you coming back and giving me an update, because I saw it when you presented it in an earlier meeting. What kind of plans do you have to deal with things if the situation gets worse and worse and worse with time? How, do you plan to restrict access to the forest? I mean, all those kinds of things?
That's a potential. Actually, I'll address it a little bit more in more strategic things that we have done before this season, but restricting access to the forest, restricting campfires, those are all options that we have. I have in my career seen, I think, 2 or 3 times in a different region where we restricted all access to the forest. And there's various measures that we take as far as industrial use in the forest, like restricting chainsaws or vehicles on those sorts of things. So those are options. We have measuring devices that help us know when to trigger those. I mentioned one other thing, though, that last year, the decision to allow a wildfire to burn for resource advantages, which up until then the forest supervisor could make that decision, was pulled from us, and so that had to go to the regional forester all last year with the intent of putting every fire out immediately, thereby freeing up our resources to be available should another conflagration happen somewhere else. So that was one of the things that happened regionally last year, and that could happen again this year.
Okay. Any other quick questions? Okay. Carry on.
Great. Good presentation. Shelley does a great job of keeping that updated, and it's such a great look at the recent past and then into the future that it really informs, I think, our need to be prepared or what we need to do. So with that, I'm going to ask Daniel if I have some handouts. I, again, really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about a few things here. And as I sent out to Danielle, I think ahead of time in a briefing paper, I wanted to talk about, half a dozen things. I want to talk about the economic contribution to the county by having the Stanislaus National Forest in a large part of your county. I want to talk more specifically about our 2013 Management of Vegetation, i.e. timber sale program. I wanted to talk about preparations for the upcoming fire season, of which we've already talked a lot about that. I want to talk about some efforts that we have undertaken working with a number of partners. We call them collaborative efforts. And then lastly, I want to talk real briefly about the status of the current lawsuits that we have that will influence the Stanislaus National Forest, and then hopefully have time for questions if you have any. To begin with, I just was delighted to work with a person who detailed in behind me, Patty Bates, as a deputy forest supervisor, and she undertook the opportunity to summarize some of the things going on last year in 2012 on the Stanislaus National Forest, and I thought that was just a very eye-opening snapshot of some of the things coming off the forest. I wanted to go over that real quickly because summarizing it on a piece of paper really helps realize all the things that are going on your national forest. We have 35 grazing allotments, and that affects not only the permittee that has those allotments, but their family and their entire operation. We're delighted to be able to help ranchers who are often there for multi-generations. We've got 45 campgrounds. That influences not only the guests that come and stay at those campgrounds, but the people running those campgrounds who earn a salary that then is often spent in Tuolumne County. We have 922 recreational special use permits. A large portion of those are recreational residences, and people who live in other places come here to spend their vacation time and their vacation dollars here in Tuolumne County. We've got 2 ski areas so that not only are the guests to those ski areas coming here, well, one is actually in Calaveras County, but also the permittees that run those and their employees are dollars into this economy. We've got 5 resorts that also have their employees as well as their guests here. We've got 2 pack stations, 13 organizational camps such as Cal Berkeley and Boy Scouts. Okay, so here's a good one. I don't remember the interval if it's 5 or 10 years, but we do a statistically correct analysis of the number of visitors that come to the Stanislaus National Forest. So we just did that, and so I can tell you, statistically correct, 1.8 million visitor days on the Stanislaus. That's huge. And talking to those people, a lot of those are people that come year after year. They come to love this place just as we all do and make that their destination for their vacations. There's 3 different lumps of money that come to the county that I wanted to highlight. And I'm not an expert in these, so I'm not prepared to tell you exactly what they are, other than 1.264 million come, and that's under the Secure Rural Schools Act, those payments, Title I and III. That's a fair amount of money. That's in addition to the Title II RAC funds. Those go specifically to projects, but that was $2.9 million in projects that came to the Stanislaus in 2012. That's in addition to something that's not listed here, which is payment in lieu of taxes, PILT funds. That's a special pot of money that, because there are federal lands in your county, are given to you in lieu of the taxes that you would get. That comes through the Department of the Interior, but it takes into account the Forest Service acres in your county. And in 2012, that was $1,770,000 plus change that came to Tuolumne County. So those are real dollars. So I want to point that out because in addition to all of those uses, we have a volume of timber sold, and that's often the focal point. But I want to point out that there's a number of other reasons why having the Stanislaus in your backyard is of value to the Tuolumne County economically. But last year we did sell 63,000, a little over than that, in 100 cubic feet. That's how we measure things, 100 cubic feet, CCF, as opposed to the old MBF. This one's kind of cool. Special use permits, 216 special use permits, and those run the gamut from people whose roads to their house go across national forest land to water sources. You may know there's a water bottling plant that uses some of the forest to transport the water that goes to a number of spring-fed water companies. Apiaries, we put special use permits out to people who have beehives that generate honey on the forest. I think that one's real cool. What a white hat thing. Okay, here's another cool one. FERC licenses. Those are energy, they're reservoirs, water, hydropower generated electricity. We have 9 of those on the forest. They produce 834,000 kilowatt hours of energy. That's pretty cool. The forest produces almost 2 million acre-feet of water every year. And the way the ecosystem works, it cleanses that water. So that's almost 2 million acre-feet of clean water coming off the Stanislaus. And this list doesn't include things that are harder to quantify, like clean air. All those trees are lungs out there cleaning out the air for us. So there's a number of reasons why I'm really proud to be your public servant managing the Stanislaus National Forest. Lots of great things coming off. Okay, so that's some of the economic contributions of the forest to the county. Let me talk a little bit about our vegetation management status in 2013. So we intend to meet our assigned targets. Again, they're measured in 100 cubic feet. Our target this year is a little over 54,000 CCF. We intend to meet that target, and in doing so, we'll have treated a little over 3,500 acres of land. Because there's a tradition of measuring that in board feet, I'll mention that that does produce 24 million board feet. We use CCF as a measure rather than MBF at this point, because it's a better indicator of what we're actually doing on the land. That CCF is of woody materials, so it's not necessarily just materials that would go to a mill to produce a board to build something, but it includes any kind of vegetative matter. And that's important because it describes the excess fuels that are removed, so that helps. That's an indicator of what we're doing to manage against catastrophic fire. It includes the ladder fuels that, again, are important to eliminate to make sure that we're not set up for a catastrophic fire. But it also includes things like danger trees, trees that are hanging over cabins and roads, and it includes firewood that I and maybe many of you use to heat our homes in the winter. And it includes a couple of other industrial uses besides board feet out of the mill. As you may know, we've got a shavings plant just out of town that produces wood shavings for bedding for rabbits and horses and other cool things. I think that's very cool. And we also have a plant that produces fence rails, and lastly, we have an electrical energy producing generating plant. So all of those consume the CCF that we describe, which I think are all rich in a variety of uses. We're really blessed here to have so many abilities to utilize that excess material. So with that, then, let me talk a little bit more about what we're doing to prepare for the upcoming fire season. Shelley described what the lookout is for this upcoming year, and it's my understanding we picked up about 2/3 of the temporary employees, and another third, Milwaukee District in particular, is coming on in 2 weeks. So, yeah, within the next 2 weeks, we should have all of our temporaries on board and pretty much trained up. A lot of those are returning temps, and then we've got our permanent staff. The temporary portion is almost half of it. So we pick up a lot of locals and put them to work during the summer in doing some good hard work. My daughter's a temporary firefighter in Oregon, and it's a real good experience for young people. She's buff. One of the other things that I wanted to talk about, what we've done, is a lot of clearing in those areas where the forest is adjacent to inhabited lands. We call it the WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface. So up 108, up 4, in all those areas where having a fire on the forest really jeopardizes the private lands next to it are areas that we have spent the last several years focusing on reducing the fuels. So if a fire happens there, we stand a much better chance of controlling it. So that's what we've done strategically to set ourselves up to successfully manage a fire season. I'm running out of time, aren't I? Because the next piece
we started you 10 minutes late, so.
Okay. The next part that I wanted to make sure you understood enters into the previous conversation about the board feet we're producing. And it's called the 87 complex story. As many of you know that were living in the county at that time, in 1987, we had a hugely horrible fire season. We had a number of large fires that eventually grew into a complex and burned for weeks. I wasn't here at that time, but see the remnants of it even today. In that year, 147,000 acres were burned, and over the next several years, hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent and thousands of person hours were spent in replanting that area and trying to reforest it. look towards the future. Because of that fire, almost 300 million board feet were salvaged, so we did take advantage of some of that. But at this point in time, here's the part where I want to make sure you understand. These trees are about 20 years old now. That's too small, too young to go to the mill. But it's getting to the point where they're crowding themselves out and are being stressed to the point of possibly dying in the future, setting itself up for a return area ripe for another fire. That keeps me up at night. Talk about my duty. I understand the need to manage that so that we thin it out, so it's healthy and not ripe for another fire. The problem with that is that small material, and those of you that know the lumber company know that it costs money to thin that. We don't get money out of it. But with that said, that's an area that I feel my staff is telling me we have got to do something about that. So we have spent some of our money and our resources analyzing that area, getting it through the analysis and the NEPA so that it's ripe for thinning should funds become available. So I want to be very clear because we don't always put our money where there are big trees that we can harvest. I've talked to a number of people about why aren't you harvesting in areas where you can harvest trees that'll pay for the other activities. This 87 complex is a huge part of the landscape, and it takes a net investment at this point in time. So I wanted to bring that up because that leads to my next to the last point about collaboratives. Collaboratives is a fancy 5-syllable word for working with others outside of our agency. We have 2 collaborative efforts going on right now that I'm really excited about. One is called the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, and it's centered around this 87 complex. We realized that to garner resources to deal with that, we'd have to reach outside of ourselves. So we've gathered together a number of other entities that see the need to treat that area, including Yosemite National Park, the tribes, neighboring entities, SWIFT, other fire agencies, just plain neighbors, and worked towards a common understanding of what the issues are there and how to solve them over the last 2-year period. So at this point, they're anxious for action. They've spent 2 years looking at the landscape and talking, and now they want something to happen. Some of them are planning a meeting to bring people with resources that could help us into a room and show them what we've got going on and see if they can help. I think they're planning sometime in July to do that, and I'm very excited that they see how we're all interconnected and that with their help we can manage their public lands. So that's the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative. We have another collaborative that's in Calaveras County called the Amador Calaveras Consensus Group. That's a real grassroots organization, and it's been going on even longer, about 3 years. Very energetic, seeing a lot of opportunity to do a lot of things. They've put together a group of tribal members that do a lot of thinning. They were able to garner over $200,000 from Coca-Cola Company to restore a meadow. How cool is that? Coca-Cola's got a mission of producing their products with a zero water imprint, a zero water footprint. Whatever water they use, they want to make sure that equal amount of water is kept in good condition somewhere else. So they invested $200,000 in a meadow restoration project. So that Cornerstone Collaborative is also doing some great things. I'm really delighted about it. With that, the last thing that I wanted to mention was the status of our current lawsuits, and I'm tried to get a hold of our legal counsel to make sure I could do this before, and I was not able to get to them. So let me just very briefly mention that we're named in 3 lawsuits. One on the motor vehicle use map that was published a couple of years ago, where all forests went really a big sea change from allowing people to drive anywhere in a motorized vehicle that they wanted if they didn't cause environmental damage, to just limiting them to specified roads and trails. That was a huge change, and all national forests across the nation did that. When we published that final decision, we were litigated on that, and we're still in the process of being litigated. In addition to that, there's 2 other lawsuits that are similar in nature. They have to do with motorized use. We were named as one of several forests in both of those lawsuits, and those are still underway. And then the last piece of litigation in which we were one of a number of named forests was called the framework. It was an amendment to all of our forest plans in the Sierra Nevada, and that just was finished a couple of weeks ago, and the court ordered us to conduct a supplemental EIS, more analysis, by August of this year. So I don't know if that makes any sense to any of you, but thought I'd just briefly go over that. Just want to say I'm delighted to be your public servant managing your beautiful forest.
Questions of Ms. Welch?
Just actually one basic question. You talked about the target for harvest. Who sets that target, and how is it? How do you decide if that's the correct amount to harvest?
At the beginning of the year, actually right now for fiscal 2014, we're given a preliminary budget, and we respond with what we can do with that budget. Because it precedes, we haven't had a federal budget in 4 years, so with a continuing resolution, it's also often our regional office's best guess. So with that said, then we say what we can do, although with that target, our regional office says, and here's what we expect you to produce. And we come back with, yeah, we can do that, or we can't. We negotiate. Over the course of the year, sometimes dollars are freed up, and when those are allocated, they come with additional target. So pretty much the regional office says, here's your money, and here's what we expect. That's different, though, from what it would take for us to manage the land if we had a blank checkbook. Right after the last forest plan amendment happened, and that was this framework that I talked about, we used computer models to run what we thought we could produce under a sustained basis, and that was pretty much 33 million board feet. What we're allocated in dollars every year is generally less, to produce less than that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Brennan.
Yes, and I want to thank Tina for coming and presenting to us. But I want to get to a couple of points that kind of drove this, because I know there's been a lot of frustration with the Natural Resource Committee, and I know you've experienced some of that, been in those discussions with us. And so a couple of comments, and then when the time's right, I'd like to make a recommendation if I could. This document, that's great you're putting numbers together, but I think it's somewhat confusing to the public. On one side, we're talking about annual numbers, and then, like, for example, your RAC allocations, that's probably RAC over all time, because I think last year there was $158,000 allocated. And so it gets a little bit confusing when you're kind of mixing what are programs over time and then what are yearly numbers. And I would say the same thing with the changing to the cubic, the CCF, because again, in talking to the public, they're hearing that number. And I'm hoping that we can really make the distinction then, because I think there is a tremendous distinction between what we're harvesting in board feet that has huge economic impacts to the county and huge implications to forest health, and then some of those other projects that you talk about for management of brush and some of those things that you like to do with, thinning small stands. And I want to get to some points that you made at the YSS meeting, because, again, I think there is tremendous frustration. The fire presentation really talked to the need for forest management. And we know we've had these conversations over and over about the huge abundance, overabundance that we have on our national forest, and the need to get to some better timber harvest programs. And at the YSS meeting, it was interesting because you talked about that 30 million or so board feet of sustainable outputs. And I was having a really hard time wrapping my mind around that because I'm thinking we have more than that in bug kill out there. What on earth, when you talk about sustainable and you put it into a context of geographical limitations. And so I began to understand that the constraints that you're talking about are really driven in a large part by the framework decision. And when you talked about geographical constraints, you talked about our wilderness areas that we absolutely can't go into. And then you hit on PACs. And that was very interesting because PACs are defined in the framework and the protected area centers for birds of prey. And it's interesting that once a PAC is established, the bird can no longer be there, but that PAC lives in perpetuity. And the reason I bring this up because the PAC stays in perpetuity, if I understand correctly. There is no fundamental way to remove a PAC. And I've done, is that accurate? I think you can answer this based on a number of the conversations that we've had with the new range NEPA documents that are going on. PACs are there with no activity, no multiple use, limited multiple use activity until far into the season, after August 15th.
And Sherry, you brought this up the last time I think we met in Craig's office, and I need to look into it. I'm not able to tell you in detail what it is. My general understanding is we need to allow so much acreage for PACs, but I'd want to defer to my specialists and be more definitive about that.
Okay, and those PACs don't have to be occupied. The point is that you have a number of constraints that are put on you that make it very difficult, whether it's having to go out and call for birds for 2 years prior to a sale. There are a number of activities that are in those decisions. And we're coming up on a new forest plan. And we're told that that plan is already being worked on the Stanislaus, the Sequoia and the Sierra forests. And that plan will be the template moving up the state. And so there is an opportunity to go back and look at some of those geographical constraints, if you will, that don't permit you to get in and do what's right for the entire ecosystem. And I think we as a board want the opportunity. We need to be able to help make the case that now is the time to be looking at good science. And goodness knows we have a lot more science today than we did in 2001 when the original framework decision came out. That helps us, and we understand that we have got to do a much better job of managing the timber stands that are out there. Again, I think you said it. They're anticipating within 3 years a huge kill simply because we have decimated the nutritional value of the soils, and the soils can't sustain the trees any longer. I think you made that comment at the YSS meeting, that by the year 2015, you're anticipating an increased mortality rate in the tree stands from depleted soil conditions. Can you verify then what the comment was?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I do have a big concern about the 87 complex because of the competition in that stand.
No, this was comments relating to forest-wide, region-wide, I believe you said, that the soil conditions are going to be depleted, that the overcrowding of our forest, we will have a severe soil nutritional depletion, and we will experience a higher mortality rate in our trees' vegetation, leading to increased fire threat.
I don't remember addressing the soil because that's not my area of expertise at all, but I did say that in our regional office they have done computer runs that show that at the rate at which we're treating stands right now, there is the likelihood of having way more material there that would lead to catastrophic fires in the relatively near future.
Okay, well, I would go back and look at those YSS minutes and to clarify that. The point is we know we have a huge abundance out there. I know I've got supervisors that want to make comments also, but we need to be able to help from a county level however we can, because it's about community protection. We know all of the factors that are involved here. We talk about clean water, we talk about water availability, and for the county, it's a huge economic driver. So with that, I'd like to make a recommendation when we're done.
What for Supervisor Royce, got anything? A couple of comments. A little confusion. You mentioned 24 million board feet this year, I think in board feet, not cubic feet. And then you mentioned 33 million board feet on a sustainable basis. What's your plan for this year? Is it 33 or is it 24?
24.
I thought we were up to 33. My best information says your mortality rate right now exceeds 40 million board feet. So that tells me, I'm trying to understand what your sustainable number is based on. Is that based on economics in terms of how much budget you expect you could get, or is that based on reality in the forest? Because if you got mortality of 42, you ought to be able to get 42 out.
The 33, is that what you're asking?
Yes. Where does that come from? What's the assumptions, underlying assumptions around 33?
Has to do with what Sherry was talking about so much land that has to be left for packs, or so much land that's removed for wilderness or wild and scenic river protection. There's some areas out there, you stand at Dardanelle Overlook. Wait, I'm not sure I have that right. But along the mountains, there's several places where you see pockets of trees, and they're in the middle of rocks. They're beautiful.
I understand that. I'm just worried about the assumptions because also my best information is the low number is we're growing over 150. The low number I hear numbers much higher than that as well a year in the reasonably accessible non-wilderness areas, and it seems to me that 33 is not the right number. I'd like to have a little more explanation of that. We need to support our infrastructure here, and that's a really important thing to the economics of this community. And as I pointed out to you personally, I want to say publicly, we're here to work with you in every way we can to make the forest not only safe, but make it productive, make it accessible to our public from a tourist point of view, recreational point of view, and to harvest in a reasonable fashion on a sustainable basis to support local industry. And all those things I think are achievable at a better level than we are now, and I'm more than willing to continue that dialogue. But you got to help us help you, because that's what we want to do. And so anyway, we do need to move on, but I appreciate you coming, both of you. I would like to ask you to continue to keep an open dialogue with us on these things. And of course, as we face fire season, we're really interested in what you see going on there. That's a public safety concern, and every one of us worries about. We don't want another complex fire. But I'm worried that we're set up for one.
Yeah, great. Great. Really appreciate the increased conversation with almost every one of you in the tenure I've been here. Meet with Sherry now quarterly. Mr. Hanvelt talked to you regularly. And then several others of you have come in and talked with us and helped us through several issues. I can't tell you how much we appreciate that partnership.
Well, we appreciate it, too. We appreciate the open dialogue and the open communication path. It's absolutely essential we keep that going and even increase it. And you'll probably be very happy when Susan comes back, because you won't have to put up with me.
I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Mr. Chair, I believe we need to read the second item to do what Ms. Supervisor Brennan would like to do.
Oh, is that what you want to read? You want to?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, let's go to the second item.
Consideration of approving correspondence requesting a presentation on timber harvesting by the United States Forest Service Regional Forester.
I could dive in just hit it real fast, because we've been dancing all around this. We've been having a lot of dialogue, as Tina mentioned, at the local level. There's a desire to do more by way of timber harvesting. There's been comments made about things that are hindering that, And a lot of this is way above what the folks here at the local forest, can do. They're at a regional level or above. So the thought was, what can we do differently so we get a different result? Would be to ask the regional forester, Randy Moore, to come and talk about, what they can do, what they can't do, what we could do to maybe help them. Get around some rules, regulations, funding, and that kind of a thing. And that's what was the genesis of this particular item.
Okay. So this is a letter to the regional forester inviting him.
You want to keep going, or do you want to take
Keep
Sherry?
No, I think that is the intent. We appreciate having these conversations. They're very important, but we need to start finding ways to increase the activity and start having those conversations, move into some attainable results. And we want to help however we can help. So, yes, I'd like to move on the recommendation that we send a letter and pursue those discussions. I make the motion.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that?
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, in this instance, if it's all right, I could work with Supervisor Brennan to actually craft the letter, but I just gave the outline.
Yeah. I got it.
Are we directing staff, or are we going to have the chair sign the letter?
So, if I understand Supervisor Brennan's motion correctly, that staff could, working with her as the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, draft a letter, and the chairman could sign with no further action on part of the board.
That would be correct.
That's my second.
Okay. We got that. Any comment from the board? Any public comment?
Thank you for coming.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. You're an important part of the community. We need to maintain a relationship, and we want to do that in the most positive sense. So we appreciate you coming here. I hope you'll come back again soon.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, we're going to declare it 11:45 in Tuolumne County. And would you raise our 11:45 appointment?
Presentation of the Central Sierra Connect broadband report.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We have a report on broadband activities from Central Sierra. I have Daryl Slocum, who's going to make that presentation, so I'll turn the microphone over to him.
Good morning. As Daniel mentioned, my name is Daryl Slocum, representing Central Sierra Connect, and here to provide you an update on broadband activities. Appreciate the opportunity to do so. I think most of you are familiar with Central Sierra Connect, which is a program of ATCA, the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. In essence, what we're working on is creating ubiquitous broadband connectivity in our region. And we are far from that right now, as we're going to show as we move through the presentation. The consortia is a clearinghouse for broadband activities, meaning it consists of a lot of different features and benefits pertaining to bringing broadband to the area. Beyond bringing broadband, we also are interested in bridging the digital divide by providing digital education programs, technology, etc., that goes with it. So loosely what we say is we're trying to bring broadband to the people and people to broadband. As you might imagine, broadband impacts all areas of our county, economic development, healthcare, education, tourism, etc. So it has wide-ranging implications. I talked a little bit about our vision. Part of what we attempt to do is to work collaboratively with all of the stakeholders, which there are many. And so we have a steering committee that consists of members of the Board of Supervisors and businesses, as well as individuals from the community. Our region is the 5-county area of Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties. We work off of we're funded through a grant that allows us to provide our services to that 5-county area. We get very hung up on the definition of what is broadband, and honestly, it's evolving all the time. The way we use the internet today is drastically different from the way it was 2 years ago. So what we talk about is broadband being the way people commonly use the internet. And what we mean by that is the way most people use it. And we want people to have that ability. There'll be outliers, though. There are people who are quite content with dial-up. It's a relatively small portion of the population. And then there are others who are massive users who need a lot of bandwidth. What we're talking about is that core group that's the majority of us in the way we use the internet. And that's changing all the time because, as I mentioned, it's different now than it was 2 years ago, and it will continue to evolve. When I have more time for a presentation, I show a video that is very, very glossy and classy, and it's futuristic, and it shows increased ways to use the internet. And people ooh and ah and talk about how innovative it is, and all I see is massive amounts of bandwidth being consumed. So we're behind the curve here, and we need to continue pushing the envelope to stay current. Here's a quote from our Economic Development Director. We work closely with Larry Cope. He has helped us. We've just completed a business survey, and we're compiling the results of that survey. As I mentioned, broadband connectivity impacts all areas, and certainly economic development is one of the largest components of that. This is some statistical information which I won't go into in much detail. All you need to know is the takeaway from this is that our 5-county area is one of the least covered area from a broadband connectivity of any in the state. I think we rank somewhere in the 50s out of the 58 counties. And of course, much of that is because of our terrain, but regardless of that, we still want to do what we can to connect as many people as possible. The funding for our program comes from the ARA funding, and that is designed to, as it says on the slide, to provide internet broadband connectivity to as many people as possible. This is my graphic for the day. This is the pipeline coming down from Hetch Hetchy, delivering our precious water to the people of the city and county of San Francisco. If you imagine broadband delivery as a pipeline, we need a bigger pipeline and we need more pipelines. A component of that is the healthcare function and telehealth, which is growing exponentially. And as we move into the changes that are going to be occurring in our healthcare structure, we anticipate that telehealth will be even more important. The California Telehealth Network is another funded program that is connecting healthcare facilities all the way from hospitals to clinics across the state. We are meeting with their CEO next week to talk about healthcare institutions in our areas to determine what can be done to connect more of them and provide them with the latest technology and services that all of the healthcare facilities in the larger metropolitan areas have access to. One of the things we're really excited about, and when we were talking about that slide, that ERA slide, is that there was some grant funding awarded to the CVIN project, which is an 18-county project currently under construction, and our 5 counties are part of that. And so we will be seeing increased connectivity. Again, think of the pipeline. We're seeing a new pipeline coming into our area, delivering broadband infrastructure via fiber. And once that is in place, then we will have the ability to reroute that fiber and create some new connectivity to both businesses and residences in our area. And I think I've got a slide coming up which talks about that in more detail. The specifics of the award to CVIN is that they bring the infrastructure to what are called anchor institutions. And in Tuolumne County, I believe that consists of here at the Government Center, the County Office of Education, the library, and I think that was it, right, Daniel? We had some confusion over the sheriff's office, but we've clarified that now. And that's an overview of the the CVIN map with their total build-out, which is, I mentioned, is the 18-county area. This is from CVIN's website, and this is, granted, this is best-case scenario, pie-in-the-sky information, but when I told you that infrastructure provides potential and possibilities, this lays it out in detail. What we have to find now, and this is part of how we spend our time, is interested internet service providers that want to tap into that CVIN infrastructure and do something with it. Had a conversation yesterday with the representative from CVIN, and he tells us that he's already in conversations with several interested internet service providers, and we're hopeful that in a not too distant future, they will be making overtures towards increasing broadband connectivity in our area. There's many ways for the community to get involved. A lot of this is education and management of information. In order to fulfill the requirements of our funding, we need to know what the unserved and underserved areas are, who's connected, who's not, where the areas of void are in our area, and that information is also beneficial as it pertains to communicating with the internet service providers and enticing them to make the investment. As I mentioned before, we have a lot of unserved and underserved residents in our area. Interestingly, from a education standpoint, we've also been conducting some classes on basic computer skills and basic internet skills. Bob Ingalls has been the facilitator of those programs. This has been a statewide program that we've been participating in, and interestingly, Tuolumne County has the second highest take rate per capita of any county in the state. We've had over 300 individuals participate in the classes, which is a very high number compared to some other areas. And I think it speaks to the need in our area for continuing to provide education programs and continuing knowledge of the internet and technology, et cetera. And so we're going to continue to expand on those and do what we can to help bringing more education programs to our county. We have a...
Can I interrupt just a second?
Sure.
You talked about underserved or... Well,
unserved.
Or unserved. Okay.
Yeah.
Define underserved to me. I mean, do you consider satellite access only as served or underserved?
That's an excellent question. And you have to clarify the answer, because part of the problem that we run into is that a satellite company, for instance, will advertise that their average speeds meet the definition of broadband. However, often what we're seeing, and in satellite, you mentioned satellite specifically has one of the highest dissatisfaction rates of any of the available internet programs, right? So from our standpoint, we consider satellite to be part of an underserved, people being in the underserved category. Most of them are looking for a better solution. Yes, sir.
Is that a function of bandwidth, or is it a function of reliability, or both?
Well, I think it's a combination. The satellite, and again, there are things in the works. We just we attended a summit in Sacramento. We learned that there's another satellite manufacturer or satellite company that's getting ready to put another satellite in orbit. The viability of the satellite, the capacity comes into play. A lot of times what we have are people who their antenna is impaired because the foliage has grown up to block the signal in some instances. It's a variety of things. But what I can tell you as it pertains to satellite is that we have very few satisfied customers that are on satellite. I should have mentioned, by the way, that our entity, we do not favor any one internet service provider over another. We are here to support all of the internet service providers and anyone who's interested in investing in our area. And that's an important distinction to make. I also wanted to mention one other thing that we do, which is we want to, as we mentioned, bring broadband to the people, and in some instances that means our disadvantaged population. So we are always researching discounted internet programs. I recently had a meeting with Joe Silva and the other superintendents of schools to talk about a program Comcast has, which is called Internet Essentials, which allows families who have children who qualify for the school lunch program to get their internet service for $10 per month. It's a very attractive program for people in that category, many of whom are not using the internet now. And it's very important for those families, both from the standpoint of it's very, I don't want to say it's difficult, but it is. It's the school programs are facilitated through the internet now. We have young children in school, and if my wife wants to check the grades, she's got to get on the portal. And so families who don't have internet access, that's a hindrance. Not only that, but there's a lot of research that's involved with the education program. And then we'd like those parents to have access to the internet too. Again, I'm not singling out Comcast. I'm mentioning them as one program. We are more than happy to educate and inform on any available programs that provide discount internet services to our disadvantaged population.
Have you been in contact with all the current county providers?
All the current internet service providers? Yes. We have continuing dialogue with the existing ISPs. Part of what we do is we facilitate the grant process, meaning when they want to apply for the funding that's of grant funds, which was due on February 1st, we did not have any of our internet service providers submit a grant application, even though we tried hard to get them to do that.
How much money was available?
Well, at the time, there was, I believe there was about $150 million left in the CASF grant. Unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be depleted because they received almost $200 million in grant proposals. So what we anticipate now is that once those grants are awarded, that the fund will be diminished. There was recently, there's a Senate Bill 740, which was attempting to add another $100 million to that fund. At this point, we're not hopeful that Senate bill will pass and that we will see more funds put towards that program.
Thank you.
One more question. I occasionally have seen maps that, in theory, portray where access is available in our county. My experience is those are overstated. Is there any plan to put together realistic maps and make that available so public have some idea of who serves what, where, and realistically serves?
I would love to tell you that that's going to happen. That's one of the things that Erin Mutch, who is our program manager, and she is, here she is, she just appeared. I'm going to let Erin talk about that.
I was sent up here. Hi. That's an excellent question. I've been dealing with this since, my name is Erin Mutch. I'm Program Manager, Central Sierra Connect. I'm also the Infrastructure Coordinator, so I handle all of the mapping for the project. Out of our meeting from Sacramento, we developed a working group within all of the regions as far as the mapping was concerned, and there was a common issue with rural counties like ours that ISPs were greatly overstating their coverage, which impairs our ability to apply for grant funds. And other issues too. There's a lot of frustration with other counties that think they have service and they're not supplying that service. So things are looking better, and we have our own way of gathering that information, and we hope that as we collect our valid information, the CPUC will verify that and update their maps, but it's an ongoing dialogue. I'll send them information and say this is wrong, and they'll check it and they'll say, well, we'll fix it in the next round, and that may or may not happen. But it's very frustrating, and it's hurting our region. Tuolumne County is ranked 51 out of 58 in broadband access. So in the entire state, so that's pretty significant when it comes to our economic development and other issues that Darrell has mentioned.
Okay,
If I could, I'd also like to add that the mapping is complicated from the standpoint that the large wireless companies, they offer themselves as broadband providers. And so when you talk about mapping an area, is it just the household connections, meaning direct to connect, or do you include the cellular companies? Obviously, that can complicate the picture. We prefer the direct connect, the terrestrial. You'll notice I excluded the satellite providers at this point too, because those are the ones that are going to work the best in our area. There may be some other solutions for certain segments of our population, but overall, having better connectivity directly to the home is going to be the best solution for us.
I have one more note. There's also in the mapping, there's been a few wireless internet providers that have stated they provide service to the area. Knights Ferry comes to mind, which is not Tuolumne County, but it reaches into Tuolumne County. They don't exist. They don't have towers, but they're claiming they provide the service. So it's frustrating to go back and forth and say, you say you provide service, I call you up, and you don't have service within a 100-mile radius.
Phantom service.
Yeah.
Well, but that's confusing for the public. And the public, if someone on the map says they're being serviced a certain area, that deters other providers from coming into and looking at that area. It's a catch-22 for people who don't have service. How do I ever get service? They say they provide and they don't. So it's a problem. Well, thank you. Any more questions from the board? Okay. Thank you for your time. I would also like to ask you, like I asked Forest Service, come back and keep us posted on this. This is such an important part, and it's not a destination. It's never a destination. We never arrive. I mean, you don't follow the yellow brick road and magically arrive at Oz. This doesn't happen. It's a continuous journey. So I appreciate your efforts, and we need to do it. With that, I am going to declare the Board of Supervisors meeting in recess till 1:30, at which time we'll take up our afternoon appointments.
I don't know which is more important.
This neighborhood commercial design control combining airport combining, and they are asking to rezone 1.6 acres to business park, 4.1 acres to neighborhood commercial, 1 acre to open space, and 1 acre to open space 1. These zoning districts would also have the airport combining district, and as well as design control combining districts. As I mentioned, the property owners would like to divide the property. They built a home on the property in about 2006. They would like to create 3 parcels with a remainder of the site, and in order to do so, they need to bring the zoning into conformance with the Tuolumne County General Plan. so the zoning before you today would do just that. The project is proposed to have open space zoning as mitigation for potential impacts from the land division on intermittent streams, seasonal ponds, and vernal pools, which are located on the site. This property was the subject of several biological resource studies that were conducted for the wetlands, for the vernal pools, for special status species plants. Ultimately, the Department of Fish and Wildlife Fish and Wildlife at the state of California did support the proposed open space as adequate mitigation for those potential impacts. A cultural resource study of the site was also conducted by Barbara Balin, Terry Brela, and Julia Costello. And they found 3 cultural resources on the site, but determined that none of them met the qualifications for listing on either the state or national registers. The project site is located within the boundaries of the Columbia Airport influence area. There are 2 different compatibility zones on the project site, Zone C and D, and the proposed zoning is consistent with that compatibility plan as determined by the Airport Land Use Commission. This project was considered by the Columbia Area Planning Commission at a meeting on April 11th. At that time, after hearing from the property owner and the property owner's representative, the Columbia Area Planning Commission did recommend approval of this project. However, the Planning Commission also recommended that an additional 6/10 of an acre of open space zoning be located along Parrots Ferry Road and along Airport Road, extending 175 feet from Parrots Ferry Road along Airport Road. A map of their proposal, the recommendation is included in the memorandum to you dated April 22nd. In the event that your board supports the recommendation of the Columbia Area Planning Commission, we have given the board clerk for posting 2 different ordinances, one that includes the original applicant's request and also the recommendation of the Columbia Area Planning Commission. During the Planning Commission meeting, the ownership of the project site was questioned. This site, which is a 7.7 acres, was acquired by the Bertellis in 2005, and the grant deed indicates that they are the property owners. However, they have an agreement with Bob Cowden, who sold them the property, that once the land division has been approved and recorded, then the Bertellis would retain 1 parcel where their home is and deed the remainder of the property back to Mr. Cowden. Also at the Columbia Area Planning Commission meeting, the issue of who's paying the property taxes was raised. We have confirmed with the county assessor that there are 2 tax bills that are issued on this property, one which is paid by the Bertellis for 75% of the property, and then the remainder is paid by Bob Cowden. So, again, those were issues raised at the Planning Commission meeting, and I just wanted to bring those to your attention. So at this time, I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have about this project.
Members of the board, you got any questions at this time? Well, not at this time, but this is a public hearing. So we'll open the public hearing, and I don't know how many people are here to speak in favor of this project, but we'll take those willing to speak in favor at this time.
Supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Bob Osborne. I'm the owner of Golden State Surveying Engineering and represent the project. To make it as short as possible, in favor of the rezoning. However, we're not in favor of the rezoning. Additional open space zoning as recommended by the Columbia Area Planning Commission, especially having gone through, as Bev mentioned, many studies, reports, so forth, none of which neither they nor staff recommended additional open space. Additional 6/10 of an acre would be an undue burden on the developer. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Any questions? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, maybe Bev, you can help with this a little bit, because that was confusing to me, and so I was waiting for it to come up a little bit. Why and I know you can't speak for the Columbia Planning Commission, but in a couple spots in here, I saw U.S. Fish and Wildlife conducted an extensive survey, and concerns are After review of the project and the site visit, FWS determined that the project site does not provide habitat for federally listed species. And so I guess I am confused as to why there is a request for additional open space.
Well, Columbia Planning Commission recommended that additional open space for visual quality reasons, to protect the gateway to Columbia State Historic Park, so it's for visual, not for biological.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Looking at the maps, excuse me, it looks like the recommended open space almost landlocks that property other than for a driveway.
Right.
Well, there is provision for driveway to cross that diagonal little drainage corridor from Airport Road with a single driveway. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Osborne? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a card from Ms. Maravich wanting to speak in favor. You can, I didn't get a card. You don't have to file a card. You'll be.
I'll defer to him first. That's the property owner.
Come on up. You don't have to file a card, but it guarantees you a spot to speak.
I'm Dan Bercelli, the owner of the property. I bought, like I say, in 2006. At that time, I owned a piece of property over on Wards Ferry Road, and I worked out a land exchange with him because his son wanted my property out there because they had horses. Our horses died off, and so he said, "You can have this new house in Columbia, and my son will take the other property." And I don't know if that's significant or not, but that's how I wound up with the property. And I thought it was always going to be 1.5 acres approximately. They had a subdivision map, but that's before the Fish and Games of the state of California got into it, and the federal Fish and Game guy showed up at our house and looked at the property, and all these other things were determined over the period of years while we were waiting to get our boundary for our property of 1.5 acres approximately. And I'm coming up here today to ask you to make the split or the zoning so that it can be, so I can get my boundaries, because I never intended to have the 7 acres. I always thought I was going to have the smaller property. And that's, if you have any questions, I could answer them.
Any questions? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Maravich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Sharon Maravich. I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee. We're pleased to support the Columbia Area Planning Commission's unanimous vote to require a 40-foot open space setback from Parrots Ferry Road. We would, of course, have preferred that the whole parcel be zoned open space, but this is an action that the Planning Commission felt was a fair compromise. We are aware that setbacks and siting, that's S-I-T-I-N-G, are usually addressed when site development permits are processed with a willing property owner. We support the permanent open space zoning now so that this important view shed will not be compromised by a building such as mini storage or modular that could be proposed for the frontage and would be unwelcome intrusions on the view shed of Parrots Ferry Road. The industrial business type architecture featured at Columbia Airport does not belong here, where we have a chance to celebrate history during National Historic Preservation Month in Tuolumne County. The property in question fronts Parrots Ferry Road and also borders Airport Road, which is the main access to Columbia Airport. It is a highly visible piece of property, and with its ghost rocks, it is part of a larger mining landscape. It has other heritage and natural features which you heard Bev discuss, and they apparently have been addressed in the report. Parrots Ferry Road is listed in the general plan as a potential heritage corridor, mainly because of its rural appearance, heritage buildings, and the ghost rocks or boulders that define the Columbia area. These boulders are mentioned often in the general plan as features to be preserved, and their view shed enjoyed by the passing public, many of whom are heritage tourists going and coming from Columbia State Historic Park. With this property, we have owners, the Bertellis, who recognize the historic and visual significance of what they own. And even though they have decided to divide their property through an agreement with a third party, they want to give back to the community permanent protection of Parrots Ferry Road frontage, in this case a 40-foot open space zoning which would not be able to be developed. Their generosity is commendable. The Tuolumne Heritage Committee is grateful to the Columbia Area Planning Commission for adhering to the general plan by recommending the 40-foot open space zone, and the Bertellis, whose open space will forever protect an important part of the history and geography of Columbia.
Okay. Any questions, Ms. Mirovich?
Just not probably for this shade.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I just heard that the Bertellis have that open space, and I heard Mr. Osborne say he doesn't want to have the open space. What is it?
I think that's a question for Mr. Bertelli as to whether or not he is in agreement with the open space. This would not be the part, it's not proposed on the part of the property that he's going to retain.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anybody else who wants to speak in favor of this project? Is there anybody who wants to speak negative against the project? Is there anybody who just wants to talk? Oh, there is somebody who just wants to talk. Something like that.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Facilla, and I am reasonably embarrassed. But I just want to speak to property owners and the fact that the property does belong to them. If the person who owns the property is in agreement with everybody wanting to see the ghost rocks of Columbia, I guess so be it. But I think that's a choice that the owner makes, and not people who don't own the property. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Well, I think that's a pretty neutral comment. Okay, anybody else? Since I didn't hear any negative, I don't think I have any rebuttal, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, come back to the board and see if anybody has any final questions or comments. It's your district.
Okay. I think while I support the visual corridor of Parrots Ferry, I don't support the use of open space to guarantee that. There are other ways in development projects for us to ensure that things meet, or the developer's plans meet our community desires, other than establish permanent open space. So with that in mind, I am prepared to move that we accept the original proposal. And if I can find the yellow page, back to it. There we go. Other stuff. I would like to move that we accept the original Community Resources Agency staff recommendation for a negative declaration items A through F. Is that correct?
No.
And also
Approve the zoning.
the zoning change based on items A through C.
Second.
Okay. Well, a motion and a second. Is there any comment at this point?
Just discussion and question from Ms. Shane. Under the neighborhood commercial design control combining, should someone want to put an improvement on that piece of property, would not they have to go through a design review with your department?
They will typically need a site development or site review permit, which is a discretionary entitlement in the commercial zoning district, and then that would trigger the changes to our design review ordinance, which would only apply to a discretionary entitlement in the future.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, clarifications? Public's last chance to comment. Is there any comment? I don't see any. Okay. I'm going to bring it back and ask the question then. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Read item 2, please.
Consideration of a hearing and appeal filed by Stuart Hattler regarding a notice and order that was issued for substandard housing violations at 10640 7th Street in Jamestown.
Okay. It's Mr. Oliver.
Chairman, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. As your clerk has announced, we are bringing before your board a hearing pursuant to a request made by Mr. Stuart Hattler contesting code compliance violations for substandard housing. The location is 10640 7th Street in Jamestown, parcel number 0314059. I would like to make it known and place in record that we did follow notification procedures within code compliance ordinance, specifically 110-200C, providing at least 15 days notice for the appellant, and that we have received the certified mail return. The post office did attempt to serve this by certified mail 3 separate occasions on the 16th of April, the 22nd of April, and the 1st of May, and it came back to us as unclaimed in all cases. Out of fairness, I think if there's anyone who is here to represent Mr. Hattler at this time, we should give them a moment.
Are you looking for Mr. Hattler or representatives?
Or representative.
Is Mr. Hattler and his representative here? I don't see anybody.
Okay. Thank you. In short, I did make a brief trip out there today to take another look to make sure that our notes were accurate and that our hearing information reflected the recommendations we would be making to you today. There are a few changes, so we do want to present to you what the current situation is, and then make the recommendation as modified from our original document here. The very short answer for this is that most of the violations that we noted on the original notice and order are still there. I verified with the tenant, which is unusual because this was posted to be vacated, and Mr. Hattler did vacate the tenant some time ago, but relocated someone back in prior to the hearing, which is a violation of health and safety code. I did have an opportunity to meet this individual who was very polite, allowed me to take a look at the non-compliant items, and I'd like to go through them briefly for you. I did verify that there was a lack of hot and cold running water on the premises. The water service has been disconnected by TUD, and at this time the tenant who's there now is being provided water in bottled form by the Jamestown Resource Center. The accumulation of garbage, there is still garbage on the premises. The tenant has admitted there is no garbage service on the premises. As of this time, the porch light has been repaired. It is a minor repair, does not require a permit, and that has been repaired. However, the evaporative cooler on the roof, there has been some flashing installed, but otherwise there's been no changes to the installation of that cooler. There are still holes in the siding at the building corners, allowing water to enter. There is a water heater enclosure that was added on the back of the unit. It is an electric water heater. The seismic strapping and the water heater enclosure are not done properly to plumbing code or building code standards. It is supported on a couple of concrete blocks as opposed to the required concrete pad. The plumbing materials used for the water system are unusual CPVC for the exterior exposed, which generally isn't something we would see. The broken windows, there is one broken window remaining on the front. It's being held up with duct tape at this time on one corner. And the main exit door to the building the hasp has been removed, so there's no danger of someone being locked inside. However, we have verified through Jamestown Sanitary District that some time ago the sewer connection has been capped, and however the tenant says that she can still flush the toilet when she can put water in the tank. She was unaware that the sewer was capped. According to her, it's going in the ground somewhere. It's not coming up in the building. So, yeah. So at this time, the porch issue, there remains. The structural components that have been repaired are still overspanned, and there has been no permitting through the building department to correct those violations. Essentially, our recommendation to the board that would be modified is to, one, repair the dwelling under a building permit issued by California Department of Housing and Community Development, to correct items 4, 5, and 6 on the notice and order dated September 10th, 2012. And those items are, give me just a moment. Thank you. 4, 5, and 6 are improperly installed supported evaporative cooler at the front porch. Item 5 is the holes in the siding at the building corners. Item 6 is the unsafe addition of the water heater enclosure at the rear of the building. Item B would be submit plans to obtain a permit to repair the deck to meet adopted California residential code to correct item 9, which is the additional structural work covered on the covered porch. Item C, obtain a legal water service connection through Tuolumne Utilities District. Item D, obtain legal sewer service connection through Jamestown Sanitary District. And then we would add in item E, obtain a garbage service through Waste Management, or demolish the building and the utility connections.
Any questions of Mr. Oliver? Mr. Gray.
In looking at the photographs, it's hard to determine whether this is a house or a mobile, or what is it? Is it just a metal constructed home, or is it a mobile home, or?
It is a manufactured home.
Okay, now, it's my understanding under manufactured homes, the building code is governed by the state and inspected by the state, not by us. Is that correct?
The actual modifications to the coach itself are under the authority of inspection through Housing and Community Development Department. The enforcement of substandard housing, however, is still the local agency's responsibility.
Okay, so we have two different issues going here.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Oliver?
Just to make sure, we are dealing here, what you're asking us to do is to deny the appeal of Mr. Hattler, is that correct, or?
Correct, sir. To deny the appeal and find that these remaining items are still present, okay, and that they need to make these corrections. One addition that I forgot to mention here is that there is a tenant in the building again against the notice and order. The notice and order was to have the building vacant. We would ask as an item 3 that the resident be required to vacate immediately. If there's no legal water, if there's no water service, period, okay, it's an immediate sanitation issue.
Question, Mr. Oliver. Supposing we do what you
or suggesting here, recommending, we take that appropriate action. How long does he have to make those required repairs? And then, assuming he doesn't do that, what then happens?
Well, we would ask that the vacate be immediate, but the repairs could, by HCD standard, by Health and Safety Code standard, you can give up to 30 days to make those repairs. We would ask that the repairs, as a final abatement order, a 30-day period to make the repairs would be required. But
And if he doesn't do that, what do you do?
Then we would move to remove the structure ourselves.
And the cost for that?
Would be assessed on the parcel.
Okay. Question, go ahead.
Getting the tenants out, that's another issue, and I'm sure becomes a legal issue. How long would those tenants have? Can they be immediately removed, or is it, you have to give them a time frame?
Sarah Carrillo, County Council. Mr. Oliver and I spoke earlier, and given the health and safety code issues with no running water, we thought we could do an immediate vacation of that residence. That would also allow them to have some tenant assistance, so that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. Public have any questions or comments? Seeing none. We would entertain a motion. I think this is District 5.
It's always my district.
We should get control.
Yeah. So does my district. I move that we deny the appeal by Mr. Hattler and approve the immediate actions as stated by Mr. Oliver in his.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Gray. Any final comments or questions? Public? Whoops.
Sorry,
Ms.
I have
Carrillo.
one comment, just to make it very clear for the record that the final abatement order will be modified as we have just modified the recommendation. Okay.
I think that was in the motion.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried. Unanimous, 5-0. Would you read item 3, please?
It's a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution updating the growth in government expenditures and revenues, Geiger fees.
Mr. Richardson, I believe you're up.
Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Here we are once again bringing the growth in government expenditures and revenue fee update. This is the third time we are updating this particular fee since I've been employed by the county, and this is the growth impact fee that a new resident pays when they construct a residence, be it a stick-built, a modular, or an apartment building. And this fee is charged on a per-unit basis. And so we update this fee periodically to make sure we reflect the most recent expense and revenue data from the county, and we've used once again Blue Sky Consulting to help us through this process. It's a complex mathematical calculation with many spreadsheets, and so we have Matt Newman here today from Blue Sky who can answer detailed questions about the actual calculation of the fee. In your packet is a chart that just shows the proposed fee amount. It is a slight reduction from the current fee, about $300 less to those residences that would be constructed inside the county fire area, and then about a $90 reduction for those who live within a separate fire district. Just going through this calculation includes the expenses and revenues for your entire county government, especially in the general fund, and it takes into account two particular areas. One is operations, and the other is facilities. So those are the two areas that make up your fee. This was brought to the Development Process Review Team twice at two of their meetings. It was also brought to the Finance Committee meeting, and they've recommended, the Finance Committee recommended this be brought to the full Board of Supervisors. The DPRT meeting, the Development Process Review Team, did have comments from the Building Industry Association that they did issue. They were concerned to noticing, and we ran that by County Council, and they said that, you know, we've met the noticing requirements. And then the building industry also provided comments about whether or not it's legal to have operational costs included in the Geiger fee. And so County Council will issue their opinion today on that. We did bring 4 options to the Finance Committee that your board could consider today, and they're outlined in your memo. The one that we are recommending is that the board immediately adopt a reduced Geiger fee and direct staff to prepare work necessary to support a specified level of waiver, the potential to waive all or a portion of the fee. That would require some additional staff and legal work, and so that work has not been completed yet, so we'd have to come back to it at a later date. But at least today you could, if you so chose, adopt a lower Geiger fee and get that fee into the process. Why would you want to reduce the Geiger fee? Usually to spur economic development would be the primary reason why you might want to do so. In the past, and we have allowed the Geiger fee to lapse for a period of time for whatever reason, we have not seen a significant rush on building permits, so that argument hasn't bore out with our past history. With that, we do have the spreadsheets that back up this if you wanted to see them. But I'll have Matt Newman, if he has additional comments, he can issue those, or if County Council wants to give their opinion on the building industries, their memos, their letters, they can do so at this time.
Did you want to present anything, or do you just want to respond to questions?
I'm happy to explain the basis for the change in the fee if that's helpful, or I can respond to questions at your pleasure.
Maybe a good idea for the public.
Okay. So this is the. I'm sorry. I'm Matt Newman from Blue Sky Consulting Group. I apologize. This is the third Geiger fee update that the county has done, and I've been involved in each of the 3 of those updates, beginning as far back as 2003. As Daniel mentioned, the fee has 2 components. There's an ongoing service cost component, and there's a capital facilities component. Those 2 components have been part of the fee from the beginning, and we have updated the amounts, the recommended amounts for those 2 components at each stage in 2003 and 2007 and this time. The way the fee is calculated depends on which component we're talking about. For the ongoing service cost piece, what we do is we look at what the costs, the general fund costs are for providing county government services to the public, and then we estimate those on a per household basis, and then we estimate how much revenue a new household will generate, and we compare the 2. And to the extent that the revenue generated by a new household from sales and property and other taxes is not as high as the cost of providing services to that household, we use that differential as the basis for estimating what the ongoing service cost fee should be. For the capital facilities piece, what we do is we look at the estimated value of all the facilities in the county, and we figure that out on a per household basis, and then we charge that amount, or we suggest that that amount be charged as a capital facilities fee, such that the overall value per household doesn't go down when the population of the county goes up. So in a nutshell, that's the basis for how the fee's calculated. Now, the fees amounts a little bit lower this time than it was in the past, and there's a couple of reasons for that. On the ongoing service cost piece, what's happened is, obviously there's been a lot of cuts in county government services as the county and the rest of the country has gone through a recession. That's lowered service costs to some extent, but the estimated revenues per household have gone down even more because of the reduction in property values. And so we estimate that a new household or a new house built in the county will generate less property tax revenue now than would have been the case back in 2007. With respect to the capital facilities piece, the county's needs are a little bit smaller now because the county staff is smaller, and the value of some of the facilities has gone down as a result because there's less need for space, and so there's a reduction in that component of the fee as well. So very briefly, that's the basis for how the fee was calculated, and if there are specific questions, of course, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Yes, but I'm not sure if it's for you or if it's for county staff. On page 3 of 3, it talks about when the Geiger fees were discontinued from 93 to 1998. It would be interested. I would be interested to know how many dollars were not collected over that period of time, based on the number of permits that were issued. And also the number, just to have a...
Yeah, we'd have to get that, Supervisor. We could, but we don't have that.
I'm sure you don't have it today.
Yeah, okay.
Because we have, when you look at this, you say, okay, if we can get rid of all the fees and everything will be wonderful and everybody start building again. But then, as you said, residential doesn't pay for its cost, so somehow there has to be some sort of balance. I don't know what that is, so I need to know that number.
Good question.
I can't answer the question about the overall amount of revenue, but on a per household basis, it is the amount of the fee. And what we're suggesting you charge as a fee is our estimate of the amount of revenue that the county would be short if the new dwelling unit is built and doesn't pay this fee.
Okay.
Okay, any more questions from the board?
Yeah.
Good. Supervisor Lewis?
I have trouble wrapping my head around this because I look at it in a different way. I see areas that are more populated, and I see a simple phenomenon of economy of scales. If you have more people paying into the system, especially if they're closer together, it lowers the cost per person, and anything from whether it's water rates or schools or anything like that, you have an economy of scales. If you have less people paying into the system, especially on a routine basis when it comes to things like property taxes and sales taxes and some of these factors that you calculated in, if there's less people, it costs more per person. And I see a fee in an upfront fashion like this as bad policy because it's not a perpetual source of revenue, and it's a discouraging factor for economic development. Whether you see it statistically from 93 to 98 or not, I don't think we tracked it in a scientific way to actually make that claim, but I can tell you that I see people make decisions based on costs up front, whether they're going to do something or not in the business that I do, and it does affect it. When you're looking at, almost $3 a square foot to build a house for school fees, you're looking at $6,000 or $7,000 for fees, and then building permit costs on top of that. You have water hookup fees. All these fees are these one-time, in some ways, extortions to so-called pay for services. It boggles my mind. I really fundamentally believe we need to collect those things on a perpetual basis through like service charges, things like that, property taxes, as just a concept of policy. And I really think out of the options that you proposed, I know there's some complicated factors when it comes to development and cumulative impacts and things like that, and that's really kind of the foundation of why we have this fee. But I would really, really urge our board to direct staff to look deeper into this and find a way to lessen the upfront burden on anybody that's trying to come to Tuolumne County, especially when we have a declining population. You have declining school enrollments, you have declining revenues. I mean, it's a big wheel, and it all is affected by this type of thing. It's just one more thing that breaks the camel's back. So that's my little spiel, and I appreciate the work you guys have done here, and it is a little bit cheaper, but it's still, I have trouble even supporting it as it is, just because I don't want to just forget about it and say we dealt with that and move on. So with that, I will see what everybody else thinks.
Supervisor Broder, if you got something to say? County Council, did you want to comment?
I did want to address the letter that we received from the BIA. Unfortunately, I have not had an opportunity to review the legal issues raised in that letter. So my request would be that you open the public hearing, take in testimony of the folks that are here on this matter today, but then continue the public hearing to allow myself and others in my office to do the research to answer the questions raised by that letter.
Okay. Then any other comments from
I do have a question. So your recommendation is to hold a public hearing today and then continue the public hearing, not to close the public hearing,
Correct.
but to continue the public hearing to a later date?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So, with that advice, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak in favor of the comment on reducing Geiger fees? I don't see anybody. Anybody want to speak in the negative? Anybody want to speak neutral? Well, I don't have anybody who wants to speak today.
Just keep the public hearing open.
I will keep the public hearing open. And before we continue this, do we have a date to continue it? June 4th?
June 4th at 1:30.
At 1:30. Okay. Any final comments from the board? Okay. Then we'll continue to June 4th and retain any additional comments till that time. Okay. Item 3 is continued. Item 4. Would you read item 4?
This is a presentation and acceptance of public comment on the Tuolumne County General Plan and Regional Transportation Plan evaluation and analysis, and the Tuolumne County Health in All Policies Review, prepared to implement Tuolumne Tomorrow Tuolumne County Regional Blueprint.
Ms. Shane, how long will this take? Just curious.
Well, the presentation will probably take about an hour, and then however long it'll take for you to hear comments from members of the public.
We'll take a break now or later. It's up to you. I think we'll take a 10-minute break beforehand.
Okay.
Then we have a closed session and some other things, so we're going to have to hustle on this.
Okay.
Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break now, return at 25 after, and an hour. Okay.
Tuolumne County. Last summer, your board also entered into a contract with Rincon Consultants Incorporated to evaluate, analyze, and recommend changes to the Tuolumne County General Plan and the Regional Transportation Plan in order to incorporate the distinctive communities growth scenario into those documents. As part of that project, we also are including Health in All Policies evaluation as well. This effort is being funded by Caltrans Rural Regional Blueprint Planning Grant and also a California for Health Initiative grant. So the efforts that have been done to date to implement the blueprint and the Health in All Policies has been grant funded. The process today involves hearing a presentation on the recommendations developed by Rincon, our consulting firm. And also was an opportunity for public comment. We did publish the report that was sent to you in early April and provide a 60-day public review period. And we are accepting comments on that document through June 3rd of 2013. Comments can be sent to Adam Paskowski, our senior planner in charge of this project. We also sent notifications to all property owners that are directly affected by proposed changes to the land use designations on the land use diagrams. And we had this public meeting today as an opportunity for the public to present comments orally, and also we had a meeting last night in Groveland. We had a very lively discussion in Groveland and got some very good feedback on recommendations specifically to the land use changes. With that, I'm going to introduce our consulting firm who is here, Shauna Gallery and Robert Fitzroy from Rincon. Adam Paskowski, of course, is here, and Dr. Stolp has been very involved in this process, and I'm going to let him first talk about the health and all policies, and then we'll switch over to implementation of the blueprint. So, Dr. Stolp.
Thank you, Bev. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Todd Stolp, Health Officer. I understand we're short on time. We're going to move through these slides to just touch on a couple of items. This first slide simply depicts the idea that life expectancy, in fact, relates more closely with zip code than it does with heredity. The one zip code that's actually near us, life expectancy 73 for a child born today. A zip code of 92657 gives a life expectancy 15 years longer. Tuolumne County's life expectancy for a child born today here is 79, and California's average is 80. So we're pretty much right in the middle in Tuolumne County. This uses a number of different models. Let me see if I can. There we go. I think I've shared this slide before. I won't dwell on it long, but it points out that we do parallel the trends in California in Tuolumne County. You'll notice here in motor vehicle deaths, though, that there have been a significant decrease in motor vehicle deaths, and I discussed this with Lieutenant Clamp of the CHP. This is an example of how environmental changes can make a big difference in outcome data. Here, this suggests that there is demographic data that explains the heart attack difference between Tuolumne County and California. We have a different racial mix in our demographics, and that accounts for that disparity between Tuolumne County and California heart attack incidents. Accidents occur in Tuolumne County more frequently than they do elsewhere, and there are a number of different factors that can contribute to this. But the point of this slide is to show you that trends and community does make a difference. It's what surrounds us that has more of an impact on our well-being than our clinic visits. When you consider that you spend 0.02% of your time behind the doors of a clinic, the rest of the time is really when you're obtaining your health. This is a cost issue. You see here the four most costly components of health care: heart disease, trauma, cancer, and mental health, adding up to California in 2009, $340 billion, that's a B, billion dollars for the management of those diseases in California. All of those diseases have relationships to the environment, to the way we build our communities, and that's exactly what we're addressing with the HIAP component of what we're discussing today. HIAP is an acronym, it's a somewhat unfortunate acronym, that stands for Health in All Policies, and that is what was conducted as part of the review of the general plan that is being done by a consultant, a Change Lab, under the Rincon contract that Shauna will share with you later. This is some data, again, to show you how the community contributes to some of the obesity and physical fitness issues that are facing us these days. Sugar-sweetened beverages having gone from 20 gallons per year to almost 50%. Of students that walk to school from 40 down to below 10. In fact, in a group of 75 students in Tuolumne County, we asked how many walked to school. Not a one raised their hands. How many in this room walked to school when you were young? Not a one. There we go. Good job up front. So we're talking about a change in our communities, and again, a huge impact on health. Household work, you see, has dropped. Television viewing has gone up, and work trips with automobiles have increased. So what's the perspective of people in Tuolumne County? This was a Public Health Institute telephone survey conducted last year. Perceived seriousness of obesity in our community, in Tuolumne County. You can see 84% felt that it was a severe problem. How much does the neighborhood where a person lives matter when it comes to avoiding the health risks associated with being overweight or obese? We see it's 68% agreed that community was an important factor. What's the grade that your community receives in their efforts to reduce obesity? We get a C. I'm not happy with that, and we have some work to do, and that's what the proposal before you today will give an opportunity to do. This is simply an example of one of those policies. We asked residents, what kinds of policies would you support? 92% would support making fresh drinking water freely available in all local schools, parks, and public buildings. Unfortunately, maintaining those waters, the availability of that water has not been a consistent plan and program. The obesity prevalence, this simply reiterates the fact that obesity has gone up from 2004 to 2009. Obesity in Tuolumne County is climbing. We have a rate of 23% obesity, not to mention overweight. Here's the second example, secondhand smoke exposure. On the left, you see the incidence of lung cancer and bronchus cancer. On the right, you see the incidence of smoking, the prevalence of smoking, I should say. And you can see that Tuolumne County, I think I've shared this data here before, is #1 in tobacco consumption in the state of California. We are #6 in the incidence of lung cancer. This is an issue that we need to address. There are many ways to do that. Fortunately, in the program that Shauna will share with you today, you'll see what some of those options are. I should point out that today we're simply showing options. We're not making decisions. We're simply placing options on the table for the board to decide in response to the community's interest. And by the way, I want to express my thanks for all of those who showed up today to give their 2 cents for the interest that they have in making our communities the place to get healthy. Slightly over a quarter of survey respondents smoke. This is that 26% smoking rate. This is a cigarette smoking rate. Other tobacco consumption rates are actually add up to that number. And this is a real serious issue that we need to address. In Tuolumne County, we have the 5th highest secondhand smoke exposure for 5 to 20-year-olds. We know that increases their risks of all the tobacco-related diseases, heart disease, cancer, asthma, even some of the endocrine diseases, increases by 30% in those that are exposed to secondhand smoke. So we have to think about that for our young folks. Consumption is lower in single-family homes. It's higher in multi-dwellings, multi-residential dwellings, and that contributes to the secondhand smoke exposure. This is, again, that data to indicate that 30% are frequently or occasionally exposed to secondhand smoke, a serious issue in our community that should be addressed as we move on with the Health in All Policies approach to the general plan. You may or may not be aware that the State Senate passed in 2010, 2011-12 it went into play, a resolution, Senate Resolution 47, that encourages a Health in All Policies approach to general planning. And that's what we're seeking, is to bring health on par with other considerations, economic considerations, safety considerations, include health in your decisions in development, and that's what we're hoping to introduce into a general plan that's a little more robust as far as health goes. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand the phone over to Shauna to move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Shauna? I lied. I want to show you one more thing. If, in fact, we had a proposal to have a law limiting smoking in outdoor common areas of apartment buildings, such as entryways, swimming pools, and courtyards, what percentage of the population would support such a move? And that's 57% that would support that. We do now have an ordinance that in common areas indoors limits smoking, but 57% would support common areas outdoors on balconies and in pool areas. Thank you again.
afternoon. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Shauna Callery. I'm with Rincon Consultants, and I would like to present our work, which was a review of the general plan and regional transportation plan, as well as the county ordinance code for consistency with the regional blueprint, distinctive communities scenario, as well as doing a health and all policies review. I'll go really quickly through this, but just an overview of the presentation. I'm just going to identify the project purpose and then discuss the health and all policies review and recommendations we made. These are intended to promote better health outcomes by improving access to healthy environments. And then the third component is the general plan and regional transportation plan, blueprint consistency review and recommendations. And those include recommendations in terms of general policy as well as land use map recommendations. Just some background, the county or the Community Resources Agency administers a variety of plans related to growth and development. The Community Resources Agency staff then assists the Board of Supervisors in defining the goals and policies and implementing the programs in these planning documents, such as the general plan. The general plan that currently exists was adopted in 1996. The county, as well as the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, will begin updating, a process of updating the general plan and regional transportation plan, or RTP. The update will implement this distinctive community scenario as well as a health and all policies approach. I'll skip that because Bev mentioned the grants that were awarded for the study. The purpose of this project that we conducted was to conduct a review and recommendation regarding health and all policies for the general plan. We evaluated policy documents and provided recommendations from the context of 3 areas. The first being promoting physical activity through safe routes to schools, infrastructure, and programs. The second was promoting healthy eating by increasing access to healthy beverage options. And the third area is promoting smoke-free multi-unit housing. The second component of the project is the general plan and RTP review for consistency with the blueprint. We evaluated these 2 plans for consistency with the distinctive communities scenario and provided recommendations to implement the distinctive communities scenario. So in regards to the health and all policies purpose, the idea is to encourage physical activity by making it easier and safer to walk and bike to school, support healthy eating by offering incentives and ensuring that county dollars are spent on healthy beverages, and then reducing involuntary exposure to secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing. What this does not do, and the policies recommended do not do, is they don't limit use of private vehicles, ban sugar-sweetened beverages, or prohibit smoking in single-family residences. In our review regarding safe routes to school, we found that the general plan currently has a solid base of goals, policies, and implementation programs supporting this. However, recommendations are made to add language that prioritizes and supports safe routes to school infrastructure, policies, and programs, as well as to establish partnerships, for example, with schools, the school district, to promote and encourage active transportation. in regards to the healthy beverages and limits to sugar-sweetened beverages. The county policy documents currently do not have any, do not in any way address this issue area. The county, however, does plan to release a request for vending services that could include nutrition standards, such as requiring 75% of products to meet nutrition criteria. The recommendations that were made include healthy vending and procurement policies regarding, those would be for the county itself, partnerships with schools and health department, as well as incentives to restaurants to meet perhaps a set of healthy eating standards. In regards to smoke-free multi-unit housing, the County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8.36, has a number of policies related to secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing. For example, it currently prohibits indoor smoking in indoor common areas of multi-unit residences. It prohibits smoking in all enclosed facilities within a place of employment. It exempts private residences except when used as a child care or health care facility. And it requires no smoking signs to be posted in every place where smoking is prohibited by the Health and Safety Code. Recommendations were made to include incentives for landlords to limit smoking to certain areas, or to disclose where smoking is allowed or how it's allowed in multi-unit residences. There are a variety of recommendations in there, so please do take a look and when these are further considered. Last set of recommendations include various policies to include in the general plan. Now moving on to the second component, which is the blueprint consistency review. Again, these are just recommendations. No decision is being asked to be made today. And Adam will go ahead and introduce this.
Adam Paskowski, Senior Planner for the Community Resources Agency. As Bev and Shauna has mentioned earlier, this is a regional plan effort that was conducted through TCTC. And in August, your board adopted the Tuolumne Tomorrow project with the distinctive communities growth scenario. So you may be asking, why are we doing this? We're not seeing any growth right now, or very limited growth right now. However, through our process for the past several years, we did a population projection out to 80,000 residents for our county. We don't know when that could happen. It could happen 20 years. It could happen 100 years. We didn't put on a date, but we do, through the blueprint process, want to project out to 80,000 population and provide enough land uses, enough housing, commercial, industrial, to allow that type of population to eventually happen if it ever does reach that. So by running out the population projections, we do run out of estate residential, homestead residential, and rural residential. That's your 2 to 5 acre parcels. We also, when we do reach that type of population, we are very limited in mixed use and high density residential land uses. So we want to provide additional land uses to promote housing, to keep our current communities within those urban development boundaries. We don't want to expand. We don't want different communities to start merging together. We want to keep them distinct and separate. That was the outcome in August 2012 when the Board of Supervisors adopted the distinctive communities growth scenario. So to try to keep the presentation quick, I'll leave it to that, and I'll let Shauna take it back over and talk about the recommendations to the general plan document, what type of policies that are recommended, and then we would jump into the land use diagrams on the areas in the communities where we want to, or where a recommendation is promoted for growth and solicit public input.
In our review, we found that the general plan and the regional transportation plan are generally consistent with the distinctive communities scenario. However, there is a need for policies, programs, and land uses to actually implement this scenario. For example, policies, programs, and land uses that enable more pronounced growth in or near urbanized communities and within a quarter mile of transit to support transit. A mixture of uses creating active communities where people can walk and bike to destinations instead of having to get in their car every time. Also to provide more housing and transportation choices. So there's not just a single type of housing, but there are options for different people and to meet all the needs in the community, as well as transportation choices. And then another key item was protecting existing community character. Some of the general recommendations we made were to plan and zone for the desired land uses identified in the distinctive communities scenario, such as mixed use, a mix of residential uses and commercial or neighborhood commercial uses, establishing supportive policies for those uses, removing any zoning barriers that may prohibit what's desired in the distinctive community scenario, updating planning and design standards to really fully implement what is envisioned in the distinctive community scenario, incentivizing development consistent with the growth scenario, and then providing education and outreach opportunities. And then I'll just move into the parcel level review of land uses. The purpose of this is to identify recommendations, to identify potential opportunities to increase compatibility with the adopted scenario. These recommendations do not in any way decrease existing density, and they do not limit or stop permitted uses as they are right now. It also does not affect a site's compliance with existing land use designations. This is just an overview of the areas where we made recommendations. Again, the idea is to provide more opportunities for developing properties, a wider range of allowable uses, and so areas could be developed to greater densities only if desired. This first map shows the Jamestown area. Highway 49 comes down through the center of that, just to orient that. Currently, there is a lot of traffic congestion on State Route 49 through Jamestown. So the general plan and RTP are recommending a policy to support a parallel roadway north of this State Route 49 between Rawhide Road and Jamestown Road to enhance local circulation and provide relief. This would be an extension of the Wigwam Road alignment. Land uses in this area and around it should be considered for higher densities if those land use owners wanted to build higher density development to support the distinctive community scenario. This map is of Sonora along Snell Road and Racetrack Road. Again, 49 starts near the top. Let me see if I can move the mouse on here. Nope. Do you know how?
Here's the...
Do you have a pointer? Okay. Thank you. All right, so again, 49 comes down here, and then we have Racetrack Road along here, and that turns into Snell Road, right here, just to orient you. This area has pockets of higher density residential use interspersed with lower density residential and agricultural lands. Currently, it's served by transit, but this inconsistent land use pattern makes transit service less productive. Therefore, the recommendation is to increase densities, specifically in this area here, to either medium density or high density residential, to support the transit, and this would only be where topography would allow it for. This map is of Sonora along Jamestown Road. Jamestown Road runs right down the center here. Currently, West Sonora is almost all low-density residential. Therefore, the recommendation is to increase density along Jamestown Road to supply the housing demand, and this would be consistent with the growth scenario. So this map shows a recommendation to change this area to low-density residential. Currently, there is all low-density residential shown in yellow, and 2 smaller areas of medium-density residential are suggested. This map is of the Columbia area, and to orient you, we have Parrots Ferry Way, this is Broadway, and Springfield Road here, and then the 49 along the bottom. The recommendation is to consider residential or rural residential along the north area that's shown here of Highway 49 between Shaw's Flat Road and Springfield Road, as airport restrictions would allow. There is also opportunity to provide an area of large lot residential east of Parrots Ferry Way, there, that area there. And this would be south of Brewster Drive. And then also to consider some mixed-use areas along Parrots Ferry Road where existing general commercial abuts high-density residential. And that is shown in the center. Again, the mix of uses and increased residential density would, within the existing boundary, would be consistent with the growth scenario. This map shows Sonora, and it's in the vicinity of the Law and Justice Center. The recommendation here is to create a major transit route transfer facility at the County Law and Justice Center. And here we have the 109 and, pardon me, 108. It's the one along the center. And Limekin Road runs down this way. The recommendation here is to allow higher density residential and a mix of uses surrounding the area where this proposed transit center would be in support of the transit center. And so it shows mix of use here or business park, and then a mix of uses in this area, some low-density residential, and mix of uses or medium-density or high-density residential in the top right corner. This map is of the Sonora, East Sonora area. Currently, the general plan land use is along this area, planned plan for a north and south connector segment between Cabazet Road and Lions Bald Mountain. The areas are mainly agricultural and East Estate residential. The recommendation is to consider business park and low-density residential uses where the topography allows, and also to add some estate residential land uses in the area. So those are shown. We have low-density, homestead residential, some estate residential up here. And lastly, it's recommended to add some medium-density, high-density residential, and low-density residential mixed-use development between Lions Bald Mountain Road. That is shown in this area here. Also in the same area, the recommendation is made to consider high-density residential in the vicinity of Greenlee Road.
Greenlee Road is running right through here, really adjacent to the city. Highway 108 is coming through right here. Mona Way is running through this way.
And the idea here with the high-density residential would be primarily it's near medical facilities and retail, and this would help accommodate some senior housing needs. It would have a positive effect on transit by shortening trip length. In addition, the Fur Drive segment between Mono Way and Cabazet Road is a critical segment associated with the now north-south connector project. Rural residential along the corridor is the predominant existing land use designation. And the recommendation is made to include high-density residential and business park office uses, but considering the topography. Some estate residential and homestead residential is also recommended. In the East Sonora area, it's recommended to increase mixed-use areas along Mono Way. This would allow for a greater mix of uses in the area and would be consistent with the growth scenario. It's also encouraged, it encourages a mixture of residential, retail, entertainment, office, and commercial uses near each other within the existing urban development boundaries, which would facilitate active communities where people could engage in walking or bicycling. Ms. Soulsby.
And this area is the Soulsbyville. 108's running through here. The Willow Market's located over here, and the Outpost is up here.
In this area, we recommend increasing the density from low-density residential or estate residential to medium-density or high-density residential near Highway 108. And this would only be where existing conditions would allow, so taking into account topography and fire hazards. This recommendation would continue to centralize residential development within the existing urban development boundaries. In the Twain Harte area, it's recommended to add some mixed use in currently general commercial areas. This is intended to facilitate infill of existing commercial areas and a greater mix of uses within the center of this community. It's also recommended to change a very small area of low-density residential off Black Oak Loop Road to high-density residential, and to increase the density, increasing the density would be consistent with the growth scenario in this area. In the Sugar Pine Miwok area, currently this area is designated as very high fire hazard area. So changes should be limited to areas near the existing highway and or existing development. We did see an opportunity for some medium or high-density residential near Highway 108 adjacent to the special commercial areas. This map shows the Tuolumne area, and we identified an opportunity to change an area along Apple Colony Road south of Somerville Elementary School from low-density residential to medium or high-density residential. This would allow for an increased residential density at what is now the edge of the urban development area in the southern part of the community. Moving on to the Big Oak Flat area, currently there is a mix of commercial, industrial, and low-density residential uses along Highway 120, and the recommendation is to increase residential density in this area along the highway, and that would be consistent with the growth scenario, and it would also aid in increasing, it would allow people to walk more to the surrounding commercial areas. The Groveland Pine Mountain Lake area was quite the topic last night. The recommendation was to add some general commercial or perhaps some neighborhood commercial in the area. The consensus was that the community would like to see that continue to be low-density residential, and that it's a seasonal. Most of the residents there are seasonal, and commercial may not be viable just due to not having year-round patrons for the commercial. Next steps in this process are to continue to obtain public feedback on the policy review and recommendations, and then to incorporate these into the report for the county to consider during the updates to the plans. And this slide just provides Adam's contact information for comments. They can either be submitted in writing or via email or dropped off at the county. It also identifies the location of the reports, which are online or at the county.
One of the comments, or in the presentation, you most likely noticed that we are, or the recommendation is, a lot of high-density residential and medium-density residential. And one of the points I wanted to make was that we heard from the realtors in Tuolumne County that we have a lot of residents who have moved from the Bay Area to Tuolumne County. They purchased their much larger properties, 5 or 10 acres. Then as they get older, they want to downsize, get smaller properties, and ultimately pretty much go to a higher density residential. When realtors have contacted our office during the blueprint process, they have stated that there isn't much or hardly any high-density residential in our county for these particular individuals to go to, and they have been moving out of our county. So the realtors have asked to go, or through the blueprint process, to provide more high-density residential, because people who are living here are looking for that type of development, and that's what we're hearing from the realtors. Other points I want to make for the public is that this PowerPoint will be posted on our website, so you will be able to access it from there, along with the accompanying analysis, the general plan analysis, and also the health and all policies report. You do have up until June 3rd to submit comments to the county. My contact information is on the PowerPoint. And once we receive all the comments after June 3rd, RINCON will prepare an addendum, a final report, which will incorporate all those comments, and they will be presented to your board in July for acceptance. Again, we're not adopting anything. There's no recommendation. There's no real action by your board today. It's just a presentation. I also have handouts for you that was passed out earlier. We have received some comments. There's 4 comments that for certain areas in the county, mostly in East Nor and Soulsbyville, where there was changes that were suggested to go to medium or high density residential, and that they want to keep their land uses, and that's the type of comments that are perfectly acceptable and we're looking for. If the public wants to say that this is a great idea, if they want to state that it's a bad idea, we shouldn't change anything, or if they have ideas of different outcomes, that we should have commercial or high-density residential somewhere else, such as in the Groveland, they decide that having general commercial or neighborhood commercial near Pine Mountain Lake wasn't really a good idea, and that was something that's very acceptable, and we appreciate their input and anyone else's input who would like to submit to me by June 3rd.
Okay, Adam, we were handed a letter from Betty Martin. Did you get a copy of that?
Yes.
Soulsby area? Okay.
Yes.
You've got that? So you got that comment, okay, because we haven't had a chance to read it, at least I haven't. It's my district, and I am interested in that. Let's take comments, first of all, from the board, and then we'll take some public comments, if you don't mind.
And before we go to the public, I just want to state that if any property owners does have particular questions about their private property, I will be, and staff will be available after the board meeting to answer their questions.
Okay. I know Supervisor Rutherford is chomping at the bit here.
My question for you is, are you going to be here at 6:30 tonight?
Me personally, I wasn't planning on it.
Okay.
Did you get the answer you wanted?
As long as someone is here to speak to the high-density housing, I'll be happy.
Mike and I will be here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a quick question. The difference between low-density residential, size of parcels versus high-density, just kind of give an idea. Didn't hear me, did you?
The question was about the difference between low-density and high-density residential?
Right. The size of parcels that were mostly.
Typically, a low-density residential allows a parcel size between approximately 7,500 square feet. High-density residential will allow up to 15 dwelling units per acre. And the key thing is up to. It doesn't mean that you have to build 15 dwelling units. You can still build one unit if that's what you wish. And to clarify for the public, this is just recommendations. The county's not proposing to take anyone's property. Those were questions that have coming up to me. I've received many phone calls about this process and what's occurring today. This is just a recommendation. It's not going to change what everyone's doing right now. It's not going to say that what you're doing is illegal and that we're changing your general plan. This is just an opportunity, if this does get approved in the future, that you'll be able to increase your densities if you wish to. You're not required to. It's not proposing to change anyone's taxes. That the question has come up a lot lately too. Taxes only do get changed if you sell a property or when you put new development, if you build a second home or anything like that, or a commercial retail shopping center or something like that on your property.
Okay. Any further questions from the board or comments?
Kind of. I don't know where to start. But
Well, you want to listen to public first, or?
yeah, let's do that.
Anybody else? Okay.
I'll wait till after the vote.
Okay. Public, your chance. Anybody want to speak to anything here and comment on it? Come on up, line up over here, state your name, and I don't know, how many people are going to speak to this subject? Okay. Let's be as succinct as we can be.
Hello, my name is Gary Jones, and I wondered if you had put into the works here the impact it would have on the utilities in the various areas. In other words, would the infrastructure in the area support the increased amount of units? Did you talk to, various districts and discuss the infrastructure with them?
You care to answer that, Mr.
Yes.
Kozlowski?
This is just a recommendation again, and if this does get approved, whoever does develop their property, they would have to certainly make any type of upgrades. If it's water or sewer, they would be responsible for that.
Okay.
There would still be
but I think he was asking basically if you shared this with TUD and the schools and all those kinds of people.
Would the individual communities be able to adapt to the amount of service required?
If I could respond, Mr. Chairman, Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As you recall, the premise of the blueprint process was to look at ways that we can maximize the use of our existing infrastructure. So TUD and other utility districts were stakeholders in that process. In fact, TUD was at the table at virtually every meeting, providing information and guidance on areas where they felt growth would be appropriate. And this proposal reflects input from those districts.
So I think the answer is we believe it's consistent with their capability. Okay. Next, I saw some other hands. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Evans, and my husband Robert Evans and my parents Don and Jan Ledoux are here. I'm the property owner at 20321 and 20371. We're co-owners there, and we are here in major concern of the property adjacent to our property, the land use proposed there, and in the rear of the property. We're strongly opposed to the changes there for the land use. We currently have a working farm on our property. We have dairy goats, turkeys, chickens. We raise animals. We are planning for homesteading. We're concerned about the increase of the land use and the noise to our property, the pollution, the safety issues for our animals. We're also opposed to the visual changes to our property, the noise changes to our property, the integrity of our value of our property. We moved here from the Bay Area. We perceive our property to be beautiful with the oak trees and the view of the pine trees, and the way that the property looks now, that's the way that we would like it to remain looking. We feel that the value of our property will decrease if there's changes made to the visual, the scenery, to the way our property looks. We are opposed to a heavily traveled road behind our property. We feel that it would be unattractive, and there would also be safety risks to not only us, but also to our animals. When we were looking to purchase the property, we asked both the selling real estate agent and the buying agent, the buyer's agent, our agent, what the plans, if they knew what the plans were for that property. And at the time, they said that they did not know. Now, we bought the property 2.5, 3 years ago. We believe that they did know at that time what the property was, what the plans were, because we believe that the plans that are underway now have been kind of in the works for many years. And so we believe that they were untruthful with us, and they did not disclose that information. If the project goes forward, which we strongly oppose, we would request many changes made that would keep the integrity and the visual effect to our property, the integrity of the property would remain the same, the visual effect of our property, and that it would significantly limit the noise to our property, and we would request that the safety of our property remain the way it should be and the way that we purchased it. We just ask that you consider our concerns, and that
Can you tell me specifically where you live again? That wasn't clear to me.
We're at 20321 and 20317 Soulsbyville Road.
Oh, Soulsbyville Road.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you get those, Mr. Preslowski? You need any clarification?
I have the address, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Okay. Next, somebody else? Please, so we can save a little time, just line up along the wall and we'll...
Hi, my name is Sherry Hume, and I own property at 18781 Dusty Trail. off of Limekiln, and they're projecting to make, there's 12 families that live up there. We all have between 2 and 2.5 acres. We all bought our properties there because we wanted land, animals. We're in a perfect location. We're not in town, but town's right across the highway. It's a good place to raise my kids, and they want to change our property to business park, multi-use. And people live there. We don't want a business park in our front yard or on my yard. I know that all of my neighbors there were not real happy with it, and none of us would be willing to let somebody build a business park in our backyard.
Okay, thank you. Do you understand everything she said? Any clarification?
Can you state your address again?
18781 Dusty Trail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Shelley Martin Glart, and this is my mom, Betty Martin. She's really hard of hearing. She lives at 20962 Maurice Lane, and her property right now is zoned light industrial, and in the plan they want to make it medium density residential, and she's opposed to that.
Okay.
And if you have any questions in your letter,
And your phone number's on here, so Mr. Peslowski can get a hold of you on that. Okay, I think you've got the letter. You can understand that one. If you have any questions, you can follow up on that. Very good. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Stevens, and I work for the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center. I just had a couple quick comments I'd like to make. I was at the Groveland Pine Mountain Lake meeting last night, and it was interesting hearing the residents' reaction to the proposed subdivision. And it seemed like Adam and everybody were willing to consider their comments, and they were grateful for that. But it pointed out to me that there was a lack of awareness slightly of the actual need for, or whether there was a need for commercial development there, and it was quickly kind of realized that there really wasn't, which makes me wonder about the rest of the proposals as far as how scrutinized they've been as to the need of having that mixed use or higher density residential or commercial use rezoning. I also, so I would just like to ask that before anything was finalized, that closer scrutiny to whether these rezoning suggestions should actually be implemented. I also wanted to make a quick point that Caltrans was the major funder for the blueprint creation, and the point of it was largely to help reduce congestion in areas where there's a lot of traffic and problems with that. And just an example, I was talking to someone who had to leave. They were here on their lunch break, but she lives on Chief Fuller Drive, where there's a suggestion to increase the medium density that's there right now to high density residential. And that area is already very problematic with traffic. People shoot through there all the time, and it's a major traffic area, and it's already very hazardous. So increasing the density of housing there doesn't necessarily address the traffic issues that are happening in that area. So I'd ask also that traffic congestion really be considered as far as will these increase in densities be addressing reducing traffic congestion in our county. I also wanted to just mention that Adam pointed out that people don't have to develop just because rezoning happens, but this is the time definitely to make your input, because once something is rezoned, it's consistent with a general plan, and then once something is consistent with a general plan, it's much harder to contest whether commercial development should happen there. And should your neighbor happen to sell their property, then in the future, they can, whoever owns the property, decide to do commercial development, and it's already zoned that way. So this is a really good time for public to insert their input and make sure their voice is heard. Thank you.
Your name again?
Julia Stevens.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you get all her comments? Okay. Anybody else? Come on up.
My name is Linda Moreland, and I own the property on the corner of Commercial and Industrial Drive off Mona Way in East Sonora. And another aspect of it, the mixed use designation would make the type of business that's been there for over 20, perhaps 30 years, unable to continue there unless it were not stopped. In other words, I don't think I would be able to sell that property for the kind of use there because the mixed use does not allow outdoor storage. So that's what Adam told me anyway. And so I'm against having that property rezoned.
Do you follow that?
Yes, I spoke to Linda Moreland earlier today, and also in the past, we have received comments from her and from other property owners on the same area that she lives in about the changes. So they are well noted.
Do we grandfather people?
Yes, we do. If it does get changed, there's the existing non-conforming use, so they would be able to continue. But we have received comments from Ms. Moreland and a neighbor saying that they were pretty much against changing in that area, it's light industrial, proposed to go to mixed use. So,
but am I correct that although it would be grandfathered, that if there was a change in ownership, that grandfather would not continue?
No, it's if they stop the use for 18 months. That's the. It doesn't matter if it's changed.
I understand what you're saying. Nothing's cast in concrete yet, so we're.
Thank you.
We're good. Okay, I have another one here. Okay.
Hi, my name's Kayla Nerich, and I'm actually a realtor in the county. And I remember this survey, I think, that we took for this. And one of the things that I had stated was that we have a low supply of affordable homes for first-time home buyers, and we have a low supply of senior housing. So I think that with fine-tuning, this could be appropriate for certain parties in the county, especially since we're primarily a retirement community. So I want to say somewhat in favor, especially if it somehow promotes a better living and a healthier lifestyle. So I don't know. That's all.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Last call. Okay. Board of Supervisors, any comments?
We're not taking any action.
No action today.
No action. No, just a couple of comments. So I'm correct in assuming that if it has the crosshatches, those are the only properties that are having a change associated with them. And all of the other colors on the maps reflect what is the current use today.
Correct. The hatches are the recommendations from.
Okay. And so I would encourage, I have had a number of people contact me telling me that the colors that are on these maps are incorrect with how they are zoned today. And so I would encourage people publicly to make sure that their parcels are represented correctly on this map. They may be having difficulty in reading it, but I know that there are a couple that have been accurately pointed out to me that are incorrect. The other concern that I have is when I look at some of these crosshatches, and I can pick out the Columbia area map, the Sonora along Jamestown Road, the Sonora East. There are a number of areas that have ag that are being changed. But then contiguous to that is a very small ag piece that's being left. And that presents an awful lot of problems because if I look at those three, so say take the Columbia area map, you have one side of Springfield that's being changed or proposed for a change, and the other side of the road is not. If I look at the Sonora, East Sonora map, we have a large area that's being proposed for change and 2 or 3 parcels that are not. But they're surrounded by areas that are going to create scenarios that will prevent them in reality from being in the ag business. And so I have a number of concerns with doing that and not incorporating those in and giving them the ability and flexibility if they are pushed out of being in agriculture because of the changes that we're imposing on them, those areas should be incorporated. Why leave them out and not include them so they have the potential to do something also? Again, you're not suggesting or telling somebody they have to do that, but you are making it very difficult probably for them to stay in their ag enterprise. My guess is you'll have some comments from Farm Bureau and other organizations kind of along those lines.
I can address a couple of those comments regarding the Columbia area. The reason why the west side of Springfield Road was not as part of the recommendation is based on the airport, the land use, the airport land use plan limits the development of that parcel into a more high density type of development, such as a large lot or rural residential, which will allow 10 or 5 acre parcels. It's in Zone B, I believe. And where we're proposing the large lot residential and rural residential, it's Zone C of the airport. So that's why that particular one was that way. The one with East Sonora, I believe, that area was due to steep slopes in that small area, and that's why in the city of Sonora, that's much larger parcels in that area.
Well, again, I think you'd find property owners debating that, because where you have the red that's crosshatched, I know that's incredibly steep. That's up towards the top of Bald Mountain.
Right.
And there's less slope on the green pieces in a couple of the, these other areas. So I think you'd have property owners not necessarily agreeing with that conceptual idea.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I don't want to say too much, but just wanted to express myself a little bit about this thing. I don't like the blueprint plan. From the very beginning, I was against it, and I didn't like it because I felt like it was a broad brush approach. I feel like we're playing SimCity, and we don't really understand all of the unintended consequences that are going to be created by this. And you have private property where people purchase it for something, and it's being taken without any individual that has ownership or a will to do something with that, and proposing a change because of some kind of centralized plan that we have imagined because of a grant, basically, with these weird criteria. And I don't like that concept. I think that some of the policies within it are okay. I think we do need more infill. We do need more smaller lot development for seniors and things like that, but I don't think this is how we accomplish it. And I think as far as getting to reduce traffic and things like that, I mean, a lot of these things are assumptions, and even just rezoning this thing doesn't guarantee that hardly any of this is going to happen unless somebody comes in and wants to make it happen. And that's really how things get done, is by individuals doing things. And I think there's a lot of other obstacles that prevent us from getting that done in good cases when you have proponents that actually want to accomplish something. I have a lot of concerns that in the future this will become a tool to stop other developments that may not be consistent with this distinctive community. I think that people come and I can already hear it, that people are going to say, well, this isn't consistent with your policies, just like people are saying about other projects not consistent with the Columbia plan, because there's oversight. Because when you're planning something, you can't foresee all the implications. Especially, I mean, we went through how many maps with these color-coordinated little blops on there, and I mean, I know some of these areas personally because I grew up here, but trying to look at a map like that and make sense out of it and think of all the impacts and all of the nuances to how it's going to affect the community is very difficult. And this is dangerous. I mean, this has a lot of impact to a lot of people's private property, and I just want to caution the board and our staff, we need to be very careful. And then some of the general policies what Dr. Stolp's talking about, I think that's good stuff. I do have some concerns with it, just because I was thinking back to like Humanities 101. You've got social engineering and technological fixes, and in some cases it's kind of like a technological fix, but really it's up to individuals if they want to be healthy. And so just unintended consequences are a major threat to me in this process, and I just want to be very aware of that.
Quick comment. I think we all understand we can't legislate health. I mean, it's going to be up to the individual ultimately whether he wants to be healthy or not. But we can have some sort of guide. I just want to make it clear that my understanding is we're not rezoning anything. That's not the purpose of this plan, is not to rezone anything. So let's look and see how, be open-minded enough to look and see how it goes forward. I'm not in favor of rezoning anybody's land out there, period. I mean, it's, you bought your piece of property, that's what it is, that's what you, and if you want to zone it, rezone it, then you can apply. But I'm not going to be the one to tell you how to do it. So let's see how it plays out here and see what the rest of the input is, and don't make a judgment until we're at the finish line.
Okay, Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, first of all, I can't remember the lady's name, and I think she left. She did make a good point. This is the time for the public to make your, and I'm speaking mostly to the people that aren't here, that are listening, streaming live or however. This is the time to make your input felt. This kind of reminds me a little bit of 1984 in terms of, and I don't mean the year, I mean the book. The whole discussion of health and all of that stuff is really good. I think we all recognize that. But like my colleague said, you can't legislate good judgment, and I don't think we should be. Number two, though, I do disagree with another colleague, and that is that the ultimate objective, I believe, of this is, once it's gone through the public approval process or the public comment period, is to incorporate it in our general plan. Am I not correct? Okay. That's Ms. Shane nodding her head yes. So we are talking about ultimately rezoning property here. And so I am, as my colleague is, against that. People bought their property. And first of all, our zoning doesn't make much sense to me anyway. I just happen to be on the Columbia area page and recognize my lot. And I happen to be in rural residential, and I am the only lot in rural residential within about a county square mile of my lot. Everybody else, for whatever reason, is homestead residential. So we've got these little pockets of things, and the high-density housing in Twainhart caught my eye because it's this little itty-bitty pocket in the middle of Twainhart. What is driving that? There's nothing around it that is consistent with that. So I have my concerns that this has been done in some hodgepodge fashion, and I don't see a stream of consciousness running through it. But I'll let the public have their say on that. But again, I am not in favor of rezoning anybody's property unless they come and ask for it. Thank you.
Okay, I guess my turn. I don't want to belabor this because we need to get to closed session. But I will add a few comments. One is I did sit on a lot of the blueprint hearings, not the initiation, but beginning early 2011. And well, I still think it was a great idea to do the study. I'm not convinced that it is worth anything more than an interesting study, and I'm a little concerned about drawing conclusions from the blueprint exercise. Comment to CSERC, you participated in, Mr. Buckley particularly participated, and while I agree with you, it's important that people come now and speak. Your comments were not necessarily consistent with those that Mr. Buckley made during the process, and I find that kind of interesting. I'd like to hear from him again. Just to clarify that, that's all. I agree with a lot of the comments my colleagues here made. I think it's inappropriate for us to manage health behaviors of people and manage their lives. However,
I think encouraging good health is a very good idea.
May I speak on that?
Yes, certainly.
It turns out that, in fact, we have very successfully legislated health in the past. There's been a 40% decrease in cancers related to smoking because of legislation regarding cigarettes.
We raised the price.
We've also, 50 years ago, we had 1 out of 100 individuals that were diabetic. We now have 1 out of 10 individuals who are diabetic, and in another 50 years, based on the trajectory, 1 out of 3 will be diabetic. People living in low-income areas have a 3-fold higher rate of diabetes and obesity. There are community issues that are contributing to these diseases, just as there were community issues contributing to cholera and tuberculosis and the influenza epidemics in the early 1900s. We have eliminated all of those outbreaks and made a difference in our communities, saving lives such that those diseases are now almost gone. Polio. We have legislated to eradicate those diseases, and we can change our communities in the same fashion. Our diseases now are diseases of affluence. They're diseases of access to food. They're diseases of access to exercise, diseases of access to education. All of those are just as important as personal choice. And in fact, I would propose that personal choice is not possible in an environment where those options don't exist. So the idea here is simply to make those options possible, to make it equitable so that each individual in the community has an opportunity to make positive choices.
And we still abuse illicit drugs, even though they're illegal. So I hear you, but it's not foolproof. And I believe that we intrusion on people's lives. However, with the subject of smoking, for instance, someone smoking influences me just by being in the vicinity. That's different. And I think we can do that because they're intruding on us. Well, anyway, a lot of subjects. I'll give you some comments directly to both you and Dr. Stolp. And with that, I want to say thank you for the people that came here today. I'm not taking any more comments today. You'll have another chance. And if you have comments, I suggest you send them in. I want to thank you for coming today, because when we went out publicly to talk about the blueprint plan, initially when we were just in theory, we didn't get much response from the public. There were many meetings that were canceled because no one showed. There were meetings where we had more staff there than there were people there. And we went out a second time to talk about some of the things we did, and kind of the same thing happened. Both of those, to me, were failures, both those reach outs to the community. The fact that you're here today says a lot about you, and it says a lot about your interest in our community, and it's all positive, and I'm glad you're here. No matter where you come down on this subject, it's important, and it's important you talk to your neighbors and tell them to put their input in too. We can't do this in a vacuum, and we can't do any of the things we do in a vacuum, and we need your input. I don't know how many people you had at Groveland last night, but I'll thank those people publicly too for being there. It's important that you continue to participate in this process. And Ms. Stevens' comment about now's the time to talk, it is now is the time to talk and step up and talk about your concerns, because we need your input. So I want to say thank you to everybody. I want to thank you all for the presentation. I think this is an important part of where we go. We need to think about what we do. So with that, I'm going to move on to the closed session issue, and ask the clerk to read the closed session.
Closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro, Ann Fremd, Bill Morris, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay. We are going to go to closed session. We will recess at some point from closed session, and we will be back here at 6:30 for a public hearing. Public comment on closed session. Is there any? Sorry, I was supposed to do that. We're going to do that later. Okay. We'll go to closed session now. Thank you. And would you all, members of the board, take your brains with you?
to come back, both from legal and from the Community Resources Agency. So where do you want to start with that? You want to start with Community Resource Agency? Get some input?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Mike Laird, Deputy Director of Community Resources Agency. I believe the director does have some comments she would like to make to you before we start, and at present she is making some copies, so she'll be here in just a second. So you may want to start with council.
Or you just want to pause?
Yeah,
You want to pause?
just a quick second, I'll go help that.
Okay, I've got to get something in.
Sure.
Boundary in the ocean. Drifting astray. Where you been? Putting out fires. Business fires? Okay, got it straightened out. Pretty clear festival.
Well, it'll be 6:30 before too long anyway. Could we do 24? We will go back to our 6:30 appointment, and are we, Ms. Shane? Do we have to read it again? We just read it. Okay.
Continued public hearing to consider Golden State Holdings LLC general plan amendment, well, actually, general plan land use designation, special ordinance, conditional use permit, and indemnification agreement.
Okay, Ms. Shane?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. At your last meeting, your board conducted a public hearing for the Golden State Holdings project, which entails a general plan amendment, a zone change, a conditional use permit, design review permit, and indemnification agreement to allow the development of an 80-unit apartment complex on property that is located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Union Hill Road and Parrots Ferry Road in Columbia. At your meeting, you did hear testimony from the public. You closed the public hearing at that time and continued your deliberations till this evening. You also directed staff to respond to several questions. The written responses have been provided to you in a memorandum prepared by Deputy CRA Director Mike Laird, and that is dated May 3rd. And at this time, I'm going to let Mr. Laird and also Deputy CRA Director Duke York respond to each of those questions in a summarized fashion, since you have it in writing. And that way, if you have any questions or need further clarification, they'll be able to provide that. So the first question dealt with grading, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. York.
Duke York, Deputy Director for the CRA Roads Division. The question that you posed was, how will grading on the project site accommodate drainage within and onto the property and affected parcels in the vicinity of the project and downstream along Woods Creek? Currently, rainfall onto the project site is captured in the low areas of the site and percolates into the soil and rock underlying the site. During storm events, the water level in the low area rises, and some of the water is conveyed to the pond to the northeast corner of the site. A pipe under Parrots Ferry Road keeps this pond at an equal elevation with the larger pond on the opposite side of Parrots Ferry Road. When the storm water reaches nearly to the road level, the pond on the opposite side of the road spills into a drainage that travels east adjacent to Sawmill Flat Road and then heads south to flow into Woods Creek. Under the proposal that was submitted, there plan is to create, is mainly to fill the site, knock the tops off the rocks, and to fill those basins with drain rock and use that to hold the volume of storage. They are going to enlarge those basins and fill them with drain rock. So the additional runoff that you get from the site because of the change in the runoff characteristics from the site will have a larger basin than what it currently exists on the site today to handle that additional runoff. As far as the run-on water, which is the water coming from the north and the west into the site, there will be a interconnecting system of pipes, storm drains, that will also feed it to that basin. The entire basin that's located on this project site really captures about 26 acres. This site represents about 5 acres of that 26 acres. And condition number 6 of the use permit requires the preparation of a drainage study, and condition number 62 requires that the drainage improvements be constructed in accordance with the plans approved by the engineering division, and which includes the elements of that drainage study. The question also was raised about the effects on the Springfield trout farm. The trout farm's about a mile away from this site, and there is, give or take, about an 80 or 90 foot high hill that separates the two drainage basins. The Springfield trout farm, also known as Eccles Springs, actually drains into the Mormon Creek drainage, whereas this area drains to Woods Creek. So there's no indication hydraulically or hydrologically to indicate that this basin has any connection with the Eccles Springs area. Before I move on to the next question posed by the board, do you want to ask any questions dealing with that question number 1?
Yes.
Supervisor Gray.
Mr. York, the stipulation is that a drainage plan has to be completed prior to any type of construction being done on the property. Is that
any
correct?
Grading?
Anything. So that it has to be done up front and first. And the holding capacity of that engineered system would be engineered, in your opinion, to how much of the capacity of the drainage area? In other words, we know that because of the impervious areas, it's going to have more water there, the roofs, the driveways, and all that. And has that drainage basin will be calculated to hold how much in excess of what is distributed on the property?
Well, I don't have the drainage study. It's not been.
Just your opinion.
My opinion. I would say, depending on what they do with the surface water and how they handle it, whether they do some sort of I'll call it
use on site,
rainwater conservation, basically on site, make use of it. I would say that anywhere from about 10% or so additional capacity of the total basin. Keeping in mind that the current basin is, as everybody's noted, has a lot of rock on it. Well, the runoff from rock is pretty similar to the runoff you get from the hard surfaces of concrete, asphalt, and roofing. So you do have a very high runoff factor with some of the rock that you have on the site right now.
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, one of the concerns that's been expressed to me anyway is the amount the change in the amount of water that would run off of the site and go down the stream, ice would permeate into the ground and affect the water table. There's quite a few residents in the local area that have wells, and they're concerned with the level of the water table. What part of the plan that you described would address that?
Well, the water table issue, because of this underground basin that is going to exist. So you've got a surface pond, and you also have this large, clean, drain rock filled basin that's going to be underneath the site. That static water table that exists today will exist after this development, because the entire portion of the site that's going to be developed will all be raised anywhere from 4.5 to 7 feet above the level of that basin. So you'll still have that static pond elevation that exists in there, and the volume of that storage will be greater than what it is today. So the recharge capabilities will still exist.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the board? Okay, thank you. Keep going.
I have a
Oh, sorry.
What prevents that from filling up with sediment? Well, first of all, they're using clean drain rock, and then what they're doing is they're creating a separation between the top fill layer and the clean fill that they're going to put above it. And what they typically would do is put a fabric layer between the clean drain rock and the top fill.
Okay, good.
Moving on, the second question posed by the board was, if blasting is necessary to grade the project site, how would the blasting affect water wells or other parcels in the vicinity of the project? Currently, the site, I'm going to give this example, and I apologize if it's a little bit unusual. The project site sits on a bed of limestone, and then these old reef deposits stick up as like needles, like pinnacles throughout the site. You know, all sorts of, and they're going to take the tops of those rocks and they're going to pop them off. There's more than one way to do that. Usually when you have exposed rock like that, that's high, the better way to do it is to use what they call a rock hammer and break them off. That's what they did with the Columbia site, and if the board so chooses, you can specify that it be done that way. The other way to do it so you don't have fly rock is you drill them and you fill them with S-mite, which is an expanding clay that breaks the rock up also. But because of the way the rock is, where it sits up high like that, it's very awkward to mat the rocks and sit on top of them during blasting. So the better way, and the way they did it at Columbia Elementary School, was to pop the tops of the rock off, knock them into the hole, and then fill them with drain rock. So the effects on the nearby wells, you have several reports that were given to you at the last meeting that indicate that historically these wells don't get affected unless they're really close to the blasting site. And keep in mind, there's going to bring in a lot more fill than they're going to actually do blasting. The nearest well that we've been able to determine is about 630 feet west of the site, but there may be closer wells. The paperwork that you got from the previous reports indicated proximities as close as 30, 40 feet, and not showing any effects on nearby wells with blasting. The most recent blasting experience we've had is the East Sonora Bypass Stage 2, and in addition to the huge amount of blasting they did there, they created a huge cut bank. In this particular case, the blasting is on a flat plane. They're going to knock the tops off, and they're really not creating a huge cut bank anywhere. I think the highest cut is about 10 foot off the tops of these rocks. just the very top 10 feet is what they need in order to make the site grade work. At present, the rainfall lands on the project site is collected in many low spots on the site and percolates into the ground or evaporates. During heavy rainfall events, the pond in the northeast corner of the site rises to the level of the outflow pipe under Paris Ferry Road, and runoff is released to the Woods Creek drainage system. That situation will continue to exist. They will have these two ponds, and the basin does eventually run to Woods Creek, but you've got to keep in mind that I think about once every 10 years we get it to where it actually rises up to the level of the road. It doesn't do it every year, and it doesn't do it continuously.
Question, so we're not going to be adding any more because of the retention on a piece of property? We're not going to be adding any more to those two ponds, that problem of additional water going into Woods Creek, any more than what would exist?
They're going to control it on their side of Paris Ferry. They're going to add to the basin on their side, so that the net runoff to Sonora Creek would not exceed what it does today for the Woods Creek. And I say Sonora Creek, I apologize.
Okay. Can I ask a question, Randy?
Oh, sorry, Supervisor Brennan?
So the 7 or 8 homes that are on Union Hill, and again, I'm glad the study showed that there wasn't an impact, but I wasn't sure what close proximity meant, distance-wise. And in going down Union Hill Road, it seemed like it was like a half a mile, and there were, 7 or 8 homes, residences there. Do they have access to TUD, or are all those homes on wells?
Yeah, I think they're mainly on wells. I know there is a water line that goes partway up Union Hill Road, but and the Condor is served by TUD.
Yeah, this project will be served by TUD.
This project will. My concern is for those 7 or 8 wells, in that I would hope, and I think that there is a very high unlikelihood that those wells would be impacted. But of course, in doing a project, we'd want to assure that we weren't responsible for impacting folks that don't have another alternative for their water. And so I'm just wondering, is there anything in the conditions that assures those property owners that their wells wouldn't be impacted in the highly unlikely event that your blasting scenario doesn't pan out?
Supervisor Brennan, there's nothing in the conditions before you right now that would assure there'd be no impacts to the wells. In Mr. Paskowski's memo to you, he proposes or offers a condition that you may want to consider requiring a hydrogeologic study by a qualified professional firm before you allow any blasting on the site. Alternatively, you could add a condition prohibiting blasting on the site as part of the development if that's a major concern to you.
And I'm not suggesting that we necessarily are limiting blasting on the site. I'm just suggesting that we need to be sure that we're not impacting those neighbors that are dependent on wells. And again, I think it's a highly unlikely scenario, but I want to be certain that we're not.
Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, my understanding is virtually everybody in the neighborhood there is on a well, and I share Supervisor Brennan's concern. I'd certainly like to have some reasonable assurance that if, one, that we don't take any action in this that has a likelihood or reasonable possibility of impacting one of those wells, because putting in a well since I'm about to do that, is an expensive proposition, and a lot of those people probably don't want to be saddled with that. So, in fact, I wouldn't want to be. So, yes, Duke.
Go ahead.
I thought of another location where heavy blasting has occurred in a very similar geologic formation. When the airport was built and extended and the hangars were added at the airport, they did extensive blasting all around that airport, both for the hangars on the, I guess it would be the west side of the airport, and then when they built those large buildings for Mike Jones on the other side of the airport, and the apron that they created off the end of the runway, they did extensive blasting in that area, and those folks are supplied by wells, and there were no effects in that same limestone deposit. And that location was within 1,000 feet of that Eccles Springs that we were talking about, the Springfield Trout Farm, whereas this site is going to be closer to about a mile from the Eccles Springs site. And again, no anticipated impacts.
Okay, any more questions? Carry on.
I think it goes to Mike.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Mike Laird, Deputy CRA Director. The next question you posed to staff was how many people would be allowed to occupy each unit in the apartment complex. We did a little research, checked with our chief building official. The building code does have a maximum occupant load for residences. It's 200 square feet per person. The floor plans submitted with this application indicate that the one-bedroom units would range in size from 683 to 762 square feet, and the two-bedroom units would range in size from 956 to 1,215 square feet. The applicant has indicated that his initial thought is that the one-bedroom units would be limited to 2 occupants, 3 if there's an infant in the family, and the two-bedroom units would be limited to 4 occupants. This would be consistent with both the building code and the general plan specifications for overcrowding. The next question was, what is the cultural significance of the rock outcrops that are present on the project site? The limestone rock outcrops present throughout Columbia are character-defining elements in that community. They're extensively throughout the community and are remnants from the hydraulic mining that occurred there over a century ago. As part of the environmental review of this project, a cultural resource survey of the project site was conducted by a qualified professional firm. The cultural resource survey did not identify the limestone rock outcrops on the project site as significant cultural resources. In his presentations to both the Columbia Area Planning Commission and your board, the applicant for the project has indicated that nearly all the limestone outcrops on the parcel would need to be topped and used as fill for the site. Some outcrops located near the project entrance onto Parrott's Ferry Road would be saved if he could possibly do it. He's also indicated that limestone boulders created by topping outcrops would be used in landscaping adjacent to project site roadways, and he's actually given you landscape renderings from Knox Landscape Architecture that show how the boulders and limestone rocks would be utilized to help screen the visibility of the project site. Any questions on any of that? Okay, moving on. The project site is in the airport influence area of the Columbia Airport and in an area that allows a residential density up to 15 dwelling units per acre. Why was this density policy adopted by the Airport Land Use Commission? Well, the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan was adopted in 2003. And they held hearings for about 5 or 6 years before adoption. So, we're going back in the records pretty far. I did utilize Dick Collier, who's presently chairman of the Airport Land Use Commission, and was present during every single one of those hearings prior to adoption of the plan. So basically, the policy that allows the 15 dwelling units in this area is policy 3.3.2.1 of the plan. That policy was adopted following input from property owners in the affected area and much discussion by the Airport Land Use Commission. At the time of adoption of the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, there were already several residential developments adjacent to Parrots Ferry Road on the southwest side of the road that exceeded the density limit of Compatibility Zone C, which is 1 dwelling unit per 3 acres. Those developments included the Gold Rush Mobile Home Park, Columbia Country Estates Subdivision, Columbia Village Apartments, and the Columbia RV Park, which is located right next door to this project site. In the vicinity of the area affected by Policy 3.3.2.1, property on the east, the opposite side of Parrots Ferry Road, is in Compatibility Zone D, which has no density requirements. The Airport Land Use Commission decided to allow residential development to a density of 15 dwelling units per acre within 750 feet of the southwest side of Parrots Ferry Road, based upon the existing general plan land use designations in that area, the zoning districts within that area, and development within that area, as well as the fact that the land on the opposite side of Parrots Ferry Road was in Compatibility Zone D and would allow up to 15 dwelling units per acre. The Commission did not want development exceeding the density limit of Zone C to be constructed closer to the airport than the existing development in the area. So that's why the exception was restricted to 750 feet from Parrots Ferry Road. That's about as far as it extended at the time. Best I could come up with based on history. The next question, is the 80-unit apartment project the first phase of a larger project including commercial development of the property at the Pedro Y? I believe the parcels that comprise the 18-acre site that was referred to in this question are assessor's parcel numbers 3303-329, 48, and 49, which are this project site, as well as assessor's parcel number 3303-347. That's a 2.1 acre parcel, which is located just across Union Hill Road from this project site. And assessor's parcel number 3303-365, which is a 10.7 acre site, makes up most of the Pedro Y chunk, and it's located on the northwest corner of the intersection of State Route 49 and Parrots Ferry Road. In 2007, the county did process a pre-application review for a shopping center on assessor's parcel number 3303-365 for RC Equities LLC. They are indicated as the applicant on this project site. Since that time, 2007, no applications have been submitted to develop either assessor's parcel number 3303-347 or 3303-365. No plans for construction on either parcel have been provided to the county, and both of those parcels are zoned general commercial. That zoning district allows a wide range of land uses. So attempting to evaluate impacts of development on either of those parcels at this time without specific plans would be pretty speculative. Section 15145 of the state CEQA guidelines tells us that after thorough investigation, a lead agency finds that a particular impact is too speculative for evaluation, the agency should note its conclusion and terminate discussion of the impact. For that reason, effects of development on parcels 3303-347 and 65 were not evaluated in the negative declaration prepared for this project. We just don't know what's going to go there, so we can't evaluate it. Question 7 that was posed to staff by your board. Is the project consistent with the Columbia Community Plan? That's Chapter 15 of the General Plan. In making its recommendations to your board, the Columbia Area Planning Commission cited many goals, policies, and implementation programs they felt the project was inconsistent with. Those goals, policies, and programs are within the Columbia Community Plan. Obviously, staff did not agree with them. If we did, we would not have recommended approval of the project to the commission in the first place. So I've gone through, and every one of those goals, policies, or procedures, I've tried to explain to you why staff felt the project is consistent with the Columbia Community Plan. Feel free to ask me any questions about any of those responses in there, but there are a few I'd like to touch on. Policy 15A7 of the Columbia Community Plan directs the county to require new development within design review area to utilize landscaping for aesthetic and functional purposes and preserve native vegetation where possible. As you're aware, a half-acre area located in the northeast corner of the project site is proposed to be zoned open space, and that portion of the site would be retained in its natural state. There's oak trees there, there's rock outcrops there, there's obviously a large pond there, willow trees, some pine trees. So it's the native vegetation and landform of the site. In addition to that, Condition 23 of the use permit and design review permit requires that the applicant submit a landscape plan to the Planning Division of the Community Resources Agency. That condition goes on to require drought-tolerant species be planted for ornamental purposes. Property owner make a good faith effort to incorporate limestone rocks into landscape design, and I think he's demonstrated through the landscape rendering he's provided you that he intends to do that. Shade trees shall be provided along the frontage of the project site at a minimum of 25 feet as required by the Columbia Community Plan. Ponderosa pines and native oaks are encouraged to be utilized. That's also required by the Columbia Community Plan. And the size specifications from the Columbia Community Plan are also required by that condition. The next one that I'd like to touch on is Implementation Program 15AA. That directs the county to require all new development within the design review area to be consistent with the Columbia Design Guide. The design of the proposed apartment buildings incorporates several elements of the Columbia Design Guide, including the structures will have siding styles such as horizontal siding and be painted colors found in the design guide. The apartment structures will have gabled roofs. The porches on the apartment buildings will have turned or square support columns and balusters. Windows visible to roadways or neighboring properties will be divided with mullions into smaller panes. And small windows will be double hung instead of using horizontal sliders. So, based on, we worked quite a bit with the developer and his architect to get the development to a point where we could say, yeah, we feel it's consistent with the Columbia Design Guide. The next one I'd like to touch on is found on the bottom of page 8 of my memo to you. It's Implementation Program 15BD, and it directs the county to require a new commercial development to provide the following: pedestrian walkways along one side of on-site access roads as they front the site, street lights, and one of the major issues that was brought up, parking lots should be encouraged to be constructed compatible with the natural lay of the land, should be located behind central buildings, or should be screened along lot lines. After looking at the options, in this case the developer has proposed to have parking adjacent to the roadways and screened by vegetation and the limestone rock walls that were shown in your renderings. The reasons for that are a couple of them are fairly major reasons. To get the density that he needs on the project site, he needs two-story buildings. If you push those, all the way up to the building setback, which you'd probably have to do to get a large parking lot in the center of the site, you'd have two-story buildings looming 15 feet from the front property boundary. We've tried that a couple times, most notably out in East Sonora. The reaction was not good from the citizens. So we didn't think that was quite that good of an idea. The other reason is the noise element of the general plan requires that you have to have certain noise standards for outdoor activity areas and indoor areas of your residences. Now, the 60 decibel noise contour associated with Parrots Ferry Road is going to expand outward from the road as development occurs and as the county population grows. He's already having to do acoustical analysis of the front part of a couple of buildings because they're within the noise contour that's anticipated to be there in 2020 to verify that he can make those, or what he needs to do to make those units quiet enough for people to live and sleep. So we didn't want to push a whole lot of buildings closer to Parrots Ferry Road and have noise problems. The next policy I'd like to touch on is preserve existing commercial zoning within Columbia planning area. This was brought up by a number of people and was one that was highly discussed by the Columbia Area Planning Commission. The proposed zone change would rezone the project site from general commercial, design control combining, mobile home exclusion combining, airport combining, to mixed use, design control combining, mobile home exclusion combining, airport combining. Section 17.30.010 of the zoning ordinance explains the purpose of the MU district, mixed-use district, is to provide for a mixture of residential, commercial, and recreational facilities in an urban setting. Section 17.30.020 indicates that indoor retail sales, indoor retail services, and shopping centers under 15,000 square feet, restaurants, and takeout restaurants are all permitted uses in the mixed-use zoning district. Furthermore, Section 17.30.030 indicates that indoor retail sales, indoor retail services, and shopping centers over 15,000 square feet are conditional uses. So there's a wide variety of commercial uses that are still allowed on the site if it is zoned mixed use. Any questions about compatibility with the Columbia Community Plan?
I don't see any.
Okay, I'll move on to question 8, which is on page 12. The question posed to staff was, is the project site being conditioned to be consistent with likely future improvements to Parrots Ferry Road? There's a couple things going on Parrots Ferry Road. The Tuolumne County Transportation Council, TCTC, has begun study of improvements to Parrots Ferry Road. The project will identify a precise alignment plan for the segment of Parrots Ferry Road from State Route 49 to Sawmill Flat Road. The project has been reviewed by our engineering division, who discussed it with the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, and the proposed 80-unit apartment project has been conditioned to be consistent with the improvements anticipated to be identified by the Parrots Ferry Road precise plan, to the best we can do it at this point. It's not done yet, so can't say for certain. But Mr. York assures me it's as close as we can get there now. In addition to the precise plan, TCTC is also studying improvements to the segment of Parrots Ferry Road from State Route 49 to Union Hill Road. These improvements include construction of a right turn lane from State Route 49 to Parrots Ferry Road to get rid of that free right that's causing everybody problems. Beautification improvements at this intersection, basically landscaping the pork chop and putting some identifying improvements in there as the gateway to Columbia. Driveway improvements to the Union Hill Inn, which is a source of problems right now. A left turn pocket on Parrots Ferry Road at its intersection with Union Hill Road, and a transit stop near Union Hill Road. These improvements are anticipated to be constructed within the next 2 years. Prior to beginning construction, environmental review must be completed for those improvements, and funding sources must be identified. So if your board were to approve the project before you today, environmental review of those projects would take into consideration traffic generated by this project. Question number 9 on the next page. How does the anticipated trip generation from the 80-unit apartment complex compare to that of a 50,000 square foot commercial complex? The 80-unit apartment complex that's proposed on this site is anticipated to generate 5.36 vehicle trips per unit for a total of 429 vehicle trips per day. That equates to roughly 43 vehicle trips in the peak hour. Pursuant to Chapter 3.54.030 of the zoning, of your ordinance code, the adjusted trip rate for shopping center is 20 vehicle trips per 1,000 square feet. Therefore, a 50,000 square foot shopping center would be anticipated to generate about 1,000 vehicle trips per day. That's over twice what's anticipated from this project. Section 3.54030 also indicates the adjusted trip rate for general office space is 11 vehicle trips per 1,000 square feet. Therefore, a 50,000 square foot office building on the project site would be anticipated to generate about 550 vehicle trips, which is still about 100 more than what is expected by this project. Any questions about trip generation? Okay. Question 10 is an easy one. How will laundry facilities be provided to the 80-unit apartment complex? The applicant for the project advised me that washing machines and dryers will be installed in each of the 80 apartment units within the complex. Question 12 on page 14. What is the feasibility of constructing a project with less residential density on the project site? Now bear in mind, I'm not privy to the applicants or the property owner's pro forma for this project, but due to the nature of the site, as explained by Mr. York, it would be expensive to develop. They have to remove majority of the rock outcrops on the property. They would have to import significant amounts of fill that would have to be compacted. In addition, they'd have to construct the retention-detention system. That would add to the expense of developing the site. So if they were allowed 15 dwelling units per acre, the maximum allowed on the site, that would allow the site development costs to be supported by the maximum amount of revenue-producing units and minimize their cost. However, we know the market will dictate the cost that can be charged for the units, except for any affordable units they build. Therefore, reducing the number of units on the project would reduce the financial feasibility of the project being constructed. That's about all I can tell you. Question 13 that you posed to us: could the project be redesigned so parking would be shielded from view of adjacent roads by structures on the project site? I touched on that earlier. Yes, it could be redesigned to do that. However, to achieve the allowable density on the site, you'd probably still have to have two-story buildings, move them closer to the road. They would be much more visible. It would take a long time before any landscaping could get up to help enhance the appearance of the site. You'd be seeing the buildings for a long time. However, during our work with the developer, he originally had some covered parking out front, and he's agreed to move that or remove that from the site so that the landscaping and rock walls could shield the vehicles in the front of the site at an earlier stage than if there was covered parking out there. And he's going to use landscaping and limestone boulders and rock walls to enhance the visibility of the site and shield the parking areas as allowed by Implementation Program 15BD of the Columbia Community Plan. And I think that's about all I've got for you. So if you have any questions about any of this, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Any questions, Mr. Laird?
No question. Not really question, maybe more comments here now that we've gone through all of these answers to the questions that we proposed. As I recall, the visual impact was of concern to people driving by, and we're addressing that through landscaping. I just did a quick test. It took me at 35 miles an hour about 15 seconds to get past that portion of road. So, you're going pretty fast by the time you get there. But in order to lessen the impact even more, would it be possible to put change the condition that on the landscape to have larger plants put in instead of the 1 inch, maybe go to 2 inch and maybe go to 6 or 8 foot trees versus the 4 foot, and that way it would reduce the impact quicker than waiting for the plants to grow.
Certainly, we could amend condition 23 to incorporate that, yes.
Okay, any other comments? I don't see any. Any more comments?
Well, I was just saying, Mr. Chairman, there was also a letter that your board received immediately prior to your last, the public hearing, and council is going to respond to that.
Okay. Well, I was more interested right now in
No,
this.
we have nothing at this point.
You rest. Okay. County Council.
Okay. At your last hearing, there were two main legal issues that came up. The first one was with regard to piecemealing. CEQA requires that the county conduct an environmental review of the project, and the project is defined as the whole of the action. Agencies can't chop up a project or piecemeal them just to avoid doing an environmental impact report. If projects are sufficiently interrelated, or if one is a foreseeable consequence of another, then the county would need to review those projects, their environmental impacts together. During the public hearing, and then also the letter from the attorney that we received, it was alleged that this apartment complex should be reviewed in conjunction with the development of the commercial site nearby. However, based on a review of county records, it appears that there is not a definite project yet planned for that site. In 2007, there was a pre-application submitted for commercial retail, but nothing further has been submitted. In fact, in fall of 2012, staff met with the developer who at that time was considering potentially a hotel on that site instead of retail. So at this point, development of that commercial property is just too speculative to consider as part of the current project for purposes of environmental review. And then the second issue that came up in a number of comments was the threshold for requiring an EIR. And under CEQA, if a fair argument can be made in light of the whole record on the basis of substantial evidence that the project may have a significant adverse impact on the environment, then the county must prepare an EIR. But substantial evidence includes facts, reasonable assumptions predicated upon facts, expert opinion supported by facts. It does not include argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion, or narrative, evidence which is clearly inaccurate or erroneous, or evidence of social or economic impacts which do not contribute to or are not caused by physical impacts on the environment. Further, public controversy over the possible environmental effects of a project is not sufficient reason to require an EIR. In reviewing the materials that have been submitted in the testimony provided, I concur with CRA staff that there's not any substantial evidence on the record that you can make a fair argument to require an EIR at this time.
Any questions, legal counsel? Well, I have a question for the board. We did close the public hearing. And listening tonight to the CRA report and the legal report, I personally do not see anything new of sufficient nature to suggest that perhaps we should reopen the public hearing. Does anybody agree or disagree with that? I mean, if there was something new, we could, in fact, open the public hearing again. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I personally don't see that. Does anybody see that?
No.
Okay, then I'm not going to open a public hearing again.
Okay.
So, board, it's on our back now to make a decision up or down on this issue. Anybody want to comment, debate this issue?
Point of clarification, because I think Mr. Laird said that we could add a condition that would protect the property owners on Union Hill in the highly unlikely event that their wells had some negative impact. And so I would want to include something of that nature.
Are you suggesting no blasting?
No, I'm not. I am saying that if they blast and there is a negative impact, that we should not be negatively impacting the neighbors that are dependent on their wells. And so there would have to be they'd have to make them whole in some way. Fix the well. I don't know.
Put up a bond or something?
Yeah.
Is that
possible?
feasible? Or is that prohibitive?
It's possible. The complication, of course, is when is the impact going to be determined? If they blast and build the project and a year later there's a well problem, and the neighbor could say, well, it was fine, but ever since they built that, now I'm having problems. So there's that causal effect issue as well. And that would be the only question, is how you would want to be able to enforce this condition. Is it going to be just during construction, so it has to be an immediate effect that someone sees, or within a certain amount of time? That would be the concern, and that would be the reason to have some kind of a security in the event that something happens after we've already issued occupancy, it's in operation, basically the county is done with the project at that point.
We'll be conducting inspections during grading, correct?
Oh, yes.
So could you do a period of like 30 days after the completion of grading or something like that, or 30 days from the last blasting record? If nothing's filed, if it's working within a month, then
That's totally up to your board.
I've never seen a condition like that, and I don't know if it's necessary, but...
We, of course, have had conditions such as that on a mining project, but that's an ongoing operation over a long period of time. I'm not aware that Tuolumne County's ever had such a condition on a construction project.
Okay. I think Supervisor Rutherford and Supervisor Gregg.
Well, if we were going to do something like that, I would certainly want to see it contingent on blasting occurring. I wouldn't want to see just a well goes bad, because wells go bad all the time.
That's right.
Supervisor Gregg?
Somewhere I read in the information that, well, we did get a letter from Condor stating the unlikelihood of it, but wasn't there another level that we could go to have a study done?
Yes, that was in the memorandum that Adam Paskowski prepared, and that was attached to, find the beginning of this memo. It was attached to, no, that's fine. Anyway, what Mr. Paskowski had suggested is if your board wishes to add a condition, the condition could be no blasting shall occur on the site unless a geologic and hydrological study has been completed by a qualified geologist, hydrologist that determines blasting on the site will not affect neighboring wells. The study shall determine the diameter and depth of the blast holes and the type and amount of explosives to be used, as well as locations where blasting may occur. The study shall be reviewed and approved by the Engineering Division of the Community Resources Agency prior to any blasting on the site.
Would that fulfill?
Again, I'm using... What if it's wrong and we have an impact? I just, it's the one spot, the one place in here where I just see some, just a little bit of ambiguity. Directly impacting someone else.
If that's the case, then perhaps Supervisor Royce's idea of setting a time frame within so much time after the last blast, or certainly prior to occupancy, because once they finish the grading, it's going to be many months while they're under construction of the units.
Right.
And so that way, if no neighboring property owner has filed a complaint or a request for any kind of compensation for damage to a well during that time period, then that may be the threshold. And property owners can submit within that time period. Again, is it automatic? The developer must pay within that time frame. I think it's going to be very difficult to prove that is the cause.
If the proponent or the developer chooses not to blast at all, it becomes a
That's
moot.
right.
It becomes a moot point.
That's right. And so he would have that option just to not blast.
Okay, you want to add anything to this?
Well, I'm not sure we've gotten to a solution, but I don't have a bright idea, if that's what you're
My
asking.
reaction is anytime you open things up to a conjecture that this may or may not have caused a problem, it's a ticket to a dogfight that, just no one wins. I would encourage the developer not to do any blasting, because I don't think he needs to. I think there are ways to do what he needs to do without blasting those rocks and to eliminate the argument. That's up to him, but I think your condition, if he is blasting, and we go ahead with this thing and he blasts, then your condition of having to do the hydrological study is the best of all possible worlds.
Without opening up the floor to a public hearing, would it be permissible to ask the developer if he would be willing to accept the condition of no blasting?
Yes.
The question's on the floor.
And I would say, my name's Gary Simning, and I represent the developer and the landowner as their principal. Yes. Okay. We'll do it without blasting, on the site. I say that, and I just don't know if I can absolutely guarantee it. I mean, if I could do it without blasting, blasting is expensive. I don't want to blast.
Could we,
Duke, I have a question for you. On the specialized expansive material.
You're supposed to ask those questions here, but...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, if it's absolutely possible, we will not blast at all, period. Okay.
Supervisor Royce has a comment.
Yeah, I think the way I would like to see this proceed is to allow blasting in the event that the studies are done, the hydrological and geological studies. I think if blasting does occur, it's going to be contracted with a licensed contractor, blasting contractor, who has insurance that covers these things. They have liability insurance, they have errors and omissions insurance, and I guarantee you that Contractor State License Board has very strict requirements for these guys. And I think, there's a lot of other projects all over that have taken place where blasting has occurred. And generally, that's the type of situation that occurs. If something did occur, there's always legal channels to pursue any kind of damages. And I don't think that, after thinking about it and thinking about the provision of trying to qualify some potential damage, through the county, I don't think we're after thinking about it, we're not the courts. We don't make those determinations. We try to prevent the impacts, and I think doing those studies, if there was blasting, covers that. I'm comfortable with that.
I would agree with Supervisor Royce that if the blasting does occur, that we have the hydraulic.
And if he can avoid it, then he doesn't have to do the studies.
I'll go with that.
Okay.
If he doesn't blast, then it doesn't.
Okay, we settled that one. Okay.
So what I'm hearing, Mr. Chairman, is that the condition proposed in the memo from Adam would be the language that you want to use.
Yeah, I think that's what you got consensus from the board. Okay, other issues, Supervisor Gray.
The landscape issue, I would like to see larger trees and plants put in than what's proposed on the condition that's there now. I don't think it's a major cost, and you would have the visual effect taken care of much quicker.
I would agree. That's fine.
From 1 inch to 2 inch, from
The
4 to 8.
proposed condition 23 right now, the last sentence is, said trees shall be of a minimum 1-inch caliper in size as measured at 4.5 feet above the ground. If we change that to 2 inch, does that accomplish it?
You're just going to have a bigger tree faster, and if he's got to dig the hole, the plant's going to not be that much more money, and it'll be screened out quicker.
Okay, we can do that.
I think I see consensus nodding from the board on that subject. What other issues do you have, board?
I think we've pretty much covered.
Okay. In that case, the chair would entertain a motion. Supervisor Rutherford.
Since this is in my district, although it's right next to Supervisor Brennan's district, before I make a motion, I just want to acknowledge the emotional level of the opposition to this project. I get it. I recognize that. But the way the process works, I believe, or should work, is that person owns their property, and as long as they do what we as a county asked them to do, that they ought to be free to do that. The proponent has come to the county staff. The staff has done their job, and they've reviewed the project, and I'm satisfied that they've done that well. And the proponent and the staff have upheld their part of the bargain. So recognizing the emotion involved in it, I would like to move to that the board approve this project with the conditions that have been outlined, specifically the condition that Adam Tolan put in with regards to the hydrological study, and the condition that my colleague Supervisor Gray put in with respect to the increased screening with the vegetation.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to interrupt, but there was one additional condition that the applicant had proposed to the Columbia Area Planning Commission, and that was to add a condition 89 that a coin-operated laundry shall not be placed on this site as long as the laundromat remains on assessor's parcel number 33033-04. That was after a discussion he had with his neighboring property owner, and the applicant himself had requested that.
And I will include that in my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Can I get clarification on the motion?
Yes.
That it's as laid out in staff's recommendation of approval of the negative declaration pursuant to findings A through F.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
The general plan amendment pursuant to findings A through C. The zone change pursuant to findings A through C. And then the conditional use permit based on conditions A through E with the amended conditions, and then approval of the design review permit with the attached conditions pursuant to findings A and B, and the indemnification agreement.
And you did that very eloquently. Thank you very much, and that is my motion.
Thank you.
Second was the second, right? Okay. Okay.
It's fine. Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Roeder for a second by Supervisor Brennan. Any additional comments from the board?
Public comment?
No, I need public comment at this time. Is there anyone who wishes to comment publicly? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the question.
I'll say something.
Please come to the podium.
My name's Richard Taratani, a Columbia resident. I'm appalled that the time you choose to let the public actually sit here, the working public that has jobs, that cannot just take time off to address these issues. I know you had many hours of discussion on that Tuesday that many others could not be at, that you would pretty much throw it in our face that you're going to have a 6:30 meeting just to let us sit there and anguish over how easily you're going to roll over for this project. This is asking you to take property that was bought with a certain kind of use, and now, because who knows what goes on behind the doors, all of you apparently are more than happy to knock and flatten irreplaceable land. The person who bought this land knew what it looked like. The fact that it would be expensive for that person to follow the zoning that was in existence when they paid probably a paltry fee for that land is not how this country should be conducted. This is backdoor old boy network at its worst. Every one of you should be ashamed of yourselves. You will be looking at that, your children will be looking at that, your grandchildren will be looking at that, and of course everyone's going to forget, and it's just going to be another eyesore on that corridor. When Carl Rodefer was running for his seat, we hosted him in Columbia with all the other candidates, and one of the things that stuck in my mind is he said, "I do not want to see this area turn into another Tracy." Well, think about what Tracy looks like as you zip by at 80 miles an hour or whatever you do. I don't care how many seconds it takes to go past there, your eyeballs see what it looks like. When people drive by this monstrosity, which is what it will be, sure, they're going to accept it. The human brain will get conditioned to seeing it or avoiding the thought of what it used to be. But it's on you and your conscience. You are the ones that have just decided in a few moments to destroy what God made for you and no one can replace. Look at the picture of Ansel Adams' photograph. Is that what we've come to when we want to enjoy beautiful, pristine settings? Even if the miner's hydraulic it, I agree, it's not the way it was, but it's beautiful still. It will not be beautiful when you're done with it. It will be a horror show. And we're going to have more crime. We're going to lose more post office mailboxes. Who is going to live there at the prices set? I predict, and while I'm on it, not saying this is in any way associated with the 20 acres for the shopping strip mall, is ludicrous. Of course, the same owner that has that property is salivating to put in 80 units on this little postage stamp so he has a built-in clientele to show all the people that are prospective builders there. Yeah, I've got 80 units of people that want to go to your fast food restaurant, that want to go to your little coffee shop or your supermarket. This is a travesty. I doubt it's going to do any good for me to say what I'm saying, but I feel better for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Barsanti, and I live in Columbia, and I am just concerned. I'm not an engineer like Duke York. He seems to believe that this project does empty into Woods Creek. Woods Creek is on my property, runs through my property, and so if he is correct, even though my neighbor Bill Selden and I don't see how that could happen, if he is correct and it does, and my driveway gets flooded out because of excess runoff from this project, even though that's not supposed to happen, I would like to know who is going to pay for me replacing my driveway, which I've had to do twice since I've lived there, 32 years. One was in the big storm of 1997, New Year's Eve, 96, 97, when we had a huge rainstorm coming from Hawaii on top of a huge snow load. And the time I had to do it before that was in 1986. So if that happens again, because the creek is impacted by runoff from this project, I'd like some kind of guarantee that I don't have to pay for the 80-unit apartment complexes paving over that's going to end up in Woods Creek. Can you put in a condition to that effect to protect those of us who live along Woods Creek, who might feel the impact of this 5 acres being essentially paved over?
Thank you for your comment. I don't think we can comment. I think Duke York commented to the effect that he didn't think that the impact on Woods Creek would be appreciably different.
And
so
if it
I think that's the official engineering response to that.
And so if it is, then my option is to sue. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't have a response.
The current motion on the floor does not have a condition that she's suggesting, so.
I understand.
Hi, my name's Eric Andel, and I have more of a general concern with any development on Parrots Ferry Road, and that's the pedestrian traffic. It seems like every year I see more and more bicycles, young kids, even disabled persons trying to manipulate excuse me, the walkways along Parrots Ferry. As we add more developments and the county does not add walkways, I think we have a recipe for disaster. And so My grave concerns is just focused on that. I'm not really pro or con against this particular development. I just encourage the board to make it a priority to get some pedestrian walkways.
Just for the record, Mr. Laird and Mr. York, one of you want to respond, but I believe there are walkways on this site associated with the development.
That is correct. Condition 64, I believe, deals with the frontage improvements, which includes not only a wide shoulder for bicyclists, but also a concrete curb gutter and sidewalk for pedestrians. So the project site has been conditioned to provide for facilities along its frontage. It is also the plan that was referred to for the long-range goals of that corridor also allow for those facilities.
So for clarity, is that we're talking about, say, the Union Hill all the way to Columbia State Park? Is that?
No.
That's my concern.
Just the site.
We've got the Parrots Ferry Village, Columbia Village, these new developments. Kids are being added to that community all the time. We have kids wanting to ride their bicycles to Columbia Elementary, State Park on weekends. They're all over that place. As we add that population to the pedestrian traffic, we're going to have some problems. Somebody's going to get hurt or killed. And that's my main, excuse me, that's my main concern.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the comment.
Good evening. My name's Brian Farrell from Sonora. I agree with the previous gentleman. The increased density in the area is going to cause a problem, especially with pedestrian traffic along Parrots Ferry Road. And I'm surprised that you haven't asked the developer to possibly address this issue. I didn't get the final count on what the proposed number of people moving into the area would be. I heard a density per unit. Any sense of what 80 units would bring?
Mr. Laird, you must have that number
of course you can't
generate
tell me
the number
exactly.
of vehicle.
Well, 80 units at the county average of 2.36 per unit would be about 160 plus 30. I think it's about 192 residents would be added.
Thank you very much. I'll just go ahead and say it. If Murphy's is now known as the Carmel of the Motherlode, Tuolumne County is very quickly going to become known as the Manteca of the Motherlode. From a planning perspective, this project used to be a shopping center, now it's apartment buildings, simply just smears the urban sprawl of Sonora outward into the outlying communities. It puts, 190 people smack underneath the flight pattern for Columbia Airport, and it puts another almost 200 people over 6 or 7 miles from the nearest ambulance and into a volunteer fire company that sometimes can't make its calls. And I think that from a planning perspective, we've got the cart before the horse. We've got services and demands in the area that are unmet. And I think from a planning perspective, this project should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is Barbara Farkas, and I have a question. I'm really concerned about the fact that the agenda posted that it was continuation of the public hearing, and it set up a lot of confusion with us because at the last meeting, the public hearing was closed. So as a result of that notice, that agenda item or statement, Citizens for Responsible Growth notified our attorney, and he submitted comment to you today, which was rejected due to the fact that supposedly the hearing was closed. Now, I think according to Brown Act, if you put this public hearing continued on your agenda, you are required to accept comment. And I would like to recommend that you do so, that you accept our attorney's comments, and his letter that he submitted today with documentation. I don't know what's going on here, but it seems to be a serious legal issue, violation of the Brown Act.
Thank you for your comment. Would you care to comment on a violation of the Brown Act?
The agenda item was set up as continued public hearing to allow your board the opportunity to reopen the public hearing if you so chose to do so. However, it was closed at the last one, and you made the decision not to reopen it.
And I suggested that simply because there was nothing new in the answers to our questions, nothing new presented that caused any serious concern relative to the prior comments. So,
correct.
Okay. Did you wish to speak?
Yes.
Please come forward.
My name's Glenn Carroll. Question. Have you been assured that there's adequate water supply to accommodate this new development?
I believe that the developer has, I want to answer that question, but I believe the developer has a commitment from TUD to supply water. I have to assume that TUD manages their own business, and they can do that.
That should be part of this business, too, in approving developments. But I've been hearing that we have a water supply problem. And dry years, conservation talk. Can you assure us that the supplying of this new development's not going to come on the backs of existing water users in the nature of raising rates to discourage use?
I think you're in the wrong place to ask the question. I think you need to ask TUD that question.
It should not be
we have
separate
assurance from TUD, the developer has that they'll supply water.
Just raise the question if it occurred to you all about water supply. I think it should in terms of you approving such a development. Anyway.
It did occur to us, but we asked TUD. TUD said they could do it.
Are you assured that there is plenty of water and we won't have to cut back on our water usage to help supply this new development? Are you clear on that?
I'm just going with what TUD says.
All right,
TUD is the water supplier in this case.
Remember my question when they asked us to cut back on water usage because of supply problems.
Did you speak?
Yes.
My name is Roger Johnson. I have property that backs up to this project. By your vote tonight, we'll effectively lower our property value. Our property is cleared. We have rocks. It's a nice area. There's going to be more crime. There's no fence along the back. There's going to be trespassing. So to you, the supervisors, I know that many of you have been around for a long time. This house is nice. It's a nice, quiet place, nice place to raise kids. I hope you all have a place like that. And then someday, you will have the zoning changed next to it, so you might have a 2-story 80-unit apartment next to you, built next to you.
Wish to speak? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Don Morrison, and I have two concerns. One is on the type of people that are going to be in this apartment. Evidently, there's going to be probably a fair number of students and families. I don't know how many of you have lived around a college situation. I have for many years, and I find it's not necessarily very compatible to have a family and a bunch of students drunk and on drugs. I lived in Oregon where they had an apartment like that, and it was nothing short of hell. My next concern is on the traffic. I didn't hear much addressed about all these cars coming into Sonora. Sonora's bad enough now. I hope you have some idea of what to do with this extra traffic other than having it sit on Washington Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Buckley.
Good evening, John Buckley, CSERC. I've learned over a couple decades of being here when my comments are going to potentially change the board and when they're not. So I'll be really brief tonight because they're not going to change the decision. But just 2 quick points. The first is, as County Council appropriately pointed out, that piecemealing is when one project is a foreseeable consequence of another. I think that's the wording that she used. And in this case claimed that that's not the case. And I'm going to give to you, Chairman of the Board, an email that I got from staff on April 18th in response to my concern about piecemealing, and appropriately Mike shared that no application is submitted, no plans have been provided, so there is no project. But as part of the email, and I'm reading this verbatim, the Community Resources Agency has been aware for several years that RC Equities owns 13 acres at the Pedro Y. We processed a pre-application review for a shopping center on 11 acres at that location in 2007. The applicant for the apartment project, Gary Simon, told us last year that retailers want more residential density in the area surrounding that Pedro Y property before they will agree to lease space in a shopping center. The apartment project would add residential density to the immediate area surrounding their Pedro Y property. To me, that clearly is a communication from staff that the applicant has communicated to them that this project will assist them to have their shopping center. There is a correlation, there is a connection, and at the very least, I think there needed to be greater evaluation whether this is piecemealing. The other thing is just a perspective. As I know, there are hard decisions when people who feel their lives are being affected come in with strong emotions, some of which you'll agree with, some of which you won't, and that you as a board trying to listen to staff and the expertise of staff and determine what to do. It's disappointing. I actually mentioned one point at a water collaborative session. I mentioned to Carl that it seemed that this was an opportunity for a middle ground. That's my center's, our center's perspective. This was an opportunity to work with the applicant to get a project that was somewhat scaled down, that could still be profitable, that would have greater buffer around it, that didn't require any IR, even though that's what, if you really look at it, probably deserve. I just throw out, I think there was an opportunity here. It's unfortunate that that's not happening. And I think it's unfortunate because we don't need more polarization over planning. It would be nice to have projects, especially an apartment project, which is needed in the county. That's my perspective. I think it's unfortunate that either because this site is such a controversial site or because there isn't a willingness to scale down and negotiate, that sites couldn't find that middle ground. So I'm hoping in the future on some projects there are those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Anybody else? Come back to, oops, I got one more.
My name's James Oliver, and I live on Union Hill Road. You folks addressed one issue with the wells, because I just spent several $1,000s having a well put in there. So that was one thing I was thinking about. The second thing that hasn't been addressed, as far as I'm aware, is the traffic on Union Hill Road itself, because that is a one-lane road. You really can't pass on that, and they're going to increase a lot of traffic on that road as well. And then also I see the crime increasing in the area. If you look at the State Street apartments that are in Columbia, and then the Columbia Village apartments, the Sheriff's Department spends a lot of time in those areas, and if you had 190 people to one area, it's going to increase the crime around there as well.
Thank you. Okay, any last comments from the public? Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for final comments before the vote. Any comments? I'd like to make one. I'm an advocate, and I think you are too, everybody in this room, of private property rights. You want to do something on your property that's reasonable, I think you have a right to do it, provided you meet the necessary conditions. And short of us, the county or the people of Columbia, if they don't want this project, buying that land, and we don't have the money in the county to buy that land and make it turn into a park,
I think that the applicant has the right to do reasonable things. And our Community Resources Agency has evaluated, the planners have evaluated, gone through and attempted to cover all of the appropriate issues and mitigate for them. So in that case, I think we have to go ahead. This provides a niche in our community that does not exist today. We can speculate about where this is going to go, but I don't know how good your crystal ball is. Mine has never been very good about increased crime, what kind of people are going to move into there, or any of those kinds of things. We can only speculate that, but I can't even choose my own neighbors, because when they come to buy a house, they buy a house, and I haven't got a clue who they are. But I have to take and assume that they're going to be reasonable, good citizens of our community and treat them accordingly. And I hope that if this project goes forward, that we'll all welcome whoever moves in there to our community and assume that they're going to be good citizens until they give us reason to believe to the contrary. I think that telling us that we have to cover all the other things in the county. Our county is losing population because people that are looking for houses like this are going outside the county. They're looking for this kind of thing, and that's sad. I do look at this place as a place for my children and my grandchildren to live. I wish they could live here, but right now they can't. There isn't the opportunities for them. So I think this just adds one of those opportunities. So I'm in favor of the project as is proposed. I do not think it's a negative. There are other things along Parrots Ferry Road that are 2 stories. There's other things along Parrots Ferry Road that are high density, and I don't see where this adds appreciative to any issues there more than what we already have. And I think it's a positive potential step forward for our community, so I'm going to vote for it. Other than that, any further comments? Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'd just like to, unusual situation, agree with John Buckley's comment. I do think this was an opportunity to come to a middle ground, and we didn't do it. And we all bear a little bit of responsibility for that.
Okay. Any final comments? Then I'm going to ask the question. The motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. This late hour, I'm going to dispense with the reports. Pardon? And we had nothing to report from closed session. We're going to go back to closed session. We're going to go back to closed session, and then we'll have nothing to report out, but we will close the meeting whenever we're done.
Buttons for punishment.
What item was that?
Deputy Sheriff's.